Good day, everyone. This is the Nexus 616 bringing you another great story. Today we're exploring what if Harry was a phoenix animagus and healed himself during the graveyard ritual to kill Voldemort. If you appreciate quality storytelling, please support us by liking and subscribing. It truly makes a difference. Now, let's immerse ourselves in the story. Chapter 1, The Graveyard's Fire. The hedge walls breathed. Harry pressed his back against the green and felt it press back, a slow, organic pulse, like the maze had a heartbeat. The leaves rustled without wind, and somewhere deep inside the labyrinth, something screamed. Not a human scream. Something that had once been a spell and had gone rotten. He wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and checked the path ahead. Fork. Left went dark. Right was bathed in pale golden mist that probably wanted to eat him. He went right. The mist tasted like copper when he breathed it in. His skin prickled, and he felt that familiar heat beneath his ribs, the warmth that had lived inside him since March, since the night he'd finally managed the transformation for the first time and woken up on the Room of Requirements floor with singed eyebrows and feathers in his teeth. The warmth wanted him to burn through the mist. He held it down. Not yet. Not here. 1,000 people were watching from the stands above, and he hadn't spent 3 months hiding an illegal animagus form just to blow it in a bloody hedge maze because some enchanted fog made him nervous. He moved fast through the gold haze, wand out, feet sure. The mist tried to turn him around, a disorientation charm woven into the vapor. He felt it pulling at his sense of direction, and he resisted not with a spell but with instinct. Phoenixes always knew which direction home was. It was written into their bones. The mist broke and he stumbled onto a clear stretch of path. Ahead, maybe 30 meters, the Triwizard Cup glowed blue-white on its pedestal. And between Harry and the cup, the path moved. The ground rippled. Roots erupted from the earth like grasping fingers, weaving themselves into something massive and dark. An acromantula, or the maze's impression of one, pulled itself together from wood and thorn and crawled forward on legs thick as Harry's waist. Harry raised his wand, but a red jet of light hit the thing from the side and blew 2 of its legs off. Cedric burst from a gap in the hedge to the left, robes torn, a cut across his cheekbone. He looked like he'd been fighting for the last hour. He probably had. Harry! Move! The spider thing reformed its legs and charged. Harry hit it with a reductor curse that cratered its thorax, and Cedric followed with a blast that split it down the middle. It collapsed into a pile of twitching roots and went still. They stood there panting, looking at each other, then at the cup. Together? Harry said. Cedric blinked. Then a slow grin broke across his battered face. Together. They ran. The hedges screamed behind them, the maze objecting, trying to close, branches reaching like claws. Harry felt thorns tear at his ankles and didn't care. Cedric was half a step ahead, then half a step behind, then right beside him. They grabbed the cup at the same time. The hook caught behind Harry's navel and yanked. The world blurred sideways, the roar of the crowd vanished, and Harry's feet hit uneven ground. He stumbled. Cedric stumbled beside him. They were not in the stadium. The air was cold. Wet. The smell of old stone and turned earth hit Harry's nose and he knew immediately, with a certainty that went deeper than thought, that something was very wrong. Gravestones. Rows of them, pale in the moonlight, leaning at crooked angles like bad teeth. A massive yew tree loomed at the center of the yard, and beneath it, a cauldron squatted over unlit wood. The cup lay in the grass where they'd dropped it, still glowing faintly. Beyond the graveyard, a ruined manor house crouched against the hill like a wounded animal. Harry, Cedric said quietly. He had his wand up. Smart lad. This isn't part of the task. No, Harry said. It isn't. The warmth inside him surged. Every instinct he developed, the phoenix ones, the ones that saw the world in terms of fire and flight and renewal, screamed at him to transform and go. This place was wrong. The air itself tasted of dark magic, old and deep and patient. But he didn't transform. Because Cedric was standing right next to him, and Harry didn't know what was coming, and there were some secrets you couldn't take back. He heard the footsteps before he saw the figure, shuffling, dragging, small. Someone emerged from behind the yew tree carrying a bundle. The bundle was the size of a baby, but it moved like a snake, writhing in stained cloth. "Kill the spare," said a voice from the bundle. "Hi. Cold. Barely human." The figure raised a wand, stubby fingers, one missing, silver glinting where a hand should be, and Harry's body moved before his mind caught up. He'd been dueling all year. Training with Moody, or whoever Moody really was. His reflexes were sharp as glass. "Cedric, down." He hit Cedric at the waist and took them both to the ground. The green light of the killing curse passed through the space where Cedric's chest had been and shattered a headstone into powder behind them. "Stun him!" Cedric shouted, already rolling, already casting. His stunner hit the cauldron and ricocheted. Harry sent a reductor at the shuffling figure and missed by inches. The figure ducked behind the yew tree with surprising speed for something so awkward. "Kill them both," the bundle shrieked. "Cedric, get the cup, get back to the cup, it's a port key." A second killing curse came from behind the tree. Cedric dove right. Harry dove left. They were being separated, and Harry could feel the design of it. This was a prepared space, a killing ground, and someone had planned for exactly this. The shuffling figure came around the tree on Harry's side. In the moonlight, Harry saw the face and his blood went cold. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. The man who'd sold his parents to their death. He looked worse than he had a year ago, gaunt, gray-skinned, the silver hand flexing and twitching like it had a mind of its own. His eyes were wide with fear and desperation and something that might have been madness. "Harry Potter," Wormtail breathed. "He only needs Potter. Just Potter." "Stupefy!" Harry shouted. Wormtail blocked it, barely, clumsily, but effectively. The bundle in his other arm squirmed and hissed. On the other side of the yew tree, Harry heard Cedric fighting, spells cracking against stone, the sharp report of shattering granite. But Cedric wasn't fighting Wormtail. Someone else was out here. Someone Harry couldn't see. Cedric. No answer. Then a dull thud. Then silence. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. The warmth inside him blazed white-hot. A spell hit him from behind, not a curse, but ropes. Thick magical cords wrapped around his arms and legs and slammed him back against something hard. A headstone. The ropes cinched tight, pinning him with his arms at his sides, his wand trapped against his thigh. He could feel the carved letters pressing into his spine through his robes. Tom Riddle. Oh, no. Wormtail shuffled into view, wheezing. He set the bundle down beside the cauldron and flicked his wand. The wood beneath it burst into flame. He began adding things to the water, powders, liquids, something that writhed. His hands shook. The silver one didn't. "Cedric!" Harry shouted into the dark. "Cedric!" A groan. "Alive. Just knocked out, or stunned, or, your friend is alive," said the cold voice from the bundle on the ground. "For now. He is irrelevant. You are what I need, Harry Potter." Harry pulled against the ropes. They didn't give. He could feel his wand against his hip, fingers inches from the grip, and he strained to reach it, shoulders burning. The warmth inside him was screaming now. "Let me out. Let me burn." The ropes would mean nothing, a phoenix was pure fire. He could shed this body like a skin and be free in a heartbeat. But the moment he transformed, every Death Eater in existence would know. The Ministry would know. Dumbledore would know. And worse, Voldemort, because that's who was in that bundle, Harry was sure of it now, would know exactly what Harry was. And Harry had spent 3 months keeping this secret for a reason. A phoenix animagus was a weapon. But only if no one saw it coming. He watched Wormtail work. The cauldron bubbled. The water turned bone white, then blood red, then a churning silver that hurt to look at. "It is time," the voice said. Wormtail picked up the bundle and, with a sound like a whimper, lowered it into the cauldron. The thing in the cloth slid beneath the surface. Steam erupted, foul, smelling of decay and something chemical and wrong. Wormtail raised his wand. His voice shook. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." The ground at the base of the headstone cracked. Dust, fine, white, human, rose from the grave and drifted into the cauldron. The liquid turned blinding white. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." Wormtail was crying. Snot ran down his upper lip. He raised the silver hand, and with the other, he drew a knife across his own forearm. Not the silver one, his real arm, the one of flesh. Skin parted. Blood welled. But he didn't cut flesh away. Instead, the silver hand moved on its own, it reached across and peeled a strip of skin from the wound with delicate, mechanical precision. Wormtail screamed. The flesh dropped into the cauldron with a soft, wet sound. The liquid blazed red. Then Wormtail turned to Harry, and the knife in his hand caught the moonlight. "Blood of the enemy," Wormtail whispered, "forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." He shuffled forward. Harry pulled against the ropes one last time. They held. And Harry made a decision. He'd kept this secret for 3 months. Practiced alone in the room of requirement, night after night, learning to hold the form, learning to fly, learning to cry tears that healed cuts and burns. He'd kept it because Sirius had told him the animagus advantage was surprise, you only got to use it once as a trump card, and you'd better make it count. Wormtail grabbed Harry's right arm through the ropes and pressed the knife against the inside of his forearm. The blade bit. Blood welled, bright red, running down to Harry's wrist. Harry looked at his own blood. He looked at Wormtail's sweating face. He looked at the cauldron, churning and alive with dark magic. He thought, make it count. The transformation was instant. One heartbeat, Harry Potter was a 14-year-old boy tied to a gravestone. The next heartbeat, the ropes held nothing, they fell slack around empty air as a bird erupted from within them, rising like a launched firework, trailing sparks and embers. Gold and crimson and burning, burning, burning. Wormtail screamed and fell backward. The knife clattered to the ground. And on the blade, and on Wormtail's fingers, and running in a thin stream from the severed ropes down toward the cauldron, Harry's blood. Shed while he was human, yes, but already transforming as the magic took hold. Already becoming something else. Phoenix blood. Harry didn't understand the theory until much later. In the moment, all he knew was flight and fire and fury. He spread wings that spanned 6 feet and shrieked, a phoenix's cry, high and piercing and utterly unlike anything the graveyard had ever heard. The sound hit Wormtail like a physical force. The man crumpled, hands over his ears. But the ritual was already in motion. Harry's blood, changed, blazing, saturated with the magic of the purest light creature in existence, had dripped from the knife into the dirt, and the dirt ran downhill, and downhill led to the cauldron. 3 drops. That's all it took. 3 drops of phoenix blood hit the surface of the ritual potion. The cauldron screamed. Not a metaphor. The iron vessel shrieked like a living thing, and the liquid inside went gold, not the sickly gold of dark magic but the pure, blazing gold of phoenix flame. The magic of the resurrection ritual met the antithesis of everything it stood for, and the reaction was immediate and catastrophic. Harry, airborne, wheeled and dove. Not toward the cauldron, toward Cedric. He could see the older boy crumpled between 2 headstones, unconscious, a bruise darkening his temple. Behind Harry, the cauldron bulged. The iron sides warped outward. Something inside was trying to form, trying to become a body, but the phoenix blood was tearing the dark magic apart from the inside. A shape erupted from the cauldron. Tall. Pale. A figure of white skin and red eyes and wrong proportions, clawing at the air, mouth open in a soundless scream. For 1 second, Harry saw Lord Voldemort whole, skeletal, hairless, terrible. Then the gold fire took him. It started at his fingers and raced inward. The newly formed skin blackened and cracked, and through the cracks, golden light poured like lava. Voldemort finally found his voice. The scream was not human. It was the sound of a soul being burned, and it shook the gravestones loose from their foundations. Master! Wormtail wailed. The explosion blew Harry sideways in the air. A shockwave of raw magic, dark and light annihilating each other in a cascading detonation, erupted from the cauldron in every direction. Headstones shattered. The yew tree cracked down the middle and fell. Wormtail was hurled 30 feet and hit a stone wall with a wet crunch. His silver hand glowed white-hot, then melted, dripping molten metal down his ruined arm. And where Voldemort had stood, there was nothing. Just fire. Just golden fire, and black smoke, and the smell of something that had been unmade. Harry tumbled through the air, wings beating. Phoenix bodies were tough, nearly indestructible, but the shockwave had been savage. He righted himself, ignored the ringing in his skull, and dove for Cedric. In the distance, he heard shouts. Other voices. Death Eaters, they'd been watching from the tree line, Harry realized. Waiting for their master to return. Now they were emerging, wands drawn, faces white with shock behind their masks. Harry landed beside Cedric. The boy was breathing but his pulse was weak, Freddy. Blood from a gash on his head had pooled in the grass. Harry leaned down, instinct, pure instinct, the deepest magic of what he was, and wept. Phoenix tears. They fell from his golden eyes and landed on Cedric's wound. The gash sealed. The bruising faded. The color came back to Cedric's face, and his breathing strengthened. There. There. The phoenix, kill it. Kill it. Spells came streaking across the graveyard. Green and red and violet. Harry didn't think. He sank his talons into Cedric's robes, beat his wings once, twice, and launched them both into the air. Cedric was heavy, dead weight, still unconscious, and Harry strained against gravity with everything he had. A killing curse passed close enough that he felt the cold of it across his tail feathers. He banked hard, dodged another, and spotted the cup lying in the grass below. The portkey. Their way home. He couldn't carry Cedric and grab the cup. Not without hands. Harry made the calculation in a fraction of a second. He dove. 10 feet above the ground, he released Cedric, gently, a controlled drop onto soft grass, and pulled up sharply, talons outstretched. He snatched the cup from the ground, banked again, dove back toward Cedric. A curse caught him across the left wing. Pain exploded through the limb and he spiraled, fighting for control, the cup clutched in his right talons. The wing wasn't broken but it was burning, dark magic eating at the feathers like acid. He screamed, the phoenix cry again, and 2 of the Death Eaters stumbled and fell, and landed hard beside Cedric. The cup touched Cedric's arm. Harry pressed his body against both of them, boy and goblet and wounded bird. But nothing happened. The portkey needed to be activated. It needed to be touched by a champion. Not a phoenix. A champion. Harry transformed. It was agonizing. The shift back to human while wounded was like pulling his bones out through his skin and rearranging them by hand. He gasped, suddenly human, suddenly cold, suddenly fragile. His left arm hung wrong, the wing damage had translated to a deep gash from shoulder to elbow, dark and ugly with curse residue. He grabbed the cup with his right hand and pressed his left, bloody and trembling, against Cedric's chest. Avada, the world yanked sideways. The graveyard vanished. Sound and light and the smell of popcorn and grass crashed over him like a wave, and Harry hit the ground of the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium with Cedric beside him and the cup underneath them and 1,000 people staring. The noise was immense. The crowd had been waiting, they'd seen the champions vanish into the maze, they'd been watching the magical indicators, they'd been cheering and gasping at every spark visible above the hedges. Now 2 champions had appeared not from the maze but from thin air in the middle of the pitch, one unconscious and one drenched in blood, and the crowd was screaming. Harry couldn't hear any of it. His ears were ringing from the explosion, his arm was bleeding, his whole body ached from the transformation. He knelt beside Cedric and pressed his fingers against the older boy's throat. Pulse strong. Breathing steady. The Phoenix tears had done their work. Harry. Someone was running toward him. Several someones. He looked up and the stadium lights blurred into halos. "He's alive," Harry said. His voice sounded distant. "Cedric's alive. Get Madame Pomfrey." Then there were hands on him, Dumbledore's, long-fingered and steady, gripping his shoulders. McGonagall's sharp voice cutting through the roar. Fudge blustering. Snape, somewhere, saying something Harry couldn't parse. Harry. Dumbledore's voice, close to his ear, calm and clear. "What happened?" "Voldemort," Harry said. "Wormtail took us to a graveyard. The cup was a portkey. They tried to bring him back. A resurrection ritual." He stopped. Because how did he explain the next part? How did he say I turned into a phoenix and my blood destroyed the ritual and blew up a Dark Lord in the middle of a stadium full of 1,000 witnesses? "I'll tell you everything," Harry said quietly, for Dumbledore's ears only. "Not here." Dumbledore studied his face for a long moment. Those blue eyes, usually twinkling, were sharp and still. Then he nodded. "Minerva, please see to Mr. Diggory. Severus, clear the pitch. Cornelius, a word, shortly." Dumbledore straightened. "Harry, come with me. Potter." A hand closed on Harry's good arm. Rough. Commanding. Moody, Mad-Eye Moody, with his scarred face and spinning magical eye. "Potter, come with me. I'll get you sorted." "Dumbledore, I'll bring him to your office after." "That won't be necessary, Alastair." Dumbledore's tone didn't change, but something in it made Moody let go. "I will see to Harry personally." They left the pitch. Behind them, chaos reigned, Medowitches swarming Cedric, ministry officials demanding answers, reporters already scribbling. The noise faded as they entered the castle through a side door, and the cool stone corridors wrapped around Harry like a blanket. They didn't go to Dumbledore's office. Not yet. Dumbledore led him to an empty classroom on the first floor, locked the door with a wave of his hand, and turned to face him. "Show me," Dumbledore said. Harry blinked. "What?" "Whatever it is you did, Harry. Whatever it is you're not saying in front of the crowd. I need to see it." The old wizard's gaze was gentle but unyielding. "I could feel the magical discharge from here." The wards of Hogwarts themselves shuddered. "Something extraordinary happened in that graveyard, and your injuries," he glanced at Harry's arm, "are not consistent with any curse I recognize. They are consistent with a magical creature wounded mid-transformation." Harry stared at him. "You're 14, Dumbledore continued quietly. "Which means you've achieved something that most adult wizards never manage, and you've done it alone, and you've kept it hidden. Which tells me you're either very frightened or very strategic. I suspect both." For a long moment, the classroom was silent except for the distant rumble of the crowd outside. Then Harry let the warmth rise. The shift was smoother this time, he'd been practicing for months, and the phoenix in him was eager after the violence of the graveyard. Gold light bloomed from his skin. His bones shortened, hollowed, reshaped. Feathers erupted along his arms as his arms became wings. His legs drew up, talons replacing trainers. The world shifted in color and scale, brighter, sharper, everything edged in gold. A phoenix stood on the classroom floor. Gold and crimson, the size of a swan, with eyes like molten amber. It ruffled its feathers once, spread its wings, the left one still ragged from the curse, and sang a single, low note. Dumbledore sat down on a desk. Slowly. Like his legs had decided to stop working. "Oh," he said. The phoenix transformed back. Harry stumbled, the wounded arm made the shift harder, and he caught himself on a chair. "Since March," Harry said. "I found my dad's notes. And Sirius's. They left instructions, sort of, not for the phoenix, obviously, but for the animeus process. I didn't know what I'd turn into until it happened." Dumbledore was still sitting on the desk. He looked, for the first time in Harry's experience, genuinely stunned. "A phoenix," the headmaster said. "Not a magical creature in the conventional taxonomy, a phoenix is something else entirely. A manifestation of living magic. I did not know a witch or wizard could achieve such a form. Neither did I. And in the graveyard, your blood, Wormtail cut my arm for the ritual. Blood of the enemy. But I transformed as the blood was falling. It became phoenix blood. When it hit the potion, it would have been catastrophic," Dumbledore murmured. "Phoenix blood is the most potent purifying substance known to magic. Introduced into a resurrection ritual built entirely on dark magic, the sympathetic inversion alone would," he stopped. "Voldemort's body? Gone. Burned from the inside out." Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, there was something in his expression that Harry couldn't identify. Relief, yes. But underneath it, something darker. Worry. "Harry, sit down. Let me see your arm." Harry sat. Dumbledore examined the curse wound, his wand tracing delicate diagnostic patterns over the ragged gash. "This is manageable. Dark magic residue, but your phoenix nature is already fighting it. You'll heal faster than any wizard should." He paused. "Harry, I must tell you something, and I need you to listen carefully." "Is he dead?" Harry asked. "Voldemort. Is he actually dead?" The silence lasted too long. "His body is destroyed," Dumbledore said carefully. "That is certain. But I have long suspected, and the events of tonight confirm, that Tom Riddle took steps to anchor his soul to the mortal world. Steps beyond what any dark wizard has attempted." "What kind of steps? Have you heard the term Horcrux?" Harry shook his head. A Horcrux is an object in which a wizard conceals a piece of their soul. By splitting the soul through an act of murder and housing the fragment in a vessel, the wizard achieves a form of immortality. So long as the Horcrux survives, the soul cannot pass on, even if the body is destroyed. Harry felt cold. "That's how he survived the first time. When he tried to kill me as a baby." "Yes. And I believe he created more than one." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "The diary you destroyed in your second year, Tom Riddle's diary. That was a Horcrux. How many?" "I don't know yet. Several, I suspect. Perhaps as many as 6. Harry absorbed this. The elation of the graveyard, the raw triumph of watching Voldemort burn, drained out of him like water. So he's not dead. He's just, loose. A spirit again. Like before. Yes. And he will seek a new body. It will be harder for him this time, the ritual materials were specific, and Wormtail is likely dead or incapacitated. But Tom Riddle is nothing if not resourceful." Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. "Which means we must find and destroy his Horcruxes. All of them. Before he returns." Harry nodded. It wasn't a surprise, not really. He'd known, on some level, that it couldn't be that simple. Nothing in his life was ever that simple. "There's something else," Dumbledore said. Something I felt from here, when the ritual failed. A disturbance. Not in Voldemort's magic, nor in yours. In magic itself. What do you mean? Dumbledore rose and walked to the window. The night sky over Hogwarts looked normal, stars, the edge of the moon, the dark bulk of the mountains. But Dumbledore wasn't looking at the sky. He was looking at something Harry couldn't see. The collision of Phoenix fire and dark resurrection magic was not a natural event, the headmaster said quietly. It was an impossible reaction, two fundamental forces of magic meeting in a context that should never have existed. I believe it caused damage. Damage to what? To the fabric of magic itself. A fracture. Small, perhaps. Possibly insignificant. He turned back to Harry. But I intend to investigate, and I suggest we both remain watchful. Harry wanted to ask more, but the door rattled. Someone was knocking. Dumbledore unlocked it with a gesture, and Professor McGonagall stepped in, looking harried. Albus, Fudge is demanding answers. The Diggory boy is awake and asking for Potter. Anne, she stopped, staring at Harry's arm. Mr. Potter, you need the hospital wing immediately. In a moment, Minerva. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. One more thing, Harry. Your animeus form, who else knows? No one. I haven't told anyone. Then we must discuss, very carefully, how much to reveal. A Phoenix animeus is unprecedented. It makes you an object of extraordinary interest to a great many people, not all of them friendly. He squeezed Harry's shoulder gently. But that conversation can wait until morning. Go. See Madame Pomfrey. And Harry, yes. What you did tonight was remarkable. Your parents would be very proud. Harry swallowed hard and nodded. McGonagall steered him toward the door with the brisk efficiency of a woman who had herded thousands of injured students to the hospital wing over the decades. They were halfway down the corridor when she spoke. Potter. Professor. Whatever happened in that graveyard, whatever you did, I saw the light from the stands. Gold light. And I heard, she paused, and something complicated crossed her face. I heard a phoenix song. Harry said nothing. I am also an animeus, Mr. Potter, she said, very quietly. I know what a transformation looks like, even at a distance. And I know what it costs to keep one hidden. He looked at her. She looked straight ahead, jaw set, eyes bright. I don't know what you're talking about, Professor. No, she said. Of course you don't. A pause. Your father never could keep a secret either. He was simply fortunate enough to have friends who could keep them for him. They walked in silence the rest of the way. The hospital wing was barely controlled chaos. Cedric sat upright in a bed near the window, surrounded by Amos Diggory, who was alternating between weeping and demanding to see the minister. Cedric's head wound was healed, Harry's phoenix tears had done most of the work, and Madame Pomfrey had done the rest, but he was pale and shaky. When he saw Harry, he tried to stand. His father pushed him back down. Harry. What happened? 1 second we were fighting and then I was on the ground, and then I woke up here and everyone's telling me, it's a long story, Harry said. They're saying you carried me. That a phoenix appeared and carried me back. Harry became very aware of Madame Pomfrey approaching with a tray of potions and an expression that promised pain. Something like that, Harry said. Cedric studied him. He was a Hufflepuff. People underestimated Hufflepuffs, called them the leftovers, but Cedric Diggory was sharp. His eyes moved from Harry's face to his wounded arm to the faint shimmer of gold that still clung to Harry's skin like dust. Thank you, Cedric said simply. You saved my life. You'd have done the same. Maybe. But I didn't have to. You did. Madame Pomfrey descended. Harry was pushed into a bed, force-fed 3 potions that tasted like they'd been brewed from regret, and had his arm wrapped in bandages soaked in essence of dittany. The curse wound was stubborn, it resisted the dittany, hissing and smoking where the solution touched it, but slowly, grudgingly, it began to close. The hospital wing emptied gradually. Amos Diggory was escorted out by Dumbledore. Cedric fell asleep. The other beds were empty, for now. Harry lay in the dark and stared at the ceiling and felt the warmth in his chest pulse in time with his heartbeat. He was alive. Cedric was alive. Voldemort was, at the very least, disembodied and weakened. By any measure, tonight should have felt like a victory. It didn't. He kept seeing it, the moment Voldemort's body had formed, white and terrible, and the moment the gold fire had taken it. The scream. Not anger or pain but something more primal, the sound of a thing that had fought death for 50 years finally meeting something it couldn't fight. And underneath that memory, like a cold current beneath warm water, the wrongness Dumbledore had described. Harry could feel it. Not with his human senses, with the Phoenix ones, the deep instincts that lived in his bones now, the ones that always knew which way was home and which way was safe and which way was wrong. Something had torn. Something fundamental. And it had torn because of him. He closed his eyes and didn't sleep. Footsteps woke him. Soft, careful, someone trying not to be heard. Harry's hand went to his wand under the pillow. He cracked his eyes open. Silver blonde hair in the moonlight. A straight, proud posture undermined slightly by the hesitation in her step. Fleur Delacour stopped at the foot of his bed, looked at him for a moment, and then pulled up a chair and sat down as if she'd been invited. "I know you are awake," she said. Her accent turned the words precise and crisp. "Your breathing changed." Harry opened his eyes fully. "It's 3 in the morning." "Yes. The hospital wing is closed. I do not care about this." She sat there, hands folded in her lap, looking at him with an expression he couldn't read. She was still wearing her tournament robes, blue silk, now wrinkled and dirt-smudged. She hadn't changed. She'd been waiting. "I saw it," she said. Harry's stomach dropped. "When you appeared on ZE pitch. Zere was a moment, less on a second, when you were not entirely Harry Potter. Zere was fire. And wings. Zay transformation was not complete when you landed." She tilted her head. "Most people would not notice. Zay were looking at ZE blood, at Cedric. But I was looking at you." Harry said nothing. "I am part Vila," Fleur continued. "My grandmother. You know this, yes. Zay fire runs in my blood. I know what magical creatures feel like. I know ZE warmth." She leaned forward slightly. "You burn, Harry. You have been burning all year. I felt it every time I was near you and I did not understand it until tonight." The silence stretched. Harry could hear Cedric breathing in the next bed. Somewhere outside, an owl hooted. "How long?" Fleur asked. "Not what are you? Not how is this possible?" She skipped straight past the shock and the wonder and asked the question that mattered. "Since March," Harry said. "You have been hiding it?" "Yes." "From everyone?" "Everyone." She nodded slowly. Something in her expression shifted, a softening, or maybe a recognition. "I have been hiding what I am since I was 11 years old," she said. "When ZE Vila fire first came. Zay boys staring. Zay girls aiding. Everyone seeing ZE creature and not ZE person." She met his eyes. "It is exhausting, no? Pretending to be less on you are." Harry looked at her, really looked, maybe for the first time. He'd noticed her all year, of course. Everyone had. She was beautiful in a way that wasn't quite human, and her Vila allure pulled at people like gravity. He'd seen boys trip over themselves, seen girls sneer with jealousy, seen professors struggle not to stare. And he'd seen her react to all of it with cold hauteur, building walls of ice and disdain to keep the world at arm's length. But right now, at 3 in the morning in a darkened hospital wing, she wasn't any of those things. She was just a girl who understood what it meant to carry fire inside you and have no one to tell. "Yeah," Harry said. "It is." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. It should have been awkward, they'd barely spoken all year, and when they had, it had been clipped and competitive, two rivals measuring each other across a tournament arena. But something had shifted. The graveyard had stripped away the pretense, and what was left was simpler and more honest than either of them was used to. "You should sleep," Fleur said eventually. "Can't." "No. I suppose not." She stood, smoothing her robes. At the foot of his bed, she paused. "You will need allies, Harry. For what is coming. Whatever you faced tonight, it is not over. I can feel it." She touched her sternum lightly. "Fire knows." "Fleur." She looked back. "Thank you. For not asking me to explain. Or prove it. Or, you are a phoenix," she said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I am a Vila. We are what we are. There is nothing to prove." A faint smile. "Get some sleep, Harry." She left as quietly as she'd come. The chair sat empty at the foot of his bed, still warm. Harry lay back. His arm throbbed. His chest ached. But for the first time since the graveyard, the warmth inside him didn't feel like a weapon or a secret or a burden. It felt like what it was, the fire of something that could never truly be destroyed. He slept. The morning brought chaos of a different kind. Harry was barely awake. Madame Pomfrey had just finished changing his bandages, tutoring over the curse wound's stubbornness, when the doors burst open and Cornelius Fudge swept in with two aurors flanking him and a look on his face like he'd bitten into a lemon and found a spider. "Potter!" Fudge barked. He was wearing his lime green bowler hat and an expression of aggressive officialdom. "You will explain, immediately, the events of last night. The unauthorized port key, the injuries to Mr. Diggory, and," he jabbed a finger at Harry, "the reports of an unregistered animeus transformation on Hogwarts grounds." Harry looked at him. Looked at the two aurors, one uncomfortable, one blank-faced. Looked at the doorway behind Fudge, where Dumbledore was calmly walking in with McGonagall and, unexpectedly, Snape. "Good morning, Cornelius," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "Dumbledore, you demand a great many things, Minister. Some of them may even be reasonable. Might I suggest, however, that interrogating an injured student in a hospital bed before breakfast is not among them? The boy used an unregistered animeus form. That's a criminal offense under Section 7 of the boy was kidnapped from a school event, subjected to dark magic, and barely escaped with his life and the life of a fellow student. If the ministry's first priority is paperwork, I suggest your priorities need examining." Fudge went purple. Harry watched the exchange from his bed with the detached fascination of someone too tired to be nervous. The aurors shifted uncomfortably. "He claims you know who was involved," Fudge said, lowering his voice as if the name itself was contagious. "That's absurd. You know who is dead and has been for 13 years. 14, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. "It's been 14 years. And he's not dead. Not completely. He tried to come back last night and I stopped him, and I'll stop him again when he tries the next time, which he will. Now, Minister," Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring the pain in his arm. "You can arrest me for being an unregistered animeus if you want. But you might want to ask yourself how it'll look in the Prophet when they find out the Ministry's response to a Dark Lord's return was to prosecute the 14-year-old who stopped it." Silence. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling. McGonagall looked like she was trying very hard not to smile. Snape's expression hadn't changed at all, which for Snape was practically applause. Fudge opened and closed his mouth several times. Then he turned on his heel and left, the Aurors trailing behind him like confused ducklings. "Well," McGonagall said. "That was efficiently handled." "He'll be back," Harry said. "And he'll bring lawyers next time." "Undoubtedly," Dumbledore agreed. "Which is why we need to discuss strategy. But first, Harry, there is someone else who needs to be dealt with." "Moody," Harry said. "It's not really Moody, is it?" Dumbledore regarded him with that look, the one that said he was constantly being surprised by how much Harry noticed and was still calibrating his expectations. "What makes you say that?" "He tried to separate me from you last night, right after the graveyard. Wanted to take me away from the crowd. And all year he's been," Harry paused, thinking. "He's been teaching me useful things. Really useful. Combat magic, curse resistance, constant vigilance. But he's also been steering me. Making sure I was ready for every task. Making sure I'd survive to reach the cup." "Because the cup was a portkey," McGonagall said, the color draining from her face. "Someone entered Potter's name specifically to get him to the final task, to touch the cup, to be taken, to the graveyard," Dumbledore finished. "Yes. Alastor Moody has been imprisoned in his own trunk since August. The man teaching at this school is someone else entirely, using Polyjuice Potion to maintain the disguise." "Barty Crouch Jr., Snape said flatly. Everyone looked at him. "The Dark Lord's most devoted follower. Believed dead?" "Obviously not." "How long have you known?" Harry asked Snape. "I suspected. As of last night, when the mark on my arm burned for the first time in 13 years, I became certain." Snape's black eyes were unreadable. "The Dark Lord called his servants." "Briefly. Then the call stopped. Abruptly. Violently." He looked at Harry with something that might have been grudging curiosity. "Whatever you did to him, Potter, it was felt across the country." Dumbledore moved quickly after that. Crouch Jr. was found in Moody's office, the polyjuice wearing off, his face twisting from Moody's scarred visage to something younger and more fanatically alive. He fought, viciously, desperately, with the cornered animal fury of a true believer watching his master's plan crumble. But Dumbledore was Dumbledore, and the fight lasted about 10 seconds. Harry watched from the doorway as they pulled the real Moody from the trunk, emaciated, bewildered, missing clumps of hair where it had been harvested for the polyjuice. Madame Pomfrey was summoned. Aurors were summoned. Crouch Jr. was bound and dosed with Veritaserum before Fudge could interfere. The confession was thorough and damning. The plan, the portkey, the graveyard, the ritual, everything laid out in the flat, dreamy voice of a man under truth serum who was proud of every word. "My master will return," Crouch said, smiling with glassy eyes. "This changes nothing. He cannot die. He will never die." "He's not wrong," Harry said to Dumbledore, quietly, as the Aurors dragged Crouch away. "About the can't die part." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "He is not." The days that followed were a blur of interviews, debriefings, and arguments. The Daily Prophet ran 6 different versions of the graveyard story in 4 days, none of them accurate. Fudge's official position oscillated between "nothing happened" and "Potter is an attention-seeking delinquent," with stops at "Dumbledore is orchestrating a power grab" along the way. Harry registered as an animeus. He didn't have a choice, too many people had seen the transformation on the pitch, even if only for a second. Dumbledore handled the paperwork with the quiet efficiency of a man who had navigated ministry bureaucracy for a century. The form listed Harry's animeus form as Phoenix, classification pending, and was filed in a restricted section of the registry accessible only to senior ministry officials. It would leak within a month. Harry knew that. But a month was better than a day. The closing feast was subdued. Cedric sat at the Hufflepuff table with his friends, looking healthy but haunted. He caught Harry's eye across the great hall and raised his goblet. Harry raised his back. The Beauxbatons carriage was scheduled to leave the following morning. So was the Durmstrang ship. The tournament was over, the champions were alive, all of them, which was apparently better than the historical average, and the world was moving on with the determined obliviousness of a world that didn't want to believe what had almost happened. Harry found Fleur on the front steps after the feast. She was standing alone, watching the sun set over the lake, her silver blonde hair catching the last light like a flag. "Leaving tomorrow?" he asked. "Oui. Back to France?" "For a time." She turned to him. In the sunset light, her eyes were very blue. "But not permanently. I've spoken with Dumbledore. And with the Order." Harry raised an eyebrow. "He told you about the Order?" "I told him about the Order. My family has fought dark wizards for 3 generations, Harry. My grandmother burned Death Eaters during the First War. Literally. A ghost of a smile. Vila fire is quite effective against men in robes. I can imagine. I will return to England in the summer. I've been offered a position at Gringotts, curse-breaking. It will give me a reason to be heir." She paused. "And I want to be heir. Because of the Order." She gave him a look that suggested he was being deliberately obtuse. "Because of many things." They stood in comfortable silence and watched the light die. The lake turned from gold to copper to deep blue. The mountains went dark. "Fleur. We. You asked me last night how long I'd been hiding. I want to ask you the same thing." She was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was low, and she wasn't looking at him, she was looking at the lake. "Since always," she said. "Ze Vila allure is not something I choose. It is something I am. When I was young, I tried to suppress it, to be less, to burn less, to take up less space. It did not work. So I became cold instead. I made ze ice, ze arrogance, ze wall. If ze were going to stare, they would stare at what I chose to show them. And what you chose to show them wasn't really you. No." She looked at him. "But you did not stare, Harry. Not once, all year. I noticed." "The allure doesn't work on me," Harry said. "I think the phoenix, I think whatever I am, it runs too hot. Your magic slides off. I know." She smiled, a real smile, not the polished one she wore like armor. "That is why I noticed." She left in the morning with the rest of the Beauxbatons delegation, climbing into the giant carriage behind her schoolmates with one backward glance at the castle. Harry watched from the entrance hall and felt something he didn't have a name for, a pull, a resonance, like 2 flames recognizing each other across a dark room. Then she was gone, and there was work to do. Harry went to Dumbledore's office that afternoon. The gargoyle leapt aside without a password. Dumbledore had keyed Harry into the wards permanently, which said something about the headmaster's expectations for the frequency of their future meetings. The office was cluttered and warm. Fawkes sat on his perch, watching Harry with eyes that glowed like coals. When Harry entered, the phoenix trilled a soft, rising note. Harry felt it in his chest, a harmonic, a resonance. "He recognizes you," Dumbledore said from behind his desk. "He always has, since your first year. I assumed it was a response to your character. Now I suspect it was something more fundamental." Harry crossed to the perch and held out his hand. Fawkes leaned forward and pressed his head against Harry's palm. The warmth was extraordinary, not painful, but deep, radiating, like holding a small sun. "Does he know?" Harry asked. "What I am?" "Phoenixes are not like other magical creatures, Harry. They don't know things in the way you and I do. They feel. They resonate. And Fawkes has been resonating with you for 4 years." Dumbledore folded his hands on his desk. "Sit down. We have much to discuss." Harry sat. "The Horcruxes." "Yes. I have been researching them since your second year, when you brought me the destroyed diary. I believe Tom created 6 Horcruxes, splitting his soul into 7 pieces, the number he would consider most magically powerful. The diary was 1. That leaves 5, plus the fragment still residing in Tom himself. What are the others? I have theories. Objects of significance, Founder's artifacts, likely. Slytherin's locket. Hufflepuff's cup. Perhaps something of Ravenclaw's. His snake, Nagini, may be one. Tom has always had an unusual bond with that creature. And one more, which I haven't identified. How do we destroy them? Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. And, as we discovered last night, Dumbledore gave Harry a significant look. Phoenix blood introduced into active dark magic creates a purifying reaction of considerable force. I'm not bleeding into things as a strategy, Professor. No. I wouldn't suggest it. But your tears, Harry, Phoenix tears are the most powerful healing substance in existence. And healing, at its essence, is the reversal of damage. The undoing of dark magic. It is possible that your tears could destroy a Horcrux, given sufficient contact and intent. Harry filed that away. It was useful. It was also terrifying, because it meant Dumbledore was planning to use him as a weapon, and they both knew it, and neither of them was going to say it out loud. What about the fracture? Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression shifted. The twinkle went out of his eyes. I have investigated as much as time allows. The disturbance I felt last night was not my imagination. There is a wound in the magical fabric of this region, small, but present. I detected it near the Hogwarts wards, which suggests the shockwave from the graveyard ritual propagated here through the portkey link. What does it look like? It looks like nothing. That is the problem. It is an absence. A place where magic ceases to exist. I found a patch of it in the Forbidden Forest this morning, a circle of ground approximately 2 meters across where no spell functions. Lumos produces no light. Accio summons nothing. Even the ambient magic of the forest, the life force of the trees, the creatures, the soil, is simply gone within that boundary. Harry felt cold. Dead magic. Dead magic. Yes. An apt description. Will it spread? I don't know. It may heal on its own, as the magical fabric reasserts itself. Or it may grow. I will monitor it closely. Dumbledore paused. Harry, I want to be clear about something. What happened in the graveyard was not your fault. The ritual was Voldemort's. The portkey was Crouch's. You did what you had to do to survive. The consequences, whatever they are, lie at the feet of those who set those events in motion. But my blood caused it. My transformation. If I'd just been human when he cut me, then the ritual would have succeeded. Voldemort would have a body. And we would be facing a war with a fully resurrected Dark Lord commanding an army of Death Eaters. Whatever damage the fracture represents, it is a vastly preferable outcome. Harry wasn't sure about that. But he nodded. Go, Dumbledore said. Rest. Heal. Summer is approaching, and I suspect it will be a busy one. Harry rose to leave. At the door, he stopped. Professor. The Horcruxes. When we start hunting them, I want to be part of it. Not just the weapon you point at them. Part of the planning. Part of the decisions. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Harry didn't look away. You have earned that, the headmaster said quietly. And more. Yes, Harry. You will be part of all of it. The last night at Hogwarts was quiet. Most students were packing, talking about summer plans, comparing exam results, the normal end-of-year rhythms that felt absurdly trivial in the wake of the graveyard. Ron and Hermione found Harry in the common room and sat with him, and for a while it was almost like nothing had changed. Almost. Except that Ron kept glancing at Harry's bandaged arm and then looking away quickly. And Hermione had that expression she got when she was solving a problem, not a homework problem, but a Harry problem, which was a different and more dangerous category entirely. So, Ron said, after a long silence. Phoenix. Yeah. Like. Fox. Similar. Bloody hell, mate. Hermione was quieter. She watched Harry with dark, thoughtful eyes and said, "How long were you going to keep it from us?" That stung, and she knew it, and she'd asked it anyway because Hermione Granger didn't avoid uncomfortable truths. "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "I was going to tell you. I needed it to be mine for a while. Just mine. Does that make sense?" "Yes," Hermione said immediately. "No," Ron said, at the same time. "Then, well, sort of. But also, Phoenix, Harry. You can't just casually be a Phoenix and not tell your best mates. It wasn't casual. Trust me." Ron shook his head, but he was grinning. The scared, resentful Ron of the early tournament, the one who'd accused Harry of entering his name, who'd sulked and sniped for weeks, was gone. Whatever had replaced him was steadier. Older. "Can you fly?" Ron asked. "Yeah. Like, properly fly. Not broom fly. Actual wing fly." "Yeah, Ron. That's wicked. That's the most wicked thing I've ever heard." Hermione rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. They talked until the fire burned low, not about Horcruxes or the fracture or the war that was coming, but about normal things. Quidditch. Summer. Whether Hermione would actually take a holiday for once or just read a different type of book. Ron's brothers and their joke shop plans. Small, human, ordinary things that meant everything precisely because the world was about to become very large and very dark. Harry went to bed. Lay in the dark of the dormitory with the curtains drawn around his four-poster and listened to Neville snoring and Seamus muttering in his sleep and the distant sound of the giant squid slapping the surface of the lake. He could feel the warmth in his chest, steady, constant, a second heartbeat made of fire. And beneath it, at the very edge of his awareness, like a distant drumbeat or the first crack of ice on a warming lake, he could feel the fracture. It was small. Dumbledore was right about that. A tiny wound in the fabric of reality, barely detectable, easily dismissed. But it was there. And when Harry reached for it with his phoenix senses, the deep, instinctive awareness that knew warmth and wrongness and the direction of home, he could feel it breathing. Not shrinking. Growing. He pulled the blankets up and closed his eyes and thought about fire and rebirth and the sound Voldemort had made when the gold light took him. The war hadn't ended in that graveyard. It had only changed shape. But Harry had changed shape too. And for the first time in 4 years of fighting and running and surviving by the skin of his teeth, he felt ready. Not safe. Not confident. Not sure that everything would be fine. Just ready. The warmth pulsed in his chest, steady as a heartbeat, bright as a promise. He held on to it, and he let the night carry him under. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. There was so much to do. But tonight, the Phoenix slept. Chapter 2, The Serpent's Crown. Number 12, Grimmauld Place smelled like something had died inside the walls and then the walls had died too out of sympathy. Harry stood in the entrance hall with his trunk at his feet, breathing through his mouth, and tried to appreciate the fact that this was, apparently, an upgrade from the Dursleys. Sirius had said as much in his letter, "It's grim, but it's ours, and no one can touch you here," which was the kind of statement that was technically true and practically horrifying. The house was a narrow, crooked townhouse that seemed to have been designed by someone who hated both light and happiness. The wallpaper was peeling. The carpet squelched. A row of mounted house elf heads lined the staircase like the world's most disturbing trophy collection, and somewhere deep in the building, something was muttering. "Home sweet home," Sirius said from the doorway. He looked better than the last time Harry had seen him, still too thin, still haunted around the eyes, but there was color in his face and he'd managed a haircut that didn't look like it had been done with a knife. He was grinning. "Don't touch the curtains in the hallway. My mother's portrait is behind them and she has opinions." "About what?" "Everything." Loudly. Harry grinned back. Whatever this house was, Sirius was in it, and that was enough. The Order of the Phoenix had taken up residence in the Black family home like soldiers occupying enemy territory. Which, in a sense, they were. The house resented them. Doors stuck. Stairs shifted. The plumbing made sounds that suggested either ghosts or catastrophic structural failure. But it was unplottable, layered with ancient wards, and hidden under a Fidelius charm with Dumbledore as secret keeper, which made it the safest place in Britain for a group of people who were preparing to fight a war that the Ministry insisted wasn't coming. Harry met the Order properly that first evening. They gathered in the basement kitchen, a long, low room that was somehow both cavernous and claustrophobic, and Harry sat at the scarred wooden table and watched adults talk about Voldemort in the frank, tactical way that adults talked about real problems when they'd stopped pretending the problems would go away. Remus Lupin, gray-haired and tired, running intelligence networks through contacts Harry didn't want to ask about. Nymphadora Tonks, pink-haired and clumsy and sharp as a blade, working inside the Auror office under Kingsley Shacklebolt's quiet protection. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, still recovering from months in his own trunk, his magical eye spinning with furious vigilance. Arthur and Molly Weasley. Bill Weasley, Cursebreaker, just back from Egypt. Mundungus Fletcher, who smelled like a pub carpet and probably knew more about the criminal underworld than everyone else in the room combined. And Snape. Sitting at the far end of the table, black-robed and silent, watching everyone with the patient contempt of a man who'd rather be anywhere else but knew he was needed. Dumbledore stood at the head of the table and laid it out. Voldemort's current state, disembodied, weakened, but not destroyed. The Horcruxes, their nature, their probable number, the necessity of finding and destroying them. The Ministry's refusal to acknowledge reality. And, carefully and briefly, the fracture. "I have identified 3 locations where magic has ceased to function entirely," Dumbledore said. 2 in the Forbidden Forest, 1 in the hills north of Hogsmeade. Each is approximately 2 to 3 meters in diameter. They are not growing rapidly, but they are growing. "What caused them?" Lupin asked. "The catastrophic interaction of Phoenix fire and dark resurrection magic during the graveyard incident. The magical shockwave appears to have torn small holes in the fabric of magic itself." Silence. Then Moody growled, "Can they be fixed?" "I don't yet know. I am researching the phenomenon. In the meantime, I suggest we treat them as hazards and move on to more immediate concerns." The meeting lasted 3 hours. Harry listened, asked questions when he had them, and didn't volunteer information about his animeus form. Dumbledore hadn't told the full Order, only that Harry had disrupted the ritual through extraordinary means. Most of them assumed that meant a powerful spell or accidental magic. Harry let them assume. Afterward, when the kitchen had emptied, Sirius found him in the drawing room on the 3rd floor. Harry was standing at the window, looking out at the Muggle street below, feeling the warmth in his chest pulse in the quiet. "You're thinking too loud," Sirius said. He dropped into an ancient armchair that groaned under him. "I can hear it from the hallway. I'm thinking about training." "Training for what, specifically?" Harry turned from the window. "Everything. Combat magic, Horcrux theory, the fracture. But mostly," he hesitated. "The Phoenix. I need to learn what I can do. Really learn it. Not just shift back and forth and hope for the best." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Then, show me." Harry transformed. The drawing room was too small for a full wingspan, so he perched on the back of a chair, golden feathers catching the lamplight, and watched Sirius's face go through about 6 emotions in 2 seconds. Merlin's saga left, Harry shifted back, catching himself on the chair. Yeah. Sirius stared at him. His eyes were bright, not with tears, exactly, but with something adjacent. Your dad would have lost his mind. He'd have been so proud, he'd have been insufferable. More insufferable. He laughed, rough and genuine. A phoenix. James managed a stag and thought he was king of the world. You turn into a bloody immortal fire bird. I don't think I'm actually immortal. Have you died and come back? Not yet. Then we don't know, do we? Sirius leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Right. Training. I can help with the animeus side, control, shifting speed, maintaining form under pressure. I spent 12 years as a dog in Azkaban. I know a few things about holding a shape when your mind wants to break. His expression darkened briefly, then cleared. But the Phoenix-specific stuff, the tears, the fire, the song, for that, you need Dumbledore. Or Fawkes. Or I figure it out myself. Or that. Which is what you'll do anyway, because you're your mother's son and she never waited for permission either. They started the next day. Harry trained in the attic. It was the only space in the house large enough for a phoenix to spread its wings without knocking over furniture. Sirius helped him transfigure the ceiling higher, and Remus warded the space against fire damage after Harry accidentally set a rafter ablaze during his second session. The phoenix form was instinct, mostly. He didn't think about flying, his body knew. He didn't think about crying, the tears came when he felt someone's pain, automatic as breathing. The fire was harder. In phoenix form, he could generate flame from his feathers, a burst of golden fire that was hotter than fiend fire but didn't destroy indiscriminately. It burned dark magic the way water extinguished mundane flame. Against normal objects, it was warm but harmless. The discovery happened by accident. Harry was practicing transformation speed, human to phoenix and back, over and over, trying to cut the shift time down from 2 seconds to 1, when he stumbled on the return and fell hard against the attic floor. His bad arm, still healing from the graveyard curse, cracked against a beam. Pain shot through him and he gasped, and as he gasped, fire came out. Not from his wand. Not from his phoenix form. From his mouth. From his hands. A pulse of golden flame that erupted from his human body and scorched the floor in a perfect circle around him. He sat there, breathing hard, staring at the scorch marks. Sirius? Sirius had been watching from the doorway. He was very still. Yeah, I saw that. I'm human right now. Yeah, I noticed. Phoenixes can't do magic in human form. Animagi don't keep their animal abilities when they're, Harry. Sirius crossed the room and knelt beside him. You're not a normal animeus. There's never been a phoenix animeus. The rules might not apply. Harry looked at his hands. They were faintly luminous, a gold shimmer under the skin, fading slowly. His arm didn't hurt anymore. He pulled up his sleeve. The curse wound, which had been a stubborn, ugly scar for weeks, was gone. The skin was smooth and unmarked. Oh, Harry said. Yeah, Sirius said. Oh, is right. Over the following weeks, Harry mapped his abilities with the methodical persistence that Hermione would have been proud of. In phoenix form, flight, fire, healing tears, flash fire teleportation, not apparition, something older and more fundamental, folding space through fire rather than through will, and phoenix song, which had a tangible effect on morale, courage, and dark creatures. In human form, enhanced healing, fire generation, limited, requiring strong emotion, heat resistance bordering on immunity, and an instinctive awareness of dark magic that felt like a cold spot in warm water. The healing was the most dramatic. Small cuts closed in seconds. Bruises faded before they fully formed. The lingering curse damage from the graveyard vanished entirely. His eyesight sharpened, not enough to abandon his glasses entirely, but close. And the flash fire. That was the game changer. In phoenix form, Harry could teleport anywhere he'd been before or anywhere he could clearly visualize, arriving and departing in a burst of golden flame. It wasn't blocked by anti-apparition wards. It wasn't affected by flow restrictions. As far as Harry could tell, nothing stopped it except raw distance. He could cross Britain in a single jump, but he suspected crossing an ocean would require multiple hops. "You're a walking strategic nightmare," Sirius told him, grinning savagely. "You can go anywhere, heal anything, burn through dark magic, and you're immune to most conventional attacks. If Voldemort knew what you were, he'd never sleep again." "Voldemort doesn't sleep," Harry said. "He doesn't have a body. When he gets one. And he will." That dampened the mood quickly enough. Fleur arrived at Grimmauld Place on a Tuesday evening in late July. Harry was in the kitchen, covered in soot from a training session, drinking tea with Remus, when the front door opened and Molly Weasley's voice floated down the stairs with the particular tone she used for guests she hadn't been expecting. "Oh, you must be Miss Delacour. Dumbledore mentioned you might. Yes, come in, mind the umbrella stand." A crash. A scream. The portrait of Sirius's mother erupted behind its curtains, shrieking about blood traitors and half-breeds. Harry was on his feet and moving before he consciously decided to. He hit the entrance hall at the same time Sirius came thundering down from the second floor, and between them they wrestled. The curtains closed over Mrs. Black's howling face. Fleur stood in the hallway, trunk at her feet, looking utterly unruffled. Her silver-blonde hair was pulled back in a practical braid, and she was wearing Muggle clothes, jeans, a fitted jacket, boots. She looked at the curtained portrait, then at the house elf heads, then at the peeling wallpaper, and her expression didn't change at all. "Charming," she said. "Fleur Delacour," Sirius said, extending a hand. "Sirius Black. Welcome to my ancestral home. I apologize for my mother. She's dead and she's still the worst person in the house. You are Harry's godfather. Guilty. He speaks well of you." Sirius shot Harry a look. Harry studied the ceiling. Fleur had taken the Gringotts position. Curse breaking in the lower vaults, 2 days a week, with the rest of her time dedicated to the order. She'd arranged it with Dumbledore directly, and Molly Weasley's visible disapproval at having a beautiful French girl in the house did absolutely nothing to deter her. She claimed the bedroom next to Ginny's on the 3rd floor, unpacked with brisk efficiency, and appeared in the kitchen 30 minutes later ready to work. "What do you need from me?" she asked Sirius, who'd taken de facto command of the house. "Intelligence from Gringotts. The goblins know things the Ministry doesn't: money movements, vault access patterns, artifact trafficking. If Death Eaters are regrouping, they'll need gold, and gold means Gringotts. I can do this." And, Sirius glanced at Harry. "Training partner. If you're willing." "For Harry. His Phoenix Fire and your Vela Fire have similar roots. Different branches of elemental magic, but the same tree. You might be able to teach each other things no one else can." Fleur looked at Harry. Harry looked at Fleur. Something passed between them, not words, not a plan, but an understanding. Two people made of fire, surrounded by people who weren't, recognizing that some things could only be learned together. "We," Fleur said. "I am willing." They trained in the attic. Early mornings, before the house woke up, when the light came through the grimy windows in pale columns and the dust motes drifted like slow snow. Fleur's fire was different from Harry's. His burned gold, pure, purifying, directional. Hers burned white-blue, fierce, wild, emotional. Vela Fire was rage and passion and desire condensed into flame. Phoenix Fire was renewal and healing and the fundamental assertion that destruction was not the end of the story. When they sparred, the fires met and hissed and danced around each other like living things. They couldn't hurt each other, their flames were too similar to be hostile, but they could push, redirect, overwhelm. It was like wrestling in light. "You hold back," Fleur told him after their 3rd session. She was breathing hard, sweat darkening her hairline, her eyes bright with competitive heat. You are afraid of burning me. I'm not afraid, you are. You pull ZE fire in every time it gets close to me. Stop. I am not fragile, and you insult me by treating me as if I am. Harry let go the next round. His fire surged, a wave of gold that filled the attic and pushed Fleur back against the far wall. She snarled, actually snarled, the vila in her rising to the surface, and her own fire erupted in response, white blue and blinding, meeting his in the center of the room. The collision produced a sound like a bell struck underwater, resonant and strange, and for a moment the attic was nothing but light. They stood there, panting, wreathed in dying flame, and Fleur was smiling. Better, she said. You're terrifying, Harry said. He meant it as a compliment. She took it as one. They fell into a rhythm. Training in the mornings. Order business through the day. Evenings in the kitchen with whoever was around, sometimes the whole Weasley clan, sometimes just Sirius and Remus, sometimes Harry and Fleur alone when everyone else had gone to bed. Those were the conversations that mattered. The ones without an audience. My grandmother was full vila, Fleur told him one night. The kitchen was dark except for a single candle, and they were drinking tea that had gone cold an hour ago. She married my grandfather during the First War. He was a French horror. They fought Grindelwald's followers together. Was it hard? Being part vila and fighting? Being part vila is always hard. In a fight, it is complicated. The allure activates under stress. I cannot control it completely. Male enemies become confused, distracted, which is useful. But male allies do too. And female enemies become enraged. Zay magic does not discriminate. Does it bother you? That people react to what you are instead of who you are. She was quiet for a while. The candle flickered. It used to consume me, she said. When I was young, I wanted to tear Z Vila out of myself. Cut it away. Be normal. Be seen. She looked at him across the table. But you cannot separate what you are from who you are. Zay fire is me. Zay allure is me. I had to learn to own it instead of fighting it. To use it, shape it, make it mine instead of letting it define me. And did you? I am still learning. A pause. But it is easier when someone sees you. All of you. Zay fire and Ze girl. Harry held her gaze. The candle burned between them, small and ordinary and nothing like the fires they carried. I see you, he said. I know, Fleur said. That is why I am here. August brought bad news from every direction. The Daily Prophet launched a systematic campaign to discredit Harry and Dumbledore. Rita Skeeter's articles were surgical, not outright attacks but careful insinuations. Harry was unstable. Harry was attention-seeking. Harry's claims about Voldemort were the delusions of a traumatized boy manipulated by a power-hungry headmaster. The animeus registration was spun as evidence of dangerous abnormality rather than extraordinary ability. Potter's Phoenix form, dark magic or mental illness, read one particularly creative headline. They're building a narrative, Hermione said. She'd arrived at Grimmauld Place with Ron in mid-August, and she'd been cataloging the Prophet's coverage with the intensity of someone preparing a legal case. Each article is slightly worse than the last. They're normalizing the idea that you're unreliable before the school year starts. By September, the average reader will know you're a liar without remembering how they learned it. Fudge is behind it, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Fudge is the instrument. Lucius Malfoy is behind it. She spread a sheaf of clippings across the kitchen table. Look at the pattern. Every article cites a senior ministry source or a concerned member of the Waisengamot. Malfoy is on the Waisengamot. He's also the Prophet's largest private advertiser. He doesn't need to write the stories, He just needs to fund the paper and whisper in the right ears. Harry studied the clippings. Hermione was right, the pattern was clear once you saw it. Malfoy wasn't attacking Harry directly. He was constructing a cage of public opinion, bar by bar, until Harry was trapped inside it. It was elegant. It was patient. And it was exactly the kind of warfare Harry was least equipped to fight. "We need the truth out there," Ron said. "An interview. Something the Prophet can't control." "The Quibbler," Hermione said immediately. "Luna's father runs it. It's read by fewer people, but its readers are the kind who question the mainstream narrative. If we place Harry's full account there, later," Harry said. "After Hogwarts starts. If we do it now, the Prophet has weeks to tear it apart before anyone goes back to school. We wait until the students are together, talking, comparing notes. Then we hit them with the truth when they can spread it themselves." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. The kind that said, "Since when does Harry think 3 moves ahead?" "Since the graveyard," Harry didn't say. Since he'd learned that raw power without strategy was just a louder way to lose. Dumbledore arrived at Grimmauld Place on the last day of August with a wooden box under one arm and shadows under his eyes. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him, not physically, but in the way he carried himself, as if the weight on his shoulders had increased by several stones since June. He gathered the inner circle in the kitchen: Harry, Sirius, Remus, Snape, McGonagall, Moody. The wooden box sat on the table between them, and something inside it pulsed with a sickly green light visible through the grain. "The locket," Dumbledore said. "Salazar Slytherin's locket. I have traced it, through considerable effort and several dangerous conversations, to this house." Sirius blinked. "This house? Your brother, Regulus. He was a Death Eater, briefly, before his conscience reasserted itself. He discovered that Voldemort had hidden a Horcrux in a cave protected by terrible enchantments. He retrieved it, with the help of the Black family house elf, and brought it here. He died in the attempt." Sirius went very still. The room was quiet. "Creature," Sirius said. His voice was flat. "That miserable little creature." The house elf appeared with a crack. Ancient, wrinkled, draped in a filthy pillowcase, glaring at everyone with rheumy eyes full of malice. "Master calls," Creature muttered. "Creature serves. Creature always serves the noble house of Black, even when the house is full of blood traitors and mudbloods and, Creature." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "I need to ask you about Master Regulus. And a locket." The change in Creature was immediate and shocking. The malice drained from his face. His enormous eyes filled with tears. And he told them, in halting, broken sentences, with a grief that was decades old and still raw, about Regulus Black's last mission. The cave. The potion. The lake full of inferi. The locket, retrieved at the cost of everything Regulus had. Creature, ordered to go home and destroy the locket. Creature, unable to destroy it. Creature, keeping it hidden for 15 years, waiting for someone to finish what his master started. By the end, even Snape looked uncomfortable. "Where is it?" Dumbledore asked. Creature disappeared. When he returned, he carried a heavy gold locket on a thick chain. The moment it entered the room, Harry felt it, a pulse of wrongness, cold and oily, like touching something dead. The warmth in his chest recoiled. The locket sat on the table. Its surface was ornate, a serpentine S inlaid in green stones. It was beautiful. It was also, Harry could feel with absolute certainty, alive. Not alive like a person. Alive like a tumor. "We need basilisk venom," Hermione said. She and Ron had been allowed into the meeting over Molly's objections, on Harry's insistence. "I have it." Harry reached into his bag and produced a glass vial, sealed with wax, containing a single curved fong the length of his hand. He'd retrieved it from the Chamber of Secrets in June, the day before the train home. Pulled it from the basilisk's skull myself. Snape looked at the fawn, then at Harry, and his expression went through something complicated that ended in what might have been grudging respect. You planned ahead, Potter. How uncharacteristic. People keep trying to kill me, Professor. I've started taking precautions. Dumbledore picked up the locket by its chain, holding it away from his body like a dead rat. Before we destroy it, I want to warn you, Horcruxes defend themselves. The fragment of soul within will sense the threat and react. It may try to influence your emotions, show you visions, exploit your fears. Do not engage with anything it shows you. Simply destroy it. He set the locket on the table. Harry uncapped the vial and drew out the basilisk fawn. The locket opened. Not physically, the clasp stayed shut. But something opened inside it, and a voice slithered out. Not Parseltongue. English. Cold, sibilant, intimate. Harry Potter, it whispered. The boy who burns. Do you think fire makes you pure? Do you think it makes you good? The room went cold. Harry could see his breath. I've seen what lives inside you, the locket continued. The voice was coming from everywhere, the walls, the floor, inside Harry's skull. The anger. The darkness. The part of you that enjoyed watching him burn. That wanted to watch him burn. Harry's hand tightened on the fawn. You're not a hero. You're a weapon. Dumbledore's weapon. A trained phoenix, trotted out to burn whatever he points you at. And when you've burned everything he needs burned, he'll put you in a cage, because that's what you do with dangerous animals. Harry drove the basilisk fawn through the center of the locket. The scream was not a sound. It was a sensation, a tearing, a rupture, a wrongness collapsing in on itself. Black smoke erupted from the punctured metal and writhed in the air, forming shapes, faces, bodies, nightmares, before dissolving into nothing. The green stones cracked. The gold tarnished and corroded in seconds, aging centuries in the span of a heartbeat. And for one instant, one fraction of a second, Harry saw something else. A line of darkness in the air above the table. Not smoke. Not shadow. A crack. A fissure in something invisible, like a scratch on glass that you could only see when the light hit it right. Then it was gone. The locket was dead. A corroded, blackened piece of twisted metal leaking dark residue onto the kitchen table. Harry dropped the fawn beside it, and his hand was shaking. The room was silent. Well, Sirius said eventually. That was horrible. Dumbledore picked up the ruined locket with a cloth and examined it. His face was grave. It is done. One more Horcrux destroyed. He looked at Harry. You heard nothing it said, of course. Of course, Harry said. He went to the attic afterward. Not to train. To think. The locket's words echoed in his skull, not because they were true, but because they were close enough to true to hurt. He had enjoyed it. In the graveyard, watching Voldemort burn, he'd felt something that wasn't just relief or survival instinct. He'd felt satisfaction. The fierce, primal satisfaction of a predator watching prey fall. Was that the phoenix? Or was that Harry? The attic door opened. Fleur came in without asking, sat on the floor beside him with her back against the wall, and said nothing. Did you hear it? Harry asked. The locket. I heard some of it. Enough. It said I was a weapon. It said what would hurt you most. That is what dark magic does, it finds the wound and presses. What if it was right? Fleur turned to look at him. Her eyes were steady. I ave vila fire, she said. When I lose control, when Z rage takes me, I could burn a building to Z ground and everyone inside it. I ave this capacity. It lives in me. Does that make me a weapon? No, then why does your fire make you one? She held his gaze. You are not what you can do, Harry. You are what you choose to do. Ze phoenix burns, we. But it also heals. It also sings. It also rises. Ze Locket wanted you to forget Zat. Do not let it win after it is already dead. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. The tension in his shoulders released, not all at once but gradually, like ice melting. You're very good at this, he said. At what? Saying the exact right thing. I am French, she said, with a hint of a smile. We are good with words. I thought that was the Irish. They Irish are good with many words. They French are good with the right ones. He laughed. It felt strange, laughing in an attic that smelled like old magic and burnt timber, hours after destroying a piece of a Dark Lord's soul. But Fleur had that effect. She didn't make the darkness go away. She just made it possible to sit next to it without drowning. The crack he'd seen when the locket died stayed with him. He told Dumbledore about it the next morning, and the old wizard's face went carefully blank, the expression he wore when something confirmed his worst fears and he didn't want anyone to see. The fracture, Dumbledore said. Fed by the Horcrux's destruction. I thought the fracture was caused by the graveyard. By the ritual failing. It was caused by the catastrophic interaction of fundamental magical forces. The Horcrux's destruction was a smaller event, but the same principle applies. When a piece of soul that dark is unmade, the energy must go somewhere. And if there is already a wound in the fabric of magic, it gets worse. It gets worse. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. This creates a terrible paradox, Harry. We must destroy the Horcruxes to end Voldemort. But each Horcrux we destroy may widen the fracture. And if the fracture grows large enough, what happens? I don't know. Magic fails in the dead zones, completely, utterly. If the zones expand sufficiently. I imagine a world in which magic simply ceases to exist. Harry stared at him. All magic. Everywhere. Potentially. Though I hope we are very far from that point. Dumbledore met his eyes. We continue. We destroy the Horcruxes. But we do so knowing the cost, and we look for a way to heal the fracture. Your phoenix nature may hold the key. Phoenix fire is fundamentally restorative. If anything can seal a wound in magic itself, it may be the very force that caused it. No pressure, then. A faint smile. None at all. September 1st arrived with rain and the particular chaos of packing that characterized every Weasley departure. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny piled into ministry cars. The Order was taking no chances with security, and made it to King's Cross with minutes to spare. The Hogwarts Express was the same as always. Red and gleaming, belching steam, surrounded by families saying goodbye with varying degrees of drama. But this year felt different. Students glanced at Harry as he boarded, not the usual curious stares, but something sharper. Assessment. Judgment. The prophet had done its work. Harry found a compartment with Ron and Hermione. Neville and Luna joined them, Neville looking taller and more solid than Harry remembered, Luna looking exactly the same, which was reassuring in its own way. People are saying you've gone mad, Luna said brightly, settling into her seat with her quibbler held upside down. Personally, I think you'd be much more interesting if you had. But you seem quite sane to me. Thanks, Luna. The quibbler ran a piece about Phoenix Animagi last month. Daddy thinks you might be the reincarnation of Merlin. I'm not the reincarnation of Merlin. That's exactly what the reincarnation of Merlin would say, though, isn't it? The train ride was almost normal. Almost. Except for the whispers in the corridors, and the way Malfoy's compartment door stayed shut, no visit, no sneering, no confrontation. That was new. Draco Malfoy had never missed an opportunity to provoke Harry. His absence was more unsettling than his presence would have been. Hogwarts rose against the sky as the carriages rounded the final bend, lit from within, massive, ancient. The Thestrals pulled the carriages this year and Harry could see them clearly. Skeletal, winged, dark. He'd seen death in the graveyard. Not human death, Voldemort wasn't human anymore, but something close enough that the Thestrals recognized it. The sorting. The feast. The noise and warmth and overwhelming normality of 1,000 students eating too much and talking too loud. Harry let it wash over him and tried to feel like he belonged. Then Dumbledore stood, and the great hall went quiet, and everything changed. "I have the pleasure," Dumbledore said, in a tone that suggested precisely zero pleasure, "of introducing a new member of our staff. Professor Dolores Umbridge has been appointed by the Ministry of Magic to the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I trust you will make her welcome." A woman stood. Short. Pink. Round. She looked like a toad that had been dressed by someone with strong opinions about knitwear. She smiled at the hall with a sweetness that made Harry's skin crawl, and the warmth in his chest, the phoenix instinct, went cold and still, the way it did in the presence of something that was wrong in a way that couldn't be fought with fire. Umbridge gave a speech. It was long and saccharine and contained, buried beneath layers of bureaucratic language, a very clear message: the Ministry was here. The Ministry was watching. And the Ministry would not tolerate disruption, dissent, or the dangerous idea that students needed to learn to defend themselves. Harry listened. He didn't react. He'd been expecting this. Hermione's analysis of the Prophet's campaign had predicted a Ministry presence at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore had confirmed it in their last meeting. But expecting it and experiencing it were different things. "She's going to be a problem," Hermione murmured. "She's going to be more than that," Harry said quietly. "She's going to be a test." "Of what?" "Of whether we can fight a war on two fronts." Defense against the dark arts became a joke overnight. Umbridge didn't teach defense. She taught theory, dry, sanitized, utterly useless theory from a Ministry-approved textbook that read like it had been written by someone who'd never seen a curse and was determined to keep it that way. "There will be no need for practical magic in this classroom," Umbridge told them on the first day, her voice high and girlish and absolute. "The Ministry's position is that a theoretical understanding of defensive principles is more than sufficient for students." "And if we're attacked?" Harry asked. "Attacked, Mr. Potter?" "By whom?" "The Ministry assures us that there is no threat. The Ministry is wrong." The silence that followed was the kind that has weight. 28 students, very still, watching a collision they could feel coming. Umbridge smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. "Detention, Mr. Potter." "My office." "Tonight." He went. He sat in a pink wallpapered office that smelled of cats and malice, and she handed him a quill. "You will write lines," she said. "I must not tell lies. Until the message sinks in." He wrote. After the first word, he realized, the quill had no ink. The letters appeared on the parchment in red. His hand stung. He looked down. The words were carving themselves into the back of his hand, using his own blood as ink. A blood quill. A banned torture device. In a school. Harry put the quill down and looked at his hand. The words were already fading, his phoenix healing working faster than the quill could cut. In 5 seconds, the skin was smooth and unmarked. Umbridge stared at his hand. Her smile faltered. Harry picked up the quill and kept writing. The words cut. The words healed. Cut. Healed. Cut. Healed. An hour of it, and his hand was as clean as when he'd walked in, and Umbridge was looking at him with something that was no longer smug satisfaction but genuine, cold calculation. "You may go, Mr. Potter," she said. He stood. At the door, he paused. "Professor," he said. "You should know, you can't hurt me with this. Not physically. But I know what it is, and I know it's illegal, and I know exactly who to tell." He held up his unmarked hand. "The difference between us is that I don't need to use pain to make a point." He left. Behind him, he heard the faint crack of a teacup gripping too tightly. He told Dumbledore that night. And McGonagall. And Sirius, via mirror. All three of them were furious, but all three of them reached the same conclusion: confronting Umbridge directly would give the Ministry the excuse it needed to remove Dumbledore and install a more compliant headmaster. The blood quill was evidence to be held in reserve, not a weapon to be deployed immediately. "She'll escalate," Harry told Ron and Hermione in the common room. "She can't hurt me with the quill, so she'll find another way. Educational decrees. Restrictions. She'll try to control information, limit what students can learn, isolate anyone who disagrees." "So what do we do?" Ron asked. Harry had been thinking about this for weeks. Since the summer. Since the moment Dumbledore told him about Umbridge's appointment. "We teach ourselves," Harry said. "If she won't teach defense, we will." Dumbledore's army began in October. Not officially, of course. Officially, it was a study group, students meeting to review defense against the dark arts theory in preparation for their OWLS. In practice, it was a combat training program run by a 15-year-old Phoenix animeus who had personally disrupted a Dark Lord's resurrection and had very strong opinions about being prepared. They met in the room of requirement. 28 students, drawn from every house except Slytherin, not by exclusion but by self-selection. Harry taught them what he knew: shield charms, stunners, disarming, patron uses. He taught them what Moody, the fake Moody, but the lessons were real, had taught him. And he taught them what the graveyard had taught him, which was simpler and harder than any spell. "You will be afraid," he told them at the first meeting. 28 faces staring at him, some skeptical, some eager, some terrified. "When someone points a wand at you and means it, you will be afraid. That's normal. That's human. The goal isn't to stop being afraid. The goal is to act anyway. To choose what you do instead of letting fear choose for you." Neville was the first one to produce a corporeal Patronus. A full lion, silver and enormous, bounding around the room while Neville stood there with his mouth open and his wand shaking. The room erupted. Even the skeptics were grinning. "How'd you manage that?" Ron asked, impressed. Neville looked at Harry. "I thought about the graveyard," he said quietly. "Not the fear. The part where Harry came back. The part where Cedric was alive." Harry met his eyes and nodded, and something passed between them that went deeper than friendship. The DA was important, but it wasn't Harry's only project. Lucius Malfoy was moving. The intelligence came from Snape, of all people. He arrived at one of Dumbledore's private meetings with Harry, held in the room of requirement now, away from Umbridge's growing network of informants, and laid out what he'd learned with the clinical precision of a man who had spent decades surviving by knowing more than everyone around him. "Malfoy is not attempting to resurrect the Dark Lord," Snape said. "He is attempting to replace him." Harry leaned forward. "Replace him how?" "Lucius Malfoy is many things: cruel, ambitious, politically astute, but he is not a fool. The Dark Lord's return in the graveyard failed. The Dark Lord's previous return, through the Philosopher's Stone, failed. 13 years of incorporeal existence suggest a pattern of weakness that Malfoy finds uninspiring. He's given up on Voldemort. He has given up on Voldemort's competence. Not on the cause. Malfoy believes the pureblood agenda is sound. He simply believes it requires better management." Snape's lip curled. "He is positioning himself as the new leader of the dark faction, not through force, but through influence. Gold. Political capital. The slow accumulation of power through respectable channels." "What about the Horcruxes?" Dumbledore asked. "Does he know?" "He knows something. The diary he was given to guard, he always suspected it was more than a simple dark artifact. Now, with the Dark Lord's repeated failures to achieve permanent embodiment, Malfoy is beginning to understand why. He is looking for similar objects. To destroy them? Harry asked. Snape gave him a withering look. To study them. To understand the magic. And ultimately, I suspect, to use it. Malfoy does not want to destroy the Dark Lord's soul anchors. He wants to replicate the process. The room went very quiet. He wants to make his own Horcruxes, Harry said. He wants to understand how immortality works. Whether he would actually go through with creating one is uncertain. The process requires murder, and Malfoy prefers to keep his hands clean. But the knowledge itself, the theory, the methodology, that has enormous value. And Malfoy is a collector. Dumbledore stood and walked to the window. The room of requirement had provided one that looked out over the lake, silver under a half-moon. This complicates things, he said. This catastrophically complicates things, Harry corrected. If Malfoy gets his hands on a Horcrux before we do, we lose access to it. And if he actually learns to make them, then we have a second Dark Lord. One with political cover, generational wealth, and the full backing of the Ministry. What do we know about where the remaining Horcruxes are? Dumbledore turned back. I have been investigating Tom's past, his origins, his obsessions, his movements. I believe Hufflepuff's cup is in a vault at Gringotts, likely the Lestrange vault. Ravenclaw's diadem is, I think, somewhere in Hogwarts itself. Tom had a deep attachment to this castle. The snake, Nagini, is with Tom's spirit, wherever it currently resides. And there is one more, something I have not yet identified. The Gaunt ring, Snape said. Everyone looked at him. The Gaunt family was the Dark Lord's maternal line. They lived in a hovel near Little Hangleton. There was a ring, a family heirloom, set with a black stone. I saw it once, years ago, when the Dark Lord wore it. He treated it with particular reverence. You think it's a Horcrux? I think the Dark Lord does not treat objects with reverence unless they contain part of himself. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The Gaunt shack. Yes. I had considered it. Severus, this is valuable. He paused. I will investigate personally. But not yet. First, we must address Mr. Malfoy's ambitions before they outpace our own. The raid on Malfoy Manor happened on a Saturday night in late November. Harry had argued against it, too risky, too visible, too likely to blow the Order's cover. But Dumbledore pointed out that Malfoy's research into Horcrux magic posed an existential threat, and sometimes you had to take risks to prevent worse risks. Harry, Sirius, Tonks, and Kingsley. 4 people, moving fast, hitting hard. The Manor's wards were ancient and powerful, but Bill Weasley had spent 3 weeks analyzing them from Gringotts records, and Sirius knew pureblood ward schemes the way other people knew their own signature. They breached the outer wards at midnight. The grounds were vast, manicured gardens, peacocks, a hedge maze that was decorative rather than murderous. The house itself was a Georgian pile of pale stone and dark windows, beautiful and cold. Harry went in through the roof. Phoenix form, flash fire to the chimney, shift back, slip through an upper window that Bill had identified as a weak point in the internal wards. He landed in a corridor lined with portraits of Malfoy's past, all of whom began whispering urgently. He silenced them with a wave of his wand and moved. The study was on the 2nd floor. Locked, warded, protected by a curse that would have flayed the skin from anyone who touched the door without Malfoy blood. Harry didn't touch the door. He burned through the wall beside it, a controlled pulse of phoenix fire from his hand, golden and precise, that ate through stone and plaster without triggering the ward. Inside, the study was exactly what he'd expected: books, artifacts, a desk covered in correspondence. And in a locked cabinet behind the desk, a collection of dark objects that made Harry's phoenix senses scream. He wasn't looking for a Horcrux. He was looking for Malfoy's research, notes, diagrams, whatever the man had compiled about soul magic and immortality. He found it in a leather journal, warded with a blood lock that Harry's fire dissolved like tissue paper. He was leafing through it, cramped handwriting, annotated diagrams, references to texts Harry had never heard of, when the door opened. Lucius Malfoy stood in the doorway. He was wearing a dressing gown of dark green silk, and his wand was in his hand, and his expression was not surprise. It was anticipation. "Mr. Potter," Malfoy said. "I've been expecting you." The wards. They hadn't tripped any alarms because Malfoy had let them through. He'd wanted Harry here. "The journal is a copy," Malfoy continued, stepping into the room. His movements were unhurried, elegant. "The real research is elsewhere. But I wanted to see what you'd do. How you'd enter, what you'd prioritize. One learns so much about one's enemies from watching them work." Harry closed the journal. His wand was in his hand. The warmth in his chest was building. "You know about the Horcruxes," Harry said. "I know enough. I know what the diary was. I know there are others. And I know, though this is more recent intelligence, that each one you destroy tears a little hole in the world." Malfoy smiled. Thin, cold, utterly composed. "A paradox, isn't it? Destroy the anchors of a Dark Lord and destroy the fabric of magic itself. Dumbledore must be very conflicted." "Not really. He's pretty clear about priorities." "Yes, I imagine he is. Dumbledore has always been willing to sacrifice the world for his principles. It's his most dangerous quality." Harry studied Malfoy. The man was standing between him and the door, wand ready, completely at ease in his own home. He wasn't afraid of Harry. He wasn't even angry that Harry had broken in. He was curious. Measuring. The way a chess player studies the board. "What do you want, Malfoy?" "What I've always wanted, Mr. Potter. Order. Stability. A world that makes sense, governed by those with the breeding and power to govern it. The Dark Lord offered that once. He no longer can. So I will achieve it through other means. By studying soul magic. By understanding it. Knowledge is not evil, Mr. Potter. It is simply knowledge. What one does with it determines morality. And what will you do with the knowledge of how to split a soul?" Malfoy tilted his head. "Why would I split my soul? The process requires murder. It damages the maker. The Dark Lord was brilliant, but his Horcruxes degraded his sanity and his judgment. I can see that now." He gestured at the journal in Harry's hand. "My interest is not in replication. It is in understanding the mechanism well enough to counter it. Or, if necessary, to exploit it without the unpleasant side effects. That's a very thin line. All the important lines are thin, Mr. Potter. That's what makes them important." Footsteps in the corridor. Serious, moving fast. Harry heard Tonks's voice, a warning, sharp. "Your companions are talented but predictable," Malfoy said. "My son is currently alerting the Ministry via private flow. Orders will arrive in approximately 4 minutes. I suggest you leave. With the journal. It's a copy. Take it. Consider it a gift." Malfoy's smile widened fractionally. "I find that well-informed enemies are more interesting than ignorant ones." Harry held his gaze for a long moment. Then he did something that clearly surprised Malfoy. He put the journal down on the desk. "Keep your copy," Harry said. "I don't need your gifts. And I don't play your games." He transformed. The phoenix erupted from the center of the study, filling the room with golden light. Malfoy flinched, the first crack in his composure, a reflex he couldn't control. Harry shrieked once, the phoenix cry that shook dark magic to its foundations, and flash fired through the wall. He materialized on the grounds beside Sirius, who was already running. Tonks and Kingsley were 30 meters ahead. "Time to go," Harry said, human again, and grabbed Sirius's arm. He reached for the others with his mind. The flash fire could carry passengers if he strained, and felt the warmth surge. 4 people vanished in a column of golden flame, leaving behind scorched grass and a circle of confused peacocks. They reappeared on the front step of Grimmauld Place. Sirius stumbled, caught himself on the door frame, and said several words that would have made Molly Weasley faint. "What happened?" Tonks demanded, her hair cycling through colors with residual adrenaline. Harry told them. Malfoy's trap. The fake journal. The warning about the fracture. The 4-minute deadline. "He let us in," Kingsley said slowly. He was a big man, calm by nature, but his jaw was tight. The whole operation was staged. He wanted to show us that he knew what we were doing. "More than that," Harry said. "He wanted to show us that he's ahead of us. That he understands the Horcruxes, the fracture, all of it. And that he has his own plan. Which is? I don't know yet. But he's not trying to bring Voldemort back. He's trying to make Voldemort irrelevant. He wants to inherit the pure blood cause without the liability of a deranged master." Sirius ran a hand through his hair. A Malfoy leading the dark faction with political backing and ministry support. That's worse than Voldemort in some ways. Voldemort was a terrorist, crude, violent, easy to oppose. Malfoy in charge would be legal. Respectable. You can't fight an enemy who controls the law. "You can," Harry said. "It's just harder." "Considerably harder," Kingsley agreed. "And we can't afford to fight on 3 fronts, Voldemort's spirit, Malfoy's politics, and the Ministry's willful blindness." "4 fronts," Harry said quietly. "Don't forget the fracture." Silence. "I need a drink," Sirius said. They were still debriefing when the Patronus arrived, a silver lynx that burst through the kitchen wall and spoke in Kingsley's own voice, which meant it had been sent before the raid, which meant it carried scheduled intelligence rather than an emergency. "New development at the Ministry," the lynx said. Educational Decree 23. Umbridge has been appointed Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Full authority to inspect, discipline, and dismiss faculty. Effective immediately. Silence. "She's going to dismantle the school," Hermione said. She'd come down when she heard voices and was standing in the kitchen doorway in her pajamas, looking pale. "Systematically. Teacher by teacher. She'll remove anyone who supports Dumbledore and replace them with Ministry loyalists." "She'll try," Harry said. "But she won't succeed." "How can you be sure?" "Because she's fighting Hogwarts. Not just the people in it, the castle itself. This place has resisted worse than the Ministry of Magic." Harry looked at the assembled Order members. "I need to get back. If Umbridge is High Inquisitor, the DA is more important than ever. We need to accelerate the training." "You need to be careful," Sirius said. "If she catches you, she won't. I have the Marauder's map, an invisibility cloak, and the ability to teleport through fire. She has a clipboard and bad taste in knitwear. I like my odds." He flash-fired back to Hogwarts that night, materializing in the Room of Requirement in a burst of gold. The room was empty, it was past midnight. He stood there for a moment, feeling the castle around him, the deep old magic of the stones and wards and centuries of accumulated power. Hogwarts was alive in a way that most people never noticed. Harry noticed. The phoenix in him resonated with the castle's magic like a tuning fork held next to a bell. Something was wrong. He felt it through the floor, a cold spot, an absence. Not large. Not obvious. But there, like a bruise on the castle's magical skin. He followed it, moving through corridors he knew by heart, past sleeping portraits and drowsy ghosts, until he reached a stretch of wall on the 7th floor, not far from the Room of Requirement itself. A dead zone. Inside Hogwarts. It was small, barely a meter across, a patch of stone floor where the ambient magic simply stopped. Harry knelt beside it and held out his hand. His skin prickled at the boundary. Inside the zone, his wand went dead in his pocket. He could feel it, the cedar wood and phoenix feather cord going silent, like a candle snuffed. He pulled his hand back. The magic returned. His wand hummed against his thigh. The fracture had reached Hogwarts. He went to Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was dark, but the man was awake. Harry suspected Dumbledore never truly slept. He listened to Harry's report with that careful stillness that meant he was thinking very fast. Inside the castle, Dumbledore said. The wards should have prevented, he stopped. Unless the wards themselves are compromised. What does that mean? The Hogwarts wards are among the most powerful magical constructions in existence. They have stood for 1,000 years. If the fracture can penetrate them, it has grown significantly stronger than my estimates suggested. He stood. Show me. They went together. Dumbledore knelt beside the dead zone with a series of diagnostic spells that Harry couldn't follow, complex, layered magic that produced visible results in the air above the affected area. The results were not reassuring. It is not merely an absence of magic, Dumbledore murmured. It is an active negation. The fracture is not passive, it is consuming the magic around it, drawing it in, like a wound that feeds on the body's own blood. Can you heal it? I can contain it. Temporarily. Dumbledore raised his wand and cast something wordless and intricate. A shimmer appeared around the dead zone, a bubble of containment that glowed faintly blue. This will slow the expansion. But it is a bandage, not a cure. He straightened and looked at Harry with eyes that held no twinkle at all. Harry, I will be going after the Gaunt Ring very soon. I cannot delay any longer. Every Horcrux that remains is an anchor for Voldemort's soul, and every day Malfoy's research advances, the risk increases. But I need you to understand, destroying the ring will likely feed the fracture further. I know. And I may not be able to do it cleanly. The ring will be protected. Tom would have placed his most dangerous protections on objects hidden in places of personal significance. Let me come with you. Dumbledore shook his head. Not this time. I need you here. Hogwarts needs you here. With Umbridge tightening her grip and the fracture inside the wards, you are the only person who can address both threats simultaneously. Your phoenix nature allows you to move freely within the castle in ways that Umbridge cannot track or restrict. And if the dead zone expands while I am gone, you may be the only one who can contain it. You're going alone. I have done dangerous things alone before. And you've survived them by luck as much as skill. Professor, let me come. Dumbledore smiled. It was a sad smile, the kind that recognized the truth of what was being said and chose to ignore it anyway. I appreciate your concern, Harry. Truly. But I must ask you to trust me. Harry looked at the dead zone, the cold, empty patch on the floor of a castle that was older than the Ministry, older than most governments, older than the idea that magic needed to be hidden. A wound in something that shouldn't be able to be wounded. I trust you, Harry said. But I don't trust the universe to be fair. The universe is never fair. That's why we must be brave. He went back to his dormitory. Lay in bed and didn't sleep and felt the castle breathing around him, the deep, slow rhythm of ancient magic, interrupted now by a tiny skip, a missed beat, where the dead zone sat. In the morning, he had a letter from Fleur. She'd been writing regularly since September, practical letters, mostly, reports from Gringotts about vault activity and goblin politics, but with personal notes tucked in that made him read them twice. The goblins are restless, she wrote. They feel the fracture too, they call it the silence. Several lower vaults have developed dead zones. Gold stored in those areas has lost its magical properties, goblin-forged steel becomes ordinary iron, enchanted locks fail. Gringotts has sealed the affected vaults, but the goblins are afraid. They do not admit this, of course. Goblins do not admit fear. But I can feel it in them the way I feel weather changing. I will be at Hogwarts for the Hogsmeade weekend. Dumbledore has asked me to inspect the castle's dead zone. And I want to see you. Both of these things are true, and I am tired of pretending the second is less important than the first. Harry read the letter 3 times, folded it carefully, and put it in his pocket. Then he went to breakfast, where Umbridge was sitting at the staff table in a new pink cardigan, smiling at the students with the benevolent menace of a cat watching a bird feeder. Educational Decree 24, Hermione said, dropping into the seat beside him. All student organizations are disbanded pending review and approval by the High Inquisitor. She knows about the DA. She suspects. She can't prove it, the room of requirement doesn't appear on any map of the castle. But she's set informants. Malfoy, Draco, not Lucius, has been watching us. So has Pansy Parkinson. Let them watch. They can't find a room that doesn't exist. They can follow people who go to it. Harry considered this. We need a warning system. And a decoy. If Malfoy Jr. follows someone to the 7th floor, they need to find a study group reviewing charms, not a military training operation. They implemented it that week. The DA developed a signal system, enchanted coins, Hermione's idea, brilliant in its simplicity. Meeting times changed randomly. Lookouts were posted. And Harry added a new layer: he could sense anyone carrying dark magic within about 50 meters, which meant he could detect the jinx Umbridge placed on the sign-up sheet before it was activated. The DA grew. 30 members. 35. 40. Students who'd read The Prophet and didn't believe it. Students who were afraid and wanted to be less afraid. Students who'd heard about the graveyard from Cedric and known, with the bone-deep certainty of people who recognize truth, that Harry wasn't lying. Harry trained them hard. Harder than any defense class. They practiced dueling in pairs, in groups, in simulated ambush scenarios. They learned to cast under pressure, to shield reflexively, to work as a unit. And Harry started teaching the older students things that weren't in any textbook: combat magic, the kind that left marks, the kind that ended fights. "You're building an army," Ginny Weasley said one evening, watching Harry correct Neville's dueling stance. She said it matter-of-factly, the way she said most things. "I'm building people who can survive," Harry said. "If a fight comes to Hogwarts, I want them ready. Do you think one will?" Harry thought about the dead zone on the 7th floor. The fracture growing. Voldemort's spirit, still out there, still anchored by Horcruxes. Malfoy's quiet coup. Umbridge's tightening grip. "Yeah," he said. "I do." The Hogsmeade weekend arrived with the first hard frost of autumn. Harry walked down to the village with Ron and Hermione, breath steaming, hands in his pockets. The village was picturesque in the cold, thatched roofs dusted with frost, shop windows glowing warm, students milling around honeydukes and zonkos with the determined cheerfulness of people spending their pocket money. Harry left Ron and Hermione at the 3 broomsticks and walked to the edge of the village. Fleur was waiting by the old stone wall that marked the boundary between Hogsmeade and the road to the castle. She was wrapped in a dark blue coat, her breath misting in the air, and when she saw him, she smiled in a way that wasn't composed or calculated or armored. It was just happy. "You look terrible," she said. "Thanks. You are not sleeping." "Not much." She fell into step beside him. They walked along the wall, away from the village, toward the hills. The countryside was brown and grey and beautiful in a stark, Scottish way. "Tell me," she said. He told her. The dead zone in Hogwarts. Umbridge's escalation. The raid on Malfoy Manor and what Lucius had revealed. The DA and the growing tension in the castle. He told her about Dumbledore's plan to go after the Gaunt Ring alone, and his own fear, not of the mission, but of what it would cost. Fleur listened without interrupting. When he finished, they'd reached a stone outcrop overlooking a valley. Below, a stream wound through bare trees. Above, clouds moved fast across a pale sky. "Zay fracture is inside Gringotts too," she said. 3 vaults. Zay goblins Ave lost access to enchantments Zay Ave maintained for centuries. Zay are, out to say, twitchy. Twitchy goblins. That's reassuring. Zay point is that Zee fracture is spreading everywhere. Not just near Hogwarts. Not just in Britain. I heard from a colleague in Zee French ministry, Zir is a dead zone in Zee Pyrenees. Small, but confirmed. Harry stared at her. France. Oui. Whatever was torn in Zee graveyard, it is not a local wound. It is spreading through Zee global magical substrate. She paused. I am telling you this not to frighten you but because you need all Zee information. Dumbledore is too careful with what he shares. He protects you by withholding, and I think that is a mistake. He's getting better about it. Not fast enough. They stood on the outcrop. The wind picked up, sharp with coming winter. Fleur's hair whipped around her face and she pushed it back impatiently. Harry. Yeah. Zay Vila fire and Zee Phoenix fire. When we train to Geezer, Zay resonate. You feel it too, yes. I feel it. My grandmother told me something, before I came to England. She said that Vila fire and Phoenix fire are not different kinds of fire. Zay are Zee same fire, expressed through different beings. Zay fire of renewal, of passion, of life persisting against death. She turned to him. If Zee fracture is a wound in magic, a place where magic dies, then perhaps living fire is Zee cure. Not just yours. Not just mine. Both. Harry looked at her. The wind was cold and the sky was huge and she was standing very close, and the warmth in his chest was not burning or surging or screaming. It was humming. Steady and low and tuned to her frequency, like 2 instruments playing the same note. You want to try to heal a dead zone, he said. I want to try. When? Now. Zir is one in Zee hills above Zee village. I found it yesterday. They climbed. The dead zone was exactly where Fleur said, a circle of ground on a hillside, about 2 meters across, where the heather was grey and dead. Not dormant. Dead in a way that living things shouldn't be, as if the very concept of growth had been removed from the soil. Harry knelt at the edge. He could feel it, the absence, the silence, the place where magic stopped. His wand went dead in his pocket when he reached across the boundary. The warmth in his chest dimmed. Fleur knelt beside him. She held out her hand, and white-blue flame flickered across her fingers, Vila fire, small and controlled. Ready? She asked. Ready. They reached into the dead zone together. Harry let the phoenix fire rise, not the explosive burst of combat, but a slow, steady warmth, pushed outward from his core like a second heartbeat. Fleur's Vila fire met it at the boundary, and the 2 flames twined together, gold and blue-white, spiraling into the dead space. For a moment, nothing happened. The fire entered the zone and simply stopped. As if it had hit a wall of nothing. Then Harry pushed harder. Not with force, with intent. With the fundamental conviction that emptiness was not natural, that absence was not permanent, that magic was not a thing that could die any more than fire could die as long as there was something to burn. The flames flared. Gold and blue-white blazed together, brighter than either alone, and Harry felt something give, a tiny amount, like pushing against a door that shifted a fraction of an inch. The dead zone contracted. Not much. Maybe a centimeter on each side. But the dead heather at the edges twitched, and Harry felt magic, thin, weak, barely there, flicker in the space where there had been nothing. Then his vision blurred. The effort hit him like a wall, and he gasped, and Fleur grabbed his arm, and they both fell back from the boundary, panting. It worked, Fleur breathed. Only a little. But it worked. Harry looked at the dead zone. It was smaller. Barely noticeably smaller, but smaller. And at the edges, where the fire had reached, a faint shimmer hung in the air, the ghost of magic, returning. It's not enough, he said. To heal a zone this size would take hours. Days. And there are dozens of zones across Z world, and more appearing. Fleur wiped sweat from her forehead. But it is proof. Z fire can heal ZE fracture. We just need more of it. Or a more concentrated application. A burning day, Harry murmured. What? Phoenixes have burning days. When they die and are reborn. It's the most intense expression of phoenix fire, total destruction and total renewal at once. If I could trigger a controlled burning day at a fracture zone, you would die. And come back. Theoretically. Theoretically. Fleur's voice went sharp. You are a human who transforms into a phoenix, Harry. You are not a born phoenix. Nobody knows if ZE Burning Day would work for you. Nobody knows if you would come back. I know. You do not know. You hope. There is a difference. He looked at her. She was angry, genuinely angry, her eyes blazing, her hands clenched. The Vila fire flickered across her knuckles, unconscious and fierce. I'm not going to do it now, he said. I'm just thinking about options. Then think about options that do not involve dying, please. I've had enough of people. She stopped. The anger faded into something more complicated. She looked away. People you what? Harry asked quietly. People I care about, she said, very precisely, deciding that sacrifice is the only answer. My grandfather died fighting Grindelwald's forces. My mother's brother died in the first war against your Dark Lord. The Delacour family has given enough. I am tired of funerals. Harry didn't touch her. But he leaned slightly toward her, close enough that his shoulder almost brushed hers, and said, I'm not planning to die, Fleur. Good. Because I would be very angry with you. More angry than right now. Infinitely more angry. You have no idea. They walked back to Hogsmeade. Halfway there, Fleur's hand found his. She didn't look at him. He didn't look at her. They just walked, fingers interlaced, and the warmth between their palms was not Phoenix fire or Vila fire but something simpler and older than either. They were 50 meters from the village when Harry felt it. Cold. Sudden. Absolute. Like stepping into a freezer. His phoenix senses screamed, dark magic, massive dark magic, very close, and he yanked Fleur behind the nearest wall. What, Dementors? They came over the hill like a black tide. Dozens of them, more than Harry had ever seen in one place, gliding across the frost-hardened ground, sucking the light from the air. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in seconds. Harry's breath crystallized. The happiness, the fragile, tentative happiness of holding Fleur's hand and knowing the fire could heal, drained out of him like water from a broken glass. They should not be air, Fleur hissed. They are supposed to be at Azkaban, they're not at Azkaban. They haven't been for months. Harry drew his wand. Umbridge. She sent them. Or Fudge did. To discredit me, if Dementors attack students near Hogwarts and I'm there, the prophet writes that I attracted them. Or killed by them. Or that. The Dementors flowed toward the village. Students were in the streets, 3rd years, 4th years, kids with bags of sweets and no idea what was coming. Harry could hear the screams starting, distant and thin. He didn't think. He ran. Not toward the village, toward the Dementors. Straight at them, wand raised, the warmth in his chest blazing white. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand, silver, enormous, radiant. It charged into the Dementor ranks like a battering ram, scattering the closest ones, driving them back. But there were too many. The stag couldn't cover the whole line. Dementors flowed around it like water around a rock, continuing toward the village. Harry ran faster. He could feel the cold trying to reach him, the despair, the hopelessness, the memory of his mother screaming, but the phoenix in him burned it away. He was warm. He was fire. Dementors fed on happiness, on hope, on the light in living things. A phoenix was made of that light. He transformed. Gold wings spread against the gray sky. The phoenix shrieked, and the sound hit the Dementors like a physical force. They recoiled, not just retreating but writhing, as if the phoenix song caused them pain. Harry dove into their ranks, trailing golden fire, and everywhere the fire touched, Dementors dissolved. Not scattered. Not driven away. Dissolved. Unmade. The purifying flame of a phoenix, the same fire that had burned Voldemort's half-formed body, tore through creatures made of cold and despair like sunlight through shadow. Behind him, he heard Fleur scream, not in fear but in fury. He glanced back and saw white-blue fire erupt from her hands, a wall of Vila flame that sealed the gap between the Dementors and the village. Students cowered behind it, shielded, as Dementors crashed against the fire wall and burned. Between them, Phoenix in the air and Vila on the ground, they annihilated the Dementor force in under 2 minutes. When the last one dissolved, Harry wheeled in the air, searching for more. Nothing. The sky was clear. The cold was lifting. He landed beside Fleur and transformed. The shift was smooth now, 3 months of practice had made it nearly seamless. He was breathing hard, gold light still fading from his skin, and Fleur was trembling, not with fear but with the aftershock of channeling that much fire. Harry. Hermione's voice, from the village. Running toward them, Ron beside her, both pale and frightened. Harry, what just, behind them, 50 students stared. Some had their wands out. Some were crying. All of them had just watched Harry Potter transform into a phoenix and burn a Dementor army out of the sky. So much for secrecy. The aftermath was messy, political, and exactly what Umbridge had wanted, minus the part where Harry won. The Prophet ran the story, of course, but the spin was complicated by the fact that 50 eyewitnesses had seen Harry save the village. Hard to paint someone as a dangerous lunatic when 33rd years owed him their souls, literally. Umbridge tried anyway. Educational Decree 27, animeus transformations on school grounds were prohibited without ministry supervision. Educational Decree 28, students were forbidden from discussing unverified claims of dark creature attacks, on pain of detention. Harry ignored both decrees. Openly. Deliberately. He walked into the Great Hall the morning after Decree 28 was posted and stood on his bench and told the entire school exactly what had happened in Hogsmeade, in the graveyard, and in every encounter with Voldemort since his first year. "You can believe me or not," he said, looking out at 1,000 faces, scared, skeptical, hopeful, angry. "But the truth doesn't need your belief to be true. Voldemort is out there. The ministry is lying. And if anyone in this room wants to learn to defend themselves, the offer stands." He sat down. The hall was silent. Then Neville Longbottom stood up at the Gryffindor table and started clapping. Luna Lovegood joined from Ravenclaw. Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff. Susan Bones. The Weasley twins. Cedric's old friends. One by one, then in groups, then the whole hall, minus the Slytherin table, which sat in stony silence. Umbridge's face, at the staff table, was the color of a plum. Dumbledore left that evening. Harry caught him at the gates. The headmaster was dressed for travel, his cloak heavy against the November cold, his wand in his hand. "The Gaunt Shack," Harry said. "Yes. You're going alone. We discussed this. And I still think it's a mistake. Harry looked at him, really looked. Dumbledore was old. Not just in years but in the way he carried himself, a weariness that went deeper than fatigue. He was carrying the weight of the Horcruxes, the fracture, the war, the school, and he was carrying it alone because he didn't trust anyone else to share it. It was noble and it was stubborn and it was going to get him killed. "Come back," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes softened. "I intend to." "That's not good enough. Promise me." "Harry, promise me you'll come back. And if it goes wrong, if the ring is trapped, if you're hurt, you fire call me. Immediately. I can be anywhere in seconds." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then he reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder, not the headmaster-to-student gesture he usually used, but something firmer. Something between equals. "I promise," he said. He walked through the gates and disapparated. The crack of his departure echoed off the mountains and faded into the dark. Harry stood at the gates and felt the warmth in his chest pulse, steady and waiting. The fracture hummed in the distance, inside the castle, outside the castle, spreading through the world in hairline cracks that no one could see and everyone would eventually feel. Somewhere in the hills above the village, a dead zone sat where he and Fleur had pushed the fire into emptiness and felt the emptiness push back. Smaller than before. Healing. But not healed. Somewhere in the Ministry, Fudge and Umbridge and Lucius Malfoy played their games and pulled their strings and refused to see the sky falling around them. Somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort's spirit drifted, anchored to the world by fragments of his own tortured soul, waiting for a chance to return. And somewhere in a shack in Little Hangleton, Dumbledore was walking into a trap that Harry could feel in his bones but couldn't stop. He turned back to the castle. The lights of Hogwarts blazed against the night, 1,000 windows, warm and golden, alive with the magic of a millennium. The dead zone on the 7th floor was still contained behind Dumbledore's ward. The students were safe. The DA was growing. Fleur was at Gringotts, working, fighting, burning. Harry walked back through the gates. Above him, through a gap in the clouds, the stars were bright and cold and very far away. And in the very edge of the sky, so faint he might have imagined it, a thin line of darkness ran between two constellations like a crack in glass. The fracture. Growing. He quickened his pace. There was so much to do, and the world was running out of time to do it. Chapter 3, The Dying Light. Dumbledore came back wrong. Harry felt it before he saw it, a disturbance in the castle's magic at 2:30 in the morning, a ripple in the wards that woke him from a dead sleep like a hand on his shoulder. He was out of bed and moving before his conscious mind caught up, bare feet on cold stone, wand in hand, the warmth in his chest already burning. He found Dumbledore at the gates. The headmaster was on his knees in the frost, and his right hand was black. Not bruised. Not burned. Black, like charcoal, like something dead, like a limb that had been dipped in concentrated death and pulled back before it could consume the rest. The blackness stopped at his wrist, held back by a tourniquet of silver light, Dumbledore's own magic, Harry realized, barely containing whatever was eating him alive. "Professor, the ring," Dumbledore said. His voice was thin. Controlled, but thin, in the way of a man spending enormous effort to sound calm. "I found it. Destroyed it. But the curse," he held up the blackened hand. In the center of the ruined palm, a cracked black stone sat in a twisted gold band. The gaunt ring. Split down the middle, leaking dark residue, but still on his finger. Still touching his skin. "Why haven't you taken it off?" "I can't. The curse bonded it to my flesh." "Severus may be able to," Dumbledore swayed. Harry caught him. The old man was lighter than he should have been, as if something had been hollowed out of him. "Severus. Please." Harry sent a Patronus. The stag galloped through the castle walls, silver and urgent, and 3 minutes later Snape arrived at the gates in a billow of black robes with a potions kit under his arm and murder in his eyes. You fool, Snape said. Not with anger. With something worse, the exhausted fury of a man who had been expecting this. You absolute fool. Good evening, Severus. Snape knelt beside Dumbledore and examined the hand. His wand moved in tight, precise patterns, diagnostic magic that Harry recognized from Madame Pomfrey's work, but sharper, more invasive. Snape was not gentle. He didn't need to be. He needed to be fast. The curse is a cascading necrotic hex, Snape said after 30 seconds. Layered. Self-propagating. It's consuming your tissue at a rate of, he stopped. Recalculated. His face went blank, which was worse than any expression. Albus. How long? Snape didn't answer immediately. He reached into his kit, drew out a vial of something viscous and black, and poured it over the ring. The gold hissed. The stone cracked further. With a pair of silver tweezers, he pried the ring from Dumbledore's finger, the skin came with it in places, blackened and dead, and dropped it into a lead-lined box. The ring is destroyed, Snape said. The Horcrux within it was already broken, your work, I presume. A sword, Dumbledore murmured. I found the sword of Gryffindor in the shack. Tom had placed it there as a secondary trap, believing no one worthy of wielding it would find his hiding place. He was wrong. He was wrong about many things. The curse, however, is right. It will kill you. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. How long? Dumbledore asked again. If I can contain it, and I can, I have been preparing for something like this since you first told me about the Horcruxes, perhaps a year. Perhaps less. The damage is systemic. The necrosis will spread despite my best efforts, slowly at first, then rapidly. When it reaches your heart, then I have a year, Dumbledore said. He said it the way you might say then I'll have the fish. Calm. Decided. As if a death sentence were an item on a menu. Perhaps, Snape repeated. If you rest. If you stop putting yourself in front of ancient curses designed to kill anyone who touches them. I'm afraid retirement is not an option, Severus. Not with what I've learned. They moved him to his office. Harry helped, one arm under Dumbledore's shoulders, supporting weight that felt wrong, too light, as if the curse had eaten part of him from the inside. Snape walked ahead, wand out, warding the corridors against eavesdroppers. In the office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk and Snape applied a series of potions to the blackened hand with the grim focus of a man performing surgery. Harry stood by the window and watched and felt the warmth in his chest burn cold with a fear he couldn't name. The ring was cursed and the Horcrux was destroyed, Dumbledore said, flexing his dead fingers experimentally. They barely moved. That leaves 4. The cup, Hufflepuff's, is in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Ravenclaw's diadem is here at Hogwarts, though I have not yet located it precisely. Nagini is with Voldemort's spirit. And, he stopped. Harry waited. The silence grew teeth. And the last one, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at Snape. Something passed between them, not words, but a communication built on years of shared secrets and mutual frustration and the kind of trust that exists between two people who fundamentally disagree about everything except the things that matter. Tell him, Snape said flatly. He deserves to know. He's deserved to know for years. Severus, you are dying, Albus. The luxury of waiting for the right moment is one you can no longer afford. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with something that might have been tears, and he looked at Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on his face before. Guilt. Sit down, Harry. Harry sat. On the night Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow, the night he murdered your parents, he intended to create his final Horcrux. The murder of a prophesied enemy would have been, in his mind, the most significant act of his life. The perfect death to split his soul one last time. Harry's mouth was dry. But the curse rebounded. Yes. The killing curse struck you, rebounded, and destroyed his body. But the soul fragment, the piece he had already begun to split away, had nowhere to go. His body was gone. The intended vessel, whatever it was never prepared. And so the fragment did the only thing it could. Harry knew. Before Dumbledore said it, he knew. He'd known for years, in the way you know something terrible is true long before anyone confirms it, a suspicion that lives in the back of your mind like a splinter, too deep to reach, too sharp to ignore. It latched onto the only living thing in the room, Dumbledore said quietly. You. The office was very still. Fawkes rustled on his perch. The instruments on Dumbledore's shelves clicked and whirred. Snape stood by the door like a statue, watching Harry with an expression that was, for once, not contempt or dislike but something raw. I'm a Horcrux, Harry said. You contain a fragment of Voldemort's soul. It resides in your scar. It is the source of your connection to him, the pain, the visions, the Parseltongue. And to destroy it, the fragment must be destroyed. And the only known methods of destroying a Horcrux are basilisk venom, fiendfire, and things that would kill me. Dumbledore said nothing. Which was its own kind of answer. Harry sat in the chair and felt the world rearrange itself around a new axis. Everything he'd thought he understood, about the prophecy, about the war, about his own purpose, shifted, and the new configuration was simpler and more terrible than the old one. He was a weapon. The locket had been right. But not Dumbledore's weapon. Voldemort's. A vessel carrying a piece of the darkest wizard in history inside his skull, wrapped around his brain, woven into his magic. Every time his scar hurt, that was Voldemort. Every time he spoke Parseltongue, that was Voldemort. Every dream, every vision, every moment of connection, all of it was the Horcrux, alive and aware and feeding. How long have you known? Harry asked. I have suspected since your first year. When you told me about the pain in your scar in Quirrell's presence. When you described speaking to the snake at the zoo. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. I became certain after the diary. When a Horcrux was destroyed and your scar burned. 4 years. You've known for 4 years. I suspected for 4 years. I knew for 2. And Dumbledore's composure cracked. Not much. A fracture, appropriate word, in the careful surface. I did not tell you because I did not know what to tell you. The truth without a solution is merely cruelty, and I had no solution. Do you have one now? I have a theory. Let's hear it. Your phoenix form. Dumbledore leaned forward, and despite the dead hand and the curse and the exhaustion, his eyes were alive with something that looked like hope. A phoenix dies and is reborn. The burning day, total destruction followed by total renewal. Every cell, every magical fiber, every part of the phoenix is consumed and remade. If you were to undergo a burning day, the fire would destroy everything, including, theoretically, the Horcrux. And then I'd come back. A phoenix always comes back. I'm not a phoenix, Professor. I'm a human who turns into one. You are both. That is what makes you unique. No one has ever achieved a phoenix animeus form because no human has ever been compatible with the fundamental nature of a phoenix, the cycle of death and rebirth. But you are. And I must believe, that the compatibility is not superficial. It is total. You believe, Harry repeated. You don't know. No. I don't know. Harry looked at Snape. What do you think? Snape's jaw tightened. I think that Dumbledore is asking you to bet your life on a theory that has never been tested, based on a magical form that has never existed before, against a fragment of the darkest soul magic ever created. I think the odds are not in your favor. Severus, he asked my opinion, Albus. I gave it. Snape looked at Harry. The expression on his face was strange, not kind, never kind, but honest in a way that Snape rarely allowed himself to be. But I also think that if there is anyone who could survive a burning day in human animagus form, it is you, Potter. You have an infuriating talent for surviving things that should kill you. Harry almost laughed. Almost. He stood. His legs felt wrong, disconnected, as if the information had physically destabilized him. I need to think. Of course, Dumbledore said. Don't tell anyone. Not yet. Not until he stopped. Just don't tell anyone. He left the office. The corridor was dark and cold and empty, and he walked through it without seeing it, his feet carrying him by memory while his mind processed the weight of what he'd learned. A Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort, living inside him, feeding on him, connected to him. Every moment of his life since he was 15 months old, he'd been carrying the enemy within. And to destroy it, he had to die. He went to the attic at Grimmauld Place. Not physically, he was at Hogwarts, and the attic was in London. But the room of requirement, responding to his desperate need for a space that felt safe and private in his, produced a perfect replica. Same rafters. Same grimy windows. Same scorch marks on the floor from his training sessions. The room even smelled right, old wood and burned dust and the faint chemical tang of Remus's fireproofing wards. Harry sat on the floor in the center of the room and put his head in his hands and breathed. The warmth in his chest was still there. Steady, constant, unchanged by the revelation. The Phoenix didn't care about Horcruxes or prophecies or the strategic implications of containing a Dark Lord's soul fragment. The Phoenix just burned. Existed. Renewed. Could he trust it? Could he trust the fire to burn everything, the Horcrux, the dark magic, the piece of Voldemort that had been part of him longer than his own memories, and then bring him back? Could he step into the flame and believe, with absolute certainty, that he would step out again? He didn't know. And the worst part, the part that the locket had tried to weaponize and failed, but that was true nonetheless, was that a part of him wanted to. Not because he wanted to die. Because the idea of burning away the Horcrux, of being clean, of being just Harry, without the scar and the connection and the darkness living behind his eyes, that was seductive in a way that scared him. He stayed in the room of requirement until morning. He didn't sleep. He didn't train. He sat and breathed and let the information settle into his bones like frost into stone, and when the sun came up through the enchanted windows, he rose and went to breakfast and sat beside Ron and Hermione and ate toast and said nothing. Hermione knew something was wrong. She always knew. But she didn't push, one of the things Harry loved about her, the rare wisdom to recognize when silence was needed more than questions. Ron was less subtle. You look like death, mate. Rough night. Dumbledore's back. I heard someone came through the gates late, he's back. His hand is cursed. It's bad. Ron's face changed. How bad? Harry looked at his toast and didn't answer, and Ron, to his credit, didn't ask again. December came hard. Snow piled against the castle walls, and the dead zone on the 7th floor grew despite Dumbledore's containment ward. Harry checked it daily. The cold absence had expanded from 1 meter to nearly 3, and the containment shimmer was thinner, struggling to hold against pressure that grew from both sides. The fracture was feeding on the ambient magic of Hogwarts itself, drawing strength from the same ancient power that kept the castle standing. Umbridge, meanwhile, had reached the apex of her power and was reveling in it. Educational decrees stacked up like bricks in a wall, one every few days, each one tightening the ministry's grip. Teachers were inspected, criticized, placed on probation. Trelawney was sacked, dragged from her tower in tears, her sherry bottles rattling in her carpet bag, and only Dumbledore's direct intervention prevented her expulsion from the castle. She's testing him, Hermione said, watching Umbridge smile her way through dinner. Each decree is a challenge. She's daring Dumbledore to resist, and when he does, she'll use it as evidence that he's obstructing the ministry. He won't resist, Harry said. Not directly. He's conserving his strength. For what? Harry thought about the blackened hand hidden under Dumbledore's sleeve. The ring. The year, maybe, that Snape had bought him. For what matters? The DA kept meeting. Umbridge's inquisitorial squad, Draco Malfoy and his cronies, deputized with the authority to dock points and report infractions, prowled the corridors looking for them. They never found the room of requirement. But they found other things: students practicing shield charms in empty classrooms, copies of defensive spell lists, a first year with a note about meeting times that should have been destroyed. Umbridge tightened the noose. Educational Decree 30, all student mail was subject to inspection. Educational Decree 31, students were prohibited from possessing non-curriculum magical knowledge, a decree so broadly written that owning a library book about hexes became technically illegal. Harry's letters from Fleur started arriving via Phoenix Fire. She'd send them to Fawkes, who'd relay them to Harry in a burst of flame that no Ministry Owl inspector could intercept. The letters were shorter now, more urgent, less personal. The situation at Gringotts was deteriorating. The dead zones in the vaults have doubled, she wrote. The goblins have lost access to 17 enchanted vaults, including 3 high-security ones. The Lestrange vault is still intact, but the dead zone in the adjacent corridor is growing toward it. If it reaches the vault before we do, the cup may be unreachable. We need to move soon, Harry. Very soon. He brought it to Dumbledore. The headmaster sat behind his desk, his dead hand resting on the surface like a piece of evidence he couldn't hide, and listened. She's right, Harry said. If the fracture reaches the Lestrange vault, the cup's protections might fail, but so might our ability to access it. We can't destroy a Horcrux in a dead zone. There's no magic there. Agreed. The Gringotts operation must be accelerated. Dumbledore paused. I cannot go, Harry. My condition limits my mobility, and the goblins are already suspicious of me. This must be your mission. I'll need a team. Choose carefully. The fewer people involved, the lower the risk of detection. Harry chose 3. Fleur, because she worked at Gringotts and knew the vault layouts and the goblin politics and the security systems better than anyone in the Order. Hermione, because Hermione was the most brilliant strategist Harry had ever met and because there was no version of this plan that worked without her. And Ron, because Ron was Ron, and Harry wouldn't walk into danger without him. He told them in the room of requirement on a Thursday evening after DA practice. The room had configured itself as a war room, a table in the center covered with maps and documents, chairs arranged in a tight circle, the lighting low and focused. Harry laid out the situation: the cup in the Lestrange vault, the fracture approaching, the timeline narrowing. We break into Gringotts, he said. We get into the Lestrange vault. We retrieve and destroy Hufflepuff's cup. And we do it without starting a war with the goblins. Ron stared at him. You want to rob Gringotts? I want to remove a piece of a Dark Lord's soul from a bank vault before reality itself eats the vault. But yes, basically, rob Gringotts. No one's ever robbed Gringotts. Someone tried once. It didn't go well. That's reassuring. Hermione was already thinking. Harry could see it, the rapid-fire processing behind her eyes, the way she pulled apart a problem and examined each piece. Fleur, what's the security like on the Lestrange vault? Fleur had brought documents. She spread them on the table: vault schematics, security protocols, guard rotation schedules. All acquired through her position at the bank, carefully and over months. The Lestrange vault is in ZE deepest level, she said. Below ZE dragon. Zir is a dragon. An old iron belly, nearly blind, trained with pain to retreat at ZE sound of ZE clankers, metal instruments ZE goblins carry. We need clankers, Ron said. We need more Zon clankers. Ze vault itself is cursed. Ze Gemino and Flagranti enchantments, everything you touch multiplies and burns. Ze cup is somewhere inside, buried under decades of cursed treasure. We cannot search by hand. I can, Harry said. The Phoenix Fire. In animeus form, I'm immune to conventional curses, and the Flagranti heat won't affect me. I can fly through the vault and locate the cup by feel, the Horcrux will radiate dark magic. I'll know it when I'm near it. And the dragon? Hermione asked. Phoenix song calms magical creatures. I've never tried it on a dragon, but the theory is sound. Theory, Fleur muttered. Always theory. Do you have a better idea? No. That is what annoys me. They planned for 2 weeks. Every spare moment, between classes, after DA meetings, in the early hours when the castle slept, they refined the approach. Fleur mapped the route from the surface to the deep vaults. Hermione researched the Gemino and Flagranti curses, looking for weaknesses. Ron, who turned out to have an unexpected talent for tactical logistics, planned the entry and exit routes and identified 3 backup escape plans. If we need Plan C, Ron said, things have gone very wrong. We always need Plan C, Harry said. Things always go very wrong. The date was set for the last Saturday before Christmas break. Fleur arranged to be on shift that day, a normal workday, nothing suspicious. Harry, Ron, and Hermione would arrive separately, disguised, and meet her inside. But first, there was the matter of Voldemort's wraith. It happened on a Wednesday. 7th period, Charms class. Harry was practicing nonverbal summoning when the temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees and a student screamed. Not screamed. Something screamed through a student. Katie Bell, Gryffindor, 7th year, stood up from her desk with her eyes rolled back to white and her mouth open and a voice that was not hers pouring out. I see you, Potter. The voice was high. Cold. Familiar. I see through the cracks. I see through the wounds you've made in my world. The class froze. Flitwick was already moving, wand raised, but Harry was faster. He crossed the room in 3 strides and grabbed Katie's arms and felt it, the wrongness, the invasion, the cold tendril of something that had wormed through a crack in reality and found a human mind to inhabit. Voldemort's wraith. Not a full possession, the soul didn't have enough power for that. But a projection, a whisper, a hand reaching through the fracture and grabbing hold of the nearest consciousness. You burned my body, the wraith said through Katie's mouth. Her teeth were chattering, her skin turning gray, frost forming on her lips. You think that matters? Bodies are temporary. I am eternal. And the cracks you've torn in the world, the holes where magic dies, those are doors, Potter. My doors. Every Horcrux you destroy opens them wider. Harry held Katie's arms and felt the warmth surge. Not the combat fire, something deeper. The Phoenix song. It rose from his chest without conscious intent, a sound that wasn't quite sound, a vibration that existed on a frequency below hearing. It filled the room like warm water filling a glass, pressing into every corner, every shadow, every cold spot. Katie convulsed. The wraith shrieked, through her mouth, through the walls, through the floor, a sound of pure fury at being pushed out of the crack it had found. Harry held on. The song intensified. He could feel the wraith's grip loosening, its tendrils retracting, the cold presence pulling back toward the fracture zone it had entered through. One final scream. Then Katie went limp in his arms, unconscious but warm, the color returning to her face. Harry lowered her to the floor gently. Flitwick was there, casting diagnostic spells, and Madame Pomfrey was summoned. Harry straightened. The class was staring at him. 25 students, white-faced and terrified, who had just heard Voldemort's voice coming from a classmate's mouth. Everyone out, Harry said. Now. They went. Harry stayed behind with Flitwick, who examined the spot where Katie had been sitting. Harry could feel it, a cold patch in the air, barely the size of a fist. A microfracture. A crack so small that Dumbledore's monitoring had missed it. He's using the fracture to reach through, Harry told Dumbledore that evening. He can't possess anyone fully, he doesn't have enough power. But he can project through the dead zones, find people near the cracks, and use them as mouthpieces. Dumbledore's expression was grave. This changes the threat assessment considerably. The fracture is not merely an environmental hazard. It is a strategic asset for Voldemort. He'll get stronger. Every Horcrux we destroy feeds the fracture, and every expansion of the fracture gives him more access points. He's parasitizing the very damage we cause by trying to destroy him. A perfect trap, Dumbledore murmured. Destroy his anchors and open his doors. Leave his anchors intact and he remains immortal. He looked at his blackened hand. Tom was always elegant in his cruelty. There has to be a way out. The fracture can be healed, Fleur and I proved that. Phoenix fire closes the cracks. If we could heal the fracture at the same time we destroy the Horcruxes, the scale would need to be enormous. Healing a 2-meter dead zone on a hillside is one thing. Sealing a global network of fractures simultaneously would require a release of Phoenix fire beyond anything documented in magical history. A burning day. Dumbledore said nothing. That's what it comes down to, isn't it? Harry said. Everything. The Horcruxes, the fracture, the piece of Voldemort in my head. The solution to all of it is the same. I burn. I die. And I either come back or I don't. Harry, I'm not saying I'm ready. I'm saying I understand the math. Dumbledore looked at him with those ancient, tired, guilty eyes. I never wanted this for you. You must believe that. I believe you. But what you wanted doesn't change what is. Harry left the office and went to find Snape. He found the potions master in his private lab, a dungeon room off the classroom that smelled of preservative fluid and bitter herbs. Snape was working on something complex, a cauldron of viscous purple potion that he was stirring with mechanical precision, and he didn't look up when Harry entered. I'm busy, Potter. I know about the dead zones. Snape's hand paused. One beat. Then he resumed stirring. Which dead zones? The ones you've been visiting. At night. When you think no one's watching. Harry leaned against the doorframe. I can feel dark magic, Professor. And I can feel when someone who reeks of it goes walking near the fracture zones. Snape set down the stirring rod. He turned slowly. His expression was the careful blank that Harry had learned to read as dangerous. What exactly are you accusing me of? Nothing. I'm asking what you're doing. Silence stretched. The potion bubbled. Something in a jar on the shelf clicked against the glass. Researching, Snape said finally. Researching what? The interaction between dark magic and the fracture. Dumbledore approaches this problem from the perspective of light magic, healing, renewal, Phoenix fire. But the fracture was caused by a collision of dark and light. Understanding the dark side of the equation is essential to understanding the whole. Malfoy is researching the same thing. Malfoy is researching how to exploit the fracture. I am researching how to heal it. Snape's lip curled. There is a difference, Potter, though I understand if the distinction is too subtle for you. It's not too subtle. I just needed to hear you say it. Harry straightened. What have you found? Snape stared at him for a long moment. The antagonism was still there, would always be there, probably, but underneath it, something had shifted. Harry wasn't a child demanding answers. He was a soldier asking for intelligence. And Snape, whatever his flaws, respected the difference. The dead zones are not merely absences of magic, Snape said. They are inversions. The magical energy that once existed in those spaces has been converted, not destroyed, converted, into something else. A void energy. Anti-magic, if you will. Anti-magic. Magic sustains the fabric of our reality. The wizarding world, the magical creatures, the enchantments that have lasted centuries, all of it rests on a substrate of ambient magical energy. The fracture converts this substrate into its opposite. Not nothing. The opposite of something. And Voldemort can use this anti-magic. His wraith is non-corporeal. A disembodied soul fragment. Anti-magic is, in a sense, the natural medium for such an entity. It exists in the space between existence and non-existence, which is precisely what the dead zones are. Snape paused. The more the fracture spreads, the more territory Voldemort's wraith can inhabit. He is not merely reaching through the cracks, Potter. He is becoming the cracks. Harry absorbed this. It was worse than he'd thought. Worse than Dumbledore had articulated. The fracture wasn't just collateral damage, it was becoming Voldemort's new body. Not flesh and blood, but a network of dead spaces, expanding through the world, turning reality itself into a vessel for his fractured soul. Can you stop it? Harry asked. From the dark magic side? I can slow it. Dark magic created the conditions for the fracture. Dark magic can, in theory, be used to reinforce the damaged substrate, not heal it, but shore it up. Prevent further expansion. Snape reached into a drawer and produced a small glass sphere. Inside, a tiny dead zone was contained, no bigger than a marble, a perfect sphere of nothingness. I have been experimenting. This is a sample of fracture material, isolated and contained. I have found that certain dark potions, specifically those related to soul magic, can stabilize the boundary between the void and the ambient magic. They cannot reverse the damage, but they can freeze it in place. Buy us time. Exactly. Snape's eyes were hard. I tell you this, Potter, because Dumbledore will not last long enough to complete this work. Someone must understand what I am doing and why. And despite my considerable reservations about your intelligence, judgment, and personality, you are the only person with the phoenix fire necessary to complement my research. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Do not let it go to your head. Harry looked at the glass sphere, the tiny dead zone, captured and contained. Dumbledore told me I'm a Horcrux. Snape's expression didn't change. I know. You've known since the beginning. I suspected since your first year. Albus confirmed it to me 2 years ago. We argued about it. Snape's voice was flat, controlled. I told him to tell you then. He refused. He said you weren't ready. Was he right? No. You were ready. He was the one who wasn't. Harry left Snape's lab with more information and less certainty than he'd entered with. The picture was clearer now, but the options were fewer. Destroy the Horcruxes, feed the fracture, give Voldemort more territory. Leave the Horcruxes intact, keep Voldemort immortal, watch him grow stronger through the cracks. Heal the fracture with Phoenix fire, requiring a burning day that might kill him permanently. Or die as a Horcrux and hope the Phoenix brings him back. Every option ended with Harry on fire. The Gringotts operation launched on a grey December morning with sleet streaking the London sky. Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived separately at the Leaky Cauldron, disguised with polyjuice, Harry as a nondescript ministry worker, Ron as a middle-aged witch, he was not pleased about this, and Hermione as an elderly goblin liaison officer whose identity she'd constructed from whole cloth with forged credentials good enough to fool the front desk. Fleur met them inside, dressed in her Gringotts uniform, practical robes, hair tied back, a professional mask in place. She nodded at Harry the ministry worker without recognition and led them to a service elevator that she'd quietly redirected from its normal route. We arrive 20 minutes before ZE's shift change, Fleur said once the elevator doors closed. Ze deep vaults are lightly staffed during this window. Ze dragon handlers rotate at ZE quarter hour. The elevator dropped. Harry felt pressure in his ears, then a subtle shift in the air, colder, damper, older. The magic of Gringotts was different from Hogwarts, not warm and organic but metallic, precise, layered like the facets of a cut gem. Goblin magic. Ancient, jealous, and entirely uninterested in human concerns. They emerged into a stone corridor lit by guttering torches. The air smelled of sulfur and hot metal. Somewhere ahead, Harry could hear breathing, enormous, slow, reptilian. "The dragon," Fleur said. "She guards the deepest vaults. Ze clankers will give us passage, but we must be quick. She has been agitated lately, ze dead zones make her nervous." Hermione produced the clankers from her bag, small metal instruments that looked like misshapen bells. When she shook them, they produced a harsh, rhythmic clanging that echoed through the stone corridor. Harry winced. The sound was ugly, deliberately so. The dragon had been conditioned to associate it with pain. They moved forward. The corridor opened into a vast underground cavern, and the dragon was there, an enormous Ukrainian iron belly, its scales scarred and pale, its eyes clouded with cataracts. It was chained to the cavern floor by enchanted iron, and it cowered at the sound of the clankers, pressing itself against the far wall with a whimper that shook the ground. Harry felt something twist in his chest. The dragon was terrified. Not of them, of the clankers, of the pain they represented. It had been tortured into compliance, kept in darkness for decades, and it was afraid the way any creature was afraid when the instrument of its suffering appeared. "Keep moving," Fleur said. But she wasn't looking at the dragon. She was looking at Harry, and her expression said she could feel what he was feeling. They passed the dragon. The Lestrange vault was at the far end of the cavern, a massive iron door carved with protective runes, sealed with enchantments that Fleur dismantled one by one with practiced precision and the curse-breaking tools of her trade. "Ze Gemino and Flagranti curses are active inside," she warned. "Do not touch anything. Harry, can you do this?" Harry transformed. The phoenix filled the corridor with golden light, and the dragon behind them lifted its head and stared with clouded eyes. Harry sang, one clear, rising note, and the dragon's whimpering stopped. It blinked. It settled. For the first time in decades, perhaps, it wasn't afraid. Phoenix Harry flew through the open vault door. Inside was chaos. Mountains of gold, coins, goblets, armor, jewelry, piled floor to ceiling in unstable towers that shifted and clinked with every vibration. The Gemino curse was everywhere, he could feel it, a hair-trigger enchantment that would multiply anything touched into an infinite cascade of burning copies. But Harry was fire. He didn't touch anything. He flew, wings tucked tight, navigating between the towers with the precision of a needle through cloth. And he searched, not with his eyes but with his phoenix sense, the instinct that felt dark magic like cold spots in warm water. There. Deep in the vault, half buried under a pile of enchanted coins. A small golden cup with two handles, engraved with a badger. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. It radiated wrongness, a sickly pulse of dark energy that made Harry's feathers stand on end. He dove. Talons outstretched, he snatched the cup from the pile without touching anything else, a surgical extraction, the cup lifting free as coins shifted and clinked around the empty space. The Gemino curse triggered on a goblet his wing brushed, copies erupted, multiplying, cascading, and Harry shot upward, cup in his talons, as the floor of the vault became a rising tide of burning gold replicas. He burst from the vault like a comet. Fleur slammed the door behind him and sealed it, and the sound of multiplying gold became a muffled roar behind inches of enchanted iron. Harry landed, transformed, and held up the cup. "Got it." "Brilliant," Ron said. He was pale but grinning. "Now can we please leave before the goblins notice?" The alarm went off as they reached the dragon cavern. A high, keening wail that reverberated through the stone and made Harry's teeth ache. Goblin voices echoed from above, commands, shouts, the clatter of armored feet on stone stairs. "Plan B," Hermione said. "What's Plan B?" Ron asked. Hermione pointed at the dragon. Harry understood immediately. He transformed again, flew to the dragon, and sang. The phoenix song poured over the iron belly like warm rain, and the great beast raised its head and looked at him, really looked, through the cataracts and the darkness and the decades of pain, and saw something that it recognized. Fire. Freedom. A creature like itself, winged and wild and meant for the sky. Harry burned through the chains. The dragon roared. Not in pain. In release. 20 years of captivity ended in a single instant, and the iron belly surged to its feet with a force that cracked the cavern floor. Harry flew to its head, still singing, and the dragon followed him, followed the phoenix, the creature of fire and flight, upward through the cavern, through the stone, through the ceiling of Gringotts itself. They exploded from the bank's roof in a shower of marble and glass and enchanted plaster. The dragon burst into the London sky, and Harry was on its head, and Fleur and Ron and Hermione were clinging to its back, and below them Diagon Alley erupted in chaos as a 30-foot dragon launched itself into the sleek grey sky above the city. Harry flew. The dragon followed. They climbed above the clouds, into cold clear air, and Harry circled back and landed on the dragon's neck beside his friends. Plan B worked, he said, human again, breathless. Plan B was insane, Hermione said. Her hair was wild, her eyes were wide, and she was smiling despite everything. Completely, utterly insane. But it worked, Ron said. He was laughing. It bloody worked. The dragon carried them north. Harry sang to it periodically, keeping it calm, guiding it toward the Scottish Highlands. When they were far enough from London, they slid from the dragon's back onto a hillside and let it go. The iron belly circled once, roared, and disappeared into the mountains, free for the first time in its life. Harry held up the cup. It gleamed dully in the grey light, the dark energy inside it pulsing like a second heartbeat. We need to destroy it, Hermione said. Not here. Harry could feel it, the tension, the barely contained malice of the soul fragment within. The cup knew what was coming. It was afraid. We need a controlled environment. And, he paused, looking at the sky. When this breaks, the fracture will feed. We need to be somewhere I can try to contain the damage. They apparat to the hillside above Hogsmeade, the same spot where Harry and Fleur had pushed fire into the dead zone weeks ago. The dead zone was still there, slightly smaller than they'd left it but present, a circle of grey earth where magic died. Here, Harry said. If the fracture feeds, it'll feed this zone. And I'll be right here to push back. He set the cup on the ground at the edge of the dead zone. Drew the basilisk fong from his bag. And hesitated. What is it? Ron asked. Last time, the locket, it talked. It showed me things. Tried to get inside my head. Harry looked at them, Ron, Hermione, Fleur. Whatever it shows me, don't interfere. Just let me finish it. He raised the fong. The cup opened. Not physically, like the locket, it opened in some other sense, some dimension that wasn't quite real. And what came out was not a voice but a vision. The hilltop disappeared. Harry stood in darkness, and in front of him, Dumbledore lay on the ground with his blackened hand stretched toward Harry and his eyes empty. This is what you do, the cup whispered. Not Voldemort's voice. Harry's voice. His own voice, calm and reasonable and terrible. Everyone around you dies. Your parents. Cedric, almost. Dumbledore, soon. Everyone you touch, everything you love, you destroy. Because you are destruction, Harry. That's all the Phoenix is. Fire. Consumption. The end of things. The vision shifted. Fleur, burning, not with Vila fire but with Phoenix fire, Harry's fire, consuming her from the inside. She screamed and reached for him and he couldn't move. You'll burn her too, the voice said. You'll burn everything. Because that's what you are. Not a boy. Not a hero. Just fire looking for something to destroy. Harry drove the Fong into the cup. He didn't hesitate. He didn't engage. He didn't argue with the voice or fight the vision or try to prove it wrong. He just acted, with the cold, clear certainty of someone who had decided, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, that the voice was not wrong about what he could do, only about what he chose to do. The cup screamed. Black smoke erupted, thicker than the locket, darker, more violent. It lashed at Harry like a whip, and he felt it hit, not physically but somewhere deeper, a blow against his soul that rocked him back on his heels. The smoke formed shapes, faces, bodies, nightmares, and then collapsed inward, compressing into a point of absolute darkness that hung in the air for a single heartbeat before winking out. The fracture tore open. Not the subtle crack he'd seen with the locket. A visible wound in the air, a tear in something that shouldn't be able to tear, dark and cold and wrong. It hung above the dead zone like a gash in the sky, and through it Harry could feel, could hear, something. A whisper. A presence. The wraith, reaching. Harry transformed. The phoenix erupted from where the boy had stood and flew straight at the tear. Gold fire blazed from every feather, pouring into the wound, pushing against the darkness. Behind him, he felt Fleur's fire join, white-blue flame, passionate and fierce, adding its force to his. The tear resisted. It pushed back. The anti-magic of the void pressed against the phoenix fire with a force that felt alive, that felt intentional, that felt like a hand pushing from the other side. Voldemort's hand. Harry pushed harder. The song rose from him, not a sound but a force, a fundamental assertion of life and renewal and the stubborn, burning refusal to let the darkness win. Fleur's fire spiraled around his, amplifying, harmonizing. Together, they poured everything they had into the wound. It closed. Slowly, grudgingly, the tear sealed. The edges of the wound knit together like skin over a cut, and the dead zone beneath it contracted, shrinking, retreating, the gray earth flushing with color as magic seeped back in. Not fully healed. But closed. Contained. The whisper from the other side faded to silence. Harry landed and transformed. He was on his knees, gasping. Fleur was beside him, equally drained, her hands shaking. Ron and Hermione stood 10 meters back, wands raised, pale and frightened and brave. "It's done," Harry said. "The cup is destroyed." "And the fracture?" Hermione asked. Harry looked at the sky. The tear was gone. The dead zone had shrunk to less than half its previous size. But beyond it, far beyond, at the very edge of his phoenix senses, he could feel other zones. Other cracks. Widening. "Contained," he said. "Here. But not everywhere." They returned to Hogwarts in silence. The weight of what they'd done, and what it had cost, settled over them like snow. That evening, Harry found Snape in his lab and told him what had happened. The potions master listened, examined the destroyed cup, and performed several diagnostic spells on Harry himself. "The Horcrux fragment in your scar is more active," Snape said. "The destruction of the cup has agitated it. The remaining Horcruxes are aware, on some level, that their number is decreasing. They, and the Wraith, will become more aggressive." "How many are left?" 3. "Nagini, the diadem, and you." Snape looked at him. "And the fragment attached to Voldemort's wraith itself, the original soul, however degraded. So I need to find the diadem, kill the snake, and then, die," Snape said. Without inflection. Without softening. "And hope that your unique nature allows you to return." "Yes. You don't think I'll come back?" "I think the odds are unfavorable. I also think odds have never stopped you before, which is either admirable or idiotic, and I have never been able to determine which." Harry almost smiled. "If I don't come back, the fracture research. Dumbledore can't continue it. You'll need to. I am aware of my responsibilities, Potter. I do not need you to explain them. I know. I'm just, Harry stopped. Started again. Thank you, Professor. For the research. For telling me the truth when Dumbledore wouldn't. He searched for the word. For being honest, even when it's horrible. Snape regarded him for a long time. Something shifted in his expression, not warmth, exactly, but a lessening of cold. An acknowledgement. Your mother, Snape said, very quietly, would have said the same thing. She valued honesty above kindness. It was one of her many maddening qualities. He turned back to his cauldron, and Harry left, and neither of them said another word about it. December darkened toward Christmas. The castle was draped in snow and holly, and the students prepared for the holidays with forced cheer, and underneath it all, the war ground on. Harry found the diadem on Christmas Eve. It was in the room of requirement. Of course it was. Voldemort had hidden it at Hogwarts because Hogwarts was his first home, his first kingdom, the place where he becomes something greater than the orphan boy Tom Riddle. And the room of requirement, a room that could become anything, that could hide anything, that existed between the folds of the castle's magic, was the perfect hiding place. The room, when asked to become a place where things were hidden, transformed into a cathedral of junk. Towers of broken furniture, mountains of confiscated contraband, lakes of lost homework. Centuries of accumulated debris, piled and forgotten, stretching into darkness in every direction. Harry found the diadem by feel. He walked through the endless aisles with his phoenix senses open, following the cold trail of dark magic like a hound following a scent. It led him deep into the room, past a stuffed troll and a tower of chairs and a cabinet that hummed with malicious energy, to a battered old bust wearing a tarnished tiara. Ravenclaw's diadem. Small, delicate, beautiful. And pulsing with the same sickly wrongness as the cup and the locket before it. Harry didn't destroy it immediately. He couldn't, not here, in the heart of Hogwarts, where a fracture event could damage the castle's wards catastrophically. He wrapped it in a cloth warded by Snape's stabilizing potion and carried it out. He told Dumbledore. The headmaster was weaker now, the blackness had crept past his wrist, and he moved with a careful slowness that spoke of constant pain managed through constant will. But his mind was sharp, and his eyes, when Harry showed him the diadem, blazed with fierce satisfaction. For down, Dumbledore said. 2 to go. Nagini and me. Yes. I'll destroy the diadem away from Hogwarts. Somewhere isolated, where the fracture can't damage anything important. And then we find Voldemort. And Nagini. And then I die. Dumbledore flinched. Tiny. Almost invisible. But Harry saw it. Harry, I want you to know, I know. Harry's voice was steady. He'd spent weeks with this knowledge, turning it over, examining it from every angle, and he'd reached a place that wasn't acceptance, exactly, but something adjacent. Clarity. You did what you thought was right. You made choices I disagree with, and you kept secrets that hurt, and I'm angry about that. But I understand why. I was afraid, Dumbledore said. Not of Voldemort. Not of the war. Of you. Of what telling you would do to you. I watched you grow up carrying burden after burden, and each time you shouldered it without breaking, I thought, one more. He can carry one more. And I was right, and I was wrong, and I am sorry. I know, Harry said again. And I forgive you. Not because I should, or because it makes things easier. Because I choose to. Because carrying anger at you is a weight I don't need right now. Dumbledore's eyes were bright. He reached out with his good hand and gripped Harry's shoulder, the same gesture he'd used at the gates in November, the one between equals. You are the best of us, Harry. Whatever happens, remember that. Harry destroyed the diadem on a barren hillside in northern Scotland 2 days after Christmas. Alone, this time, by choice. Fleur argued. Ron argued. Hermione presented a 12-point case for why solo Horcrux destruction was strategically suboptimal. Harry listened to all of them and went alone anyway. Not because he was brave. Because the diadem was the last Horcrux before him, and whatever it showed him, whatever it said, he needed to face it without an audience. The Fong pierced the metal. The scream was different this time, not rage or fear but grief. The diadem wept as it died, and the vision it showed Harry was not his own destruction but Voldemort's. Tom Riddle as a boy, 11 years old, standing in a London orphanage with a Hogwarts letter in his hand and something that might have been hope in his eyes. A boy who could have been anyone. Who chose to be a monster. Harry watched the vision dissolve and felt, beneath the fury and the fire, a sliver of pity. Then the fracture tore open, and he poured every ounce of phoenix fire into the wound, and it closed, and he stood on the hillside in the rain and shook and breathed and was alone. 2 Horcruxes left. Nagini. And him. He returned to Hogwarts on New Year's Day. The castle was quiet, most students were still home for the holidays. Harry walked through empty corridors and felt the ancient magic humming in the walls, strong and old and patient, and he loved this place with a ferocity that surprised him. He found Fleur in the room of requirement. She'd been staying at the castle over Christmas at Dumbledore's invitation, officially to continue monitoring the internal dead zones, unofficially because she'd refused to leave. She was sitting by the fire the room had provided, a comfortable space, warm and golden, with 2 armchairs and a window that showed a view of the lake. She looked up when he entered, and her expression went through 3 emotions in rapid succession, relief, fury, and something deeper that she didn't try to hide. "You went alone," she said. "I had to." "You did not have to. You chose to. There is a difference, and I am tired of you pretending otherwise." "Fleur, no." She stood. The Vila fire flickered at her fingertips, unconscious and fierce. "You have been pulling away for weeks. Since Dumbledore told you, whatever he told you. I am not stupid, Harry. I know something changed. I know you are carrying something you will not share. And I know," her voice cracked, barely, a hairline fracture in her composure. "I know you are preparing to leave. Not Ze Castle. Not Ze country. Leave." Harry looked at her. She was right. Of course she was right. She saw things, felt things, that other people missed. The fire recognized the fire, and his fire had been dimming for weeks, banking itself, preparing for the final blaze. "I'm a Horcrux," he said. The words fell between them like stones into water. Fleur went still. "A piece of Voldemort's soul is inside me. In my scar. It's been there since I was a baby. To destroy it, to make Voldemort mortal, I have to die." Fleur stared at him. Her face was white. The fire at her fingertips flared and then went out, and she stood there in the firelight looking at him with eyes that held no tears, because Fleur Delacour was not a woman who cried. She burned. "And Ze Phoenix," she said. Her voice was controlled. Rigidly, precisely controlled. "Ze burning day. That is your plan. You will trigger a burning day and Bope Ze Phoenix brings you back. It's the only plan that doesn't end with Voldemort winning. It might end with you dead. It might. And you were going to, what? Do this without telling me? Walk into Ze fire and leave me standing outside it, not knowing, not understanding." The control broke. Not into tears. Into fury. White-blue flame erupted around Fleur like a corona, licking at the ceiling, scorching the air. "You do not get to do this, Harry. You do not get to decide to die and call it noble. Not without telling me. Not without giving me Ze choice to stand with you. I'm telling you now. Because I forced you to. Because I confronted you. If I had been patient and quiet and trusting, you would have walked into the fire without a word and left me. She stopped. The flame around her flickered and died, and she stood there breathing hard, eyes blazing. Left me. Harry crossed the room. Not quickly, slowly, deliberately, giving her the chance to pull away if she wanted to. She didn't pull away. She watched him come with the fierce stillness of a predator deciding whether to strike or submit, and when he was close enough to touch, she didn't move. I'm scared, Harry said. Not of dying. Of not coming back. Of leaving you. Of leaving everyone, but you. Especially you. Zen, do not leave. I have to. You have to try. You do not have to succeed at dying. She reached up and put her hands on either side of his face. Her palms were warm, not Vila warm, just warm. Human warm. You come back. You hear me. You burn whatever you need to burn and you destroy whatever you need to destroy and then you come back. That is not a request. I don't know if I can. Then figure it out. You are Harry Potter. You survive things that should kill you. You have done it since you were 1 year old. Do it one more time. He kissed her. Or she kissed him. Or they met somewhere in the middle, two people made of fire who had spent months circling each other like binary stars, gravitationally bound but never quite touching. The kiss was not gentle. It was fierce and desperate and tasted like tears that neither of them was crying, and the warmth in Harry's chest blazed so bright that the room of requirement's firelight dimmed by comparison. When they separated, Fleur's forehead rested against his. Her breathing was ragged. Her hands were still on his face, thumbs tracing his cheekbones with a tenderness that contradicted everything about the way she'd just kissed him. I will stand with you, she said. Whatever comes. Wherever you go. Even into the fire. You can't follow me into the fire. Watch me. He held her. She held him. The fire crackled in the grate and the snow fell past the enchanted window and outside, the world was breaking, the fracture spreading, the war grinding toward its conclusion. But in the room of requirement, for a few minutes, none of that existed. There was just warmth and closeness and the stubborn, impossible, necessary belief that love was worth fighting for even when the odds were terrible. Dumbledore died on a Tuesday. It was January. The blackness had reached his shoulder, and Snape's potions were losing the battle, and everyone who looked at the headmaster knew it, and no one said it, because saying it would make it real. Harry was in the hospital wing when it happened. Not because Dumbledore had collapsed or fallen or been found unconscious. Because Dumbledore had walked there under his own power, sat down on a bed, folded his good hand over his blackened one, and said, I think it's time, Harry. Madame Pomfrey wept. Snape stood at the foot of the bed with an expression carved from stone, his hands motionless, his potions kit and used because there was nothing left in it that could help. McGonagall arrived minutes later, then Flitwick, then Hagrid, who had to duck through the double doors and whose sobs shook the windows. Harry sat beside the bed. He held Dumbledore's good hand and felt the old wizard's magic dimming, not fading but withdrawing, pulling inward, concentrating in the center of his chest like a star collapsing. The war isn't over, Harry said. His voice was steady. He was not going to fall apart. Not here. Not now. You can't, I can. I must. The curse has been patient, and I have been stubborn, and neither of those things is infinite. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but clear. Not weak. Concentrated. Harry, listen to me. I have told you many things this year, and I have told you the truth about most of them, but there is one more thing I want you to hear. I'm listening. You have always had the power to rise from ashes. The phoenix form is not something you achieved, it is something you are. The transformation didn't create the phoenix in you. It revealed it. The fire, the healing, the song, the renewal, these have been part of you since the night Voldemort's curse failed. Since your mother's sacrifice marked you with the most powerful protective magic in existence and your own nature turned that sacrifice into something new. You think my mother's protection is why I'm a Phoenix Animagus? I think your mother's love, Voldemort's curse, and your own extraordinary soul collided on that night and created something unique. Something unprecedented. A human being with the fundamental nature of a phoenix, the capacity for total destruction and total renewal. Dumbledore squeezed Harry's hand. His grip was weak but sure. When the time comes, Harry, do not be afraid of the fire. The fire is you. And you have never, in your entire life, been something to be afraid of. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked it clear. The fracture, he said. If I trigger a burning day, the phoenix fire will heal it. All of it. Every crack, every dead zone, every wound in the fabric of magic. A true burning day, fueled by a human soul's full capacity for love and sacrifice, there is nothing in magical theory that can resist it. The fire will consume the Horcrux, heal the fracture, and bring you back. Dumbledore smiled. That is not theory, Harry. That is faith. Faith in what? In you. In what you are. In everything your parents gave you and everything you have chosen to become. Dumbledore's eyes closed. Opened again. The blue was dimmer than it had been. I have made so many mistakes. With you. With Tom. With the world. But I want you to know that knowing you, watching you grow, watching you fight, watching you love, has been the privilege of my life. Professor Albus. I think we are past formalities. Harry's throat closed. He gripped the old man's hand and felt the magic inside it flutter, a candle in the wind. Albus, Harry said. Thank you. Dumbledore smiled. It was the last real expression on his face, warm, genuine, the twinkle back in his eyes for one final moment. Take care of them, Harry. Take care of each other. The magic went out. Like a candle. Like a breath. One moment it was there, vast and ancient and luminous, the magical signature of the most powerful wizard in living memory, and the next it was gone, and Dumbledore lay still on the hospital bed with his good hand in Harry's grip and his blackened hand resting on his chest and his eyes closed and his face peaceful. Fawkes sang. The Phoenix's song filled the hospital wing, filled the castle, the grounds, the sky above Hogwarts. A song of grief and beauty in endings and beginnings, rising and falling like a tide of sound that was not quite music and not quite magic but something older and more fundamental than either. Every student in the castle heard it. Every teacher. Every ghost. The centaurs in the forest raised their heads. The merpeople in the lake surfaced. The thestral herd gathered at the edge of the trees and stood in silent witness. Harry heard the song with his phoenix senses, and it resonated in his bones, and he understood something that words couldn't carry, that death was not the end of the story. That the fire consumed and the fire renewed. That Albus Dumbledore, who had burned so brightly for so long, was not gone but transformed, passed into whatever came after with the same quiet grace with which he had lived. Fawkes sang until dawn. Then the phoenix burst into flame, a final, brilliant conflagration that filled the hospital wing with golden light, and disappeared. Not died. Disappeared. Gone to wherever phoenixes went when their bond was broken, when the person they'd chosen was no longer in the world to choose. Harry sat beside the bed and held a dead man's hand and did not cry. Not because he didn't want to. Because the tears he cried now were phoenix tears, and they healed, and there was nothing here that healing could fix. The funeral was held 2 days later. The entire school attended. Ministry officials came, Fudge, pale and shaken, his political machinery suddenly irrelevant in the face of genuine grief. Foreign dignitaries. Members of the Order. Hundreds of witches and wizards who had known or admired or been saved by Albus Dumbledore over a century of extraordinary life. Harry stood at the front. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His presence was enough, the boy who lived, the phoenix animeus, standing at his mentor's tomb with his jaw set and his eyes dry and a fire in his chest that everyone in the crowd could feel, even if they didn't understand what it was. Fleur stood beside him. Her hand found his. She didn't speak either. She didn't need to. After the funeral, after the crowds had gone and the tomb was sealed and the castle had settled into a grief-stricken silence, Harry gathered the order. They met in the room of requirement, the room configured as the war room again, the table and the maps and the low, focused light. Every member of the order who could come was there, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Kingsley, Moody, Snape, McGonagall, the Weasleys, Fleur. And Ron and Hermione and Neville and Luna and Ginny, because the DA was part of this now, whether the adults liked it or not. Harry stood at the head of the table. Dumbledore's place. It felt wrong and right at the same time, like wearing shoes that were too big but walking forward anyway. Dumbledore is dead, he said. You know this. You felt it. And I'm going to tell you the truth about what we're facing, because he didn't always, and I think you deserve it. He told them. All of it. The Horcruxes, how many there had been, how many were destroyed, how many remained. Nagini. And himself. The room went very quiet. I am a Horcrux, Harry said. A piece of Voldemort's soul lives in my scar. It's been there since I was a baby. To destroy it, to make Voldemort mortal, I need to undergo a phoenix burning day. A complete death and rebirth. The fire will burn the Horcrux out of me and, if I'm right, heal the fracture at the same time. If you're right, Sirius said. His face was gray. And if you're wrong? If I'm wrong, I die. Permanently. And someone else finds a way to finish the job. The silence was awful. Molly Weasley was crying. Remus had his eyes closed. Sirius looked like he'd been hit with a bludger. That's not going to happen, Ron said. His voice was rough but sure. You're going to come back. Because you always come back. That's what you do. Ron, no, shut up, listen to me. Ron stood. He was tall now, taller than Harry, broader, with a man's frame on a boy's stubborn soul. You survived the killing curse as a baby. You fought Quirrell and a basilisk and 100 Dementors and a dragon and Voldemort in a graveyard. You turned into a phoenix and burned a Dark Lord's body to ashes and came back carrying Cedric in your claws. You are not going to die in a fire. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Despite everything, despite the grief and the fear and the weight of the world, Harry smiled. Thanks, Ron. Don't thank me. Just don't die. Harry looked around the table. Faces he'd known for years and faces he'd known for months. People who had fought beside him and people who were about to. All of them afraid. All of them here anyway. 2 fragments remain, he said. Nagini and me. To kill Nagini, we need to find Voldemort, or what's left of him. The Wraith is out there, growing, feeding on the fracture, possessing people through the dead zones. He'll come for Hogwarts eventually. This castle is the greatest concentration of ambient magic in Britain. He needs it. So we wait for him. Moody growled. No. We prepare. We train. We shore up the castle's defenses. And when he comes, when Nagini is within reach, we kill the snake, and I go into the fire. And the fracture? McGonagall asked. She was pale but steady, a woman who had watched her oldest friend die 2 days ago and was already preparing for the next battle. Snape and I have been working on containment. His potions can slow the expansion. My fire can heal individual zones. But the full cure, the permanent seal, requires the burning day. The same fire that destroys the Horcrux in me will heal the wounds in reality. One event. One fire. Everything resolved at once. Or everything lost at once, Snape said quietly. Not cruelly. Honestly. Yes, Harry said. Or everything lost at once. I won't lie to you. I can't promise this works. I can only promise I'll try. And I need you, all of you, to be ready for what comes after. Whether I'm there for it or not. He looked at Fleur. She looked back at him. Her eyes were bright, her jaw was set, and her hand was steady on the table. She didn't nod. She didn't need to. Everything she was willing to do and to sacrifice and to fight for was written on her face, plain as daylight. So, Harry said. Are you with me? One by one, around the table, they answered. Not with words. With nods, with drawn wands, with hands placed flat on the table, the old gesture of commitment, the one that said I am here, I am ready, I will not leave. Every single one of them. Harry felt the warmth in his chest blaze, not the fire of combat or transformation but something quieter and more powerful. The fire of being loved. Of being trusted. Of standing in a room full of people who knew the cost and chose to pay it anyway. He was not ready to die. He didn't think he'd ever be ready. But he was ready to fight. And if the fire took him, he would burn so brightly that the whole world would feel the heat, and the cracks would seal, and the darkness would end, and the people in this room would be safe. That was enough. It had to be. He dismissed the meeting. The room emptied slowly, people leaving in pairs and small groups, talking quietly, processing. Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder as he passed, and Harry gripped back, and neither of them spoke because the words hadn't been invented for what was between them. Ron and Hermione were the last to leave. They stood at the door and looked at him, and Hermione's eyes were red but her voice was steady when she said, "We'll be there, Harry. Whatever happens. Wherever you go." "I know," Harry said. They left. The door closed. Harry stood alone in the war room with the maps and the candles and the empty chairs and felt the weight of everything he promised and everything he feared and everything he loved. Outside, through the enchanted window, the night sky stretched over Hogwarts. Stars and darkness and, if you looked carefully, the faint tracery of the fracture, hairline cracks in the firmament, spreading, widening, a web of broken reality that would consume the world if it wasn't healed. Harry looked at the cracks. He looked at the stars. He looked at the place where Dumbledore's tomb sat, white and quiet in the grounds below, and he thought about fire and death and rebirth and the stubbornness of hope. Then he turned from the window, left the room, and went to find Fleur. There was still so much to do. But tonight, for a few hours, he was going to hold on to something warm and alive and worth fighting for. Tomorrow, the war would resume. Tomorrow, the fire would demand its due. Tonight, Harry chose to burn slowly, gently, beside someone who burned with him. The castle settled into silence around them, and the fracture whispered in the dark, and somewhere out in the vast, wounded night, a wraith that had once been Tom Riddle pressed against the cracks in reality and waited, patient and deathless and hungry, for the final confrontation it knew was coming. Chapter 4, Phoenix Rising. The attack came at dawn. Harry felt it before the alarm sounded, a pressure change in the castle's magic, a shudder that ran through the stone like a heartbeat skipping. He was awake instantly, on his feet, wand in hand, the warmth in his chest already blazing. Beside him, the enchanted mirror on his nightstand flared silver. "Harry." Kingsley's voice, tight with controlled urgency. "The wards are being tested. Something is pushing against the eastern boundary. Something large." Harry was dressed and moving in 30 seconds. He hit the corridor at a run and nearly collided with Ron, who was stumbling out of the dormitory with his shoes untied and his wand in his teeth. "What's happening?" Ron managed around the wand. "It's starting." They reached the entrance hall together. McGonagall was already there. She'd taken over as headmistress after Dumbledore's death with the grim efficiency of a woman who mourned by working. She stood at the great doors with her wand raised and her tartan dressing gown billowing behind her like battle robes. The Eastern wards, she said without preamble. They've been probing for 20 minutes. The signature is unlike anything I've seen, it's not a spell. It's the fracture itself, pressing against the boundary. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his phoenix senses. He could feel it, the castle's wards, ancient and powerful, humming with 1,000 years of accumulated magic. And pressing against them from outside, a cold, vast absence. Not an army. Not a spell. A void. The fracture, concentrated and directed, pushing against the wards like a wave against a seawall. And inside the void, moving with it, directing it, a presence. Familiar. Cold. Hateful. Voldemort, Harry said. He's here. He's become something. The fracture isn't just around him. He's using it. Wearing it. What does that mean? Harry opened his eyes. It means the wards won't hold. He was right. The eastern boundary failed 40 minutes later, at 6:17 in the morning, with a sound like a cathedral bell cracking. The protective enchantments that had guarded Hogwarts for a millennium tore apart in a cascade of failing magic, not overwhelmed by force but consumed by absence, the void eating the wards the way fire ate paper, leaving nothing behind. Through the breach, the enemy came. Not Death Eaters. Not at first. What came first was the fracture itself, a rolling wave of dead magic that swept across the grounds, turning grass gray and trees to husks and extinguishing every enchantment in its path. The suits of armor guarding the courtyard froze mid-stride, their animation magic snuffed. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall flickered and went dark. Torches died. Warming charms failed. The castle, for the first time in 1,000 years, went cold. Behind the wave came the Death Eaters. Dozens of them, masked, robed, wands blazing. Harry recognized fighting styles from the graveyard, from Malfoy Manor, from intelligence reports. Bellatrix Lestrange, cackling, her curses wild and vicious. Dolohov, methodical and lethal. Yaxley. Rowell. Greyback, not a Death Eater but something worse, a werewolf who killed for pleasure, leading a pack of transformed monsters that shouldn't have been able to change outside the full moon but did anyway, their transformations forced by the void's warping of natural magic. And behind them all, at the center of the advancing line, something that had been Lord Voldemort. Harry saw it from the astronomy tower, where he'd gone for a vantage point, and his blood went cold. It was tall. Taller than Voldemort had been, 8 feet, 9, the proportions wrong in a way that hurt to look at. It wore Voldemort's face, or a version of it, the snake-like features, the red eyes, the lipless mouth, but the face flickered. It shifted between solid and shadow, between presence and absence, as if Voldemort's form existed in two states simultaneously. His robes were made of darkness, not black cloth but actual darkness, the absence of light given shape. Where he walked, the ground died. Not just the grass. The earth itself turned to dust, and the dust turned to nothing, and nothing spread outward in a perfect circle with every step. Voldemort had not come back in a body. He had come back as the fracture. He had merged with the void, the anti-magic, the dead spaces, and built himself a form from the wounds in reality. He was the crack in the world given legs and a face and a wand and a purpose. And coiled around his shoulders, massive and gleaming, was Nagini. "Oh, bollocks," Ron said. Harry turned from the tower. Below, the castle was waking up to war. Students were being evacuated, McGonagall's first order, executed with brutal efficiency by the prefects and the order members stationed throughout the building. Younger students streamed toward the dungeons and the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a shelter with enough space for hundreds. Older students, 5th year and above, were given the choice. Stay and fight, or go. Most stayed. The DA assembled in the entrance hall. Harry came down the stairs 3 at a time and found them waiting, 40 students, wands drawn, faces pale, ready. Not trained soldiers. Not hardened fighters. Teenagers who had spent months learning to defend themselves because their government wouldn't and their world was breaking, and who had chosen to stand in the gap. Neville was at the front. He'd grown into something during the past year, not just taller and broader, but steadier. More certain. He held his wand like he knew what it was for, and his face, when he looked at Harry, held no fear. Just resolve. Where do you need us? Neville asked. Everywhere. Harry looked at his army, his friends, his students, his people. The Death Eaters will come through the east. Neville, take a squad to the courtyard, hold the bridge. Fred, George, the corridors. Every trap, every trick, every dangerous thing you've ever invented. Make them regret walking in here. With pleasure, the twins said in unison. Luna, coordinate from the upper floors. You can see the whole battlefield from the west tower. Signal with patron uses, silver for advance, gold for retreat. Harry paused. There is no retreat. But send the signal anyway. Luna smiled dreamily. I've always wanted to be a general. Hermione, Ron, with me. The entrance hall is the choke point. If they breach the doors, we hold here. And Voldemort? Hermione asked quietly. Harry looked toward the eastern windows. Through the glass, he could see the advancing line, the wave of dead magic, the Death Eaters behind it, and at the center, the flickering, towering figure that wore reality's wounds like armor. Voldemort is mine, Harry said. But not yet. First, we need to kill the snake. The battle began in earnest at 7 o'clock. The Death Eaters hit the castle's outer defenses, the physical walls, the remaining ward fragments, the hastily erected barriers that McGonagall and Flitwick had thrown up in the pre-dawn hours. Spells crashed against stone. Explosions rocked the ground. The air filled with dust and screams and the sharp ozone smell of combat magic. Harry fought at the entrance hall doors. The great oak panels shook with every impact from outside, and through the cracks, he could see flashes of light, red and green and purple, the colors of war. Beside him, Ron cast shield charms with a speed and precision that would have stunned his younger self. Hermione worked defensive enchantments into the doorframe, layering protections that bought minutes, then seconds, then less. The doors blew in. 3 Death Eaters came through the gap. Harry dropped the first with a stunner before the man's foot touched the flagstones. Ron took the second with a bodybind so powerful the target went rigid in midair and crashed to the ground like a felled tree. Hermione caught the third in a net of conjured chains that wrapped around his limbs and tightened until he couldn't breathe. 3 more came. Then 5. Then a wave. Harry fought. Not with Phoenix fire, not yet, not in the middle of a corridor full of students who could be burned by friendly flame. He fought with his wand, with the combat magic that the fake Moody had taught him and the real battles had refined. Reductor curses that turned walls into shrapnel. Shield charms that deflected killing curses into the ceiling. Transfiguration, rubble into barriers, doors into walls, suits of armor into golems that lunged at the invaders with metal fists. Fleur appeared at his side. She'd come through a side corridor, her Gringotts robes torn, a cut across her forehead bleeding freely. She didn't speak. She raised her hands and white-blue fire erupted from her palms, creating a wall of Vila flame across the entrance hall that stopped the Death Eater advance dead. Nice timing, Harry said. I was delayed. Z dead zone on ZE's second floor expanded. I had to go around. The Vila fire wall held for 3 minutes, long enough for Harry and Ron to regroup, for Hermione to seal the side corridors, for reinforcements from the DA to arrive. Then the fire died as Fleur's stamina hit its limit, and the Death Eaters surged forward again. Harry met them. This time, he let the Phoenix fire come. Not a full transformation, he was saving that. But fire from his hands, golden and hot, streaming across the entrance hall in targeted bursts that hit Death Eaters and sent them flying. The fire didn't burn them, not like fiend fire, not like combat curses. It purified. Dark magic protections, shield charms boosted by blood magic, enchanted armor, curse-resistant robes, dissolved on contact. The Death Eaters, stripped of their defenses, were suddenly just people in masks fighting teenagers who had trained for this moment, and the teenagers were winning. "Fall back," someone screamed from the Death Eater line. "Fall back to the grounds." They retreated. Harry let them go. Chasing them into the open, where Voldemort's void form waited, would be suicide. He needed the castle's remaining magic around him, the ancient stone, the enchantments that still held, the accumulated power of a millennium. "Status," he called out. Reports came in via Patronus. Luna's silver hair, East Courtyard held. Neville's group repelled 3 waves. 2 DA members injured, none seriously. The bridge is intact. Kingsley's links, North Corridor secure. Moody is holding the ground floor with Tonks and 3 oars. Minor casualties. Fred Weasley's Magpie, 7th floor rigged and operational. We've funneled them into the trap corridor twice. It's beautiful, Harry. Truly beautiful. And McGonagall's cat, the fracture is expanding inside the castle. The dead zone on the 7th floor has doubled. 2 new zones reported, 4th floor and the dungeons. Magic is becoming unreliable in affected areas. Harry absorbed this. The fracture was doing what it always did, growing, consuming, turning the castle's own magic against itself. And outside, Voldemort waited, patient and vast, feeding the void with every passing minute. "He's not attacking," Hermione said. She was crouched behind an overturned table, reloading her wand spell chain, a technique she'd invented herself, precasting a sequence of spells that could be released in rapid succession. "The Death Eaters hit us hard, but Voldemort himself hasn't engaged." "Why?" "He's waiting for the fracture to weaken the castle from the inside. He doesn't need to break the walls. He just needs to wait until the dead zones eat enough of the castle's magic that the remaining wards collapse on their own." Harry looked at the eastern windows. The void was visible now, a shimmering boundary of nothingness that crept across the grounds like a slow tide. Where it passed, enchantments failed. The Whomping Willow stood still and dead. The greenhouses shattered as their climate charms died. The lake's surface went flat and gray, the magic that sustained its ecosystem simply gone. "We can't wait," Harry said. "Every minute we defend, he gets stronger. We need to go to him." "That's insane," Ron said. "Probably. But I need to get to Nagini. She's the last Horcrux before me, and she's wrapped around his neck. So we need someone to kill the snake while you keep Voldemort busy. Someone with the sword of Gryffindor." They looked at each other. Then they looked at Neville. Harry found Neville on the bridge. The Hufflepuff Gryffindor alliance had turned the narrow stone span into a killing ground. Ernie Macmillan's shields funneled attackers into a choke point, and Neville's counterattacks dropped them before they could reach the castle side. 3 unconscious Death Eaters lay in a heap against the railing. A 4th was dangling from a vine that Neville had conjured from the bridge's stonework, swinging gently 20 feet above the ravine. "Having fun?" Harry asked. "More than I expected, honestly." Neville was sweating, his robes torn at the shoulder, but his eyes were clear. "Gran would be proud. She always said I needed more spine." "I need you to do something," Harry said. "Something harder than anything you've done today." He told Neville about the snake. About what Nagini was. About why she needed to die. Neville listened. He didn't interrupt. When Harry finished, Neville looked at the sword of Gryffindor, which Harry had brought from Dumbledore's office, ruby-hilted and gleaming, and took it without hesitation. "The sword kills Horcruxes," Neville said. "It absorbed the basilisk venom in 2nd year. 1 strike will do it. And you'll keep Voldemort busy while I get close enough." "That's the plan." Neville tested the sword's weight. Swung it once, twice. It moved well in his hands, the sword of Gryffindor chose its wielder, and it had chosen Neville with the same certainty it had chosen Harry 3 years ago. "Right," Neville said. "Let's go kill a snake." Harry assembled the strike team. Himself, Neville, Ron, Hermione, Fleur. 5 people to cross the grounds, reach Voldemort, and kill Nagini while Harry held the void at bay. It was a terrible plan. They went anyway. The castle doors opened. Harry stepped out into a world that was dying. The grounds of Hogwarts were half consumed. The void covered everything east of the lake, a flat, grey expanse of dead earth where nothing grew and nothing moved, and the air itself felt thin, as if reality had been diluted. The sky above it was wrong, not dark, not cloudy, but absent. A patch of nothing where the blue should have been, and through it, the faintest ghost of the fracture's web, the network of cracks that was slowly consuming the world's magic. Death Eaters lined the edge of the void like sentries. They didn't attack as Harry's team emerged, they fell back, clearing a path, their eyes on the figure at the center of the dead ground. Voldemort stood in a circle of perfect nothingness. 50 meters across, an arena of void where no magic existed, no life grew, no sound carried. He was enormous, 10 feet tall now, flickering between solid and shadow, his red eyes burning with a light that was not light but the opposite of darkness. Nagini coiled at his feet. The snake was massive, 20 feet long, her scales gleaming with an oily iridescence that spoke of the Horcrux within. She watched the approaching group with slit pupil eyes and tasted the air with a forked tongue. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice came from everywhere, from the void, from the ground, from the cracks in the sky. It was not a human voice. It was the sound of magic dying. "You've come to burn again. I've come to finish this." "Finish?" Voldemort laughed. The sound was wrong, hollow, echoing, as if it came from a great distance and a great depth simultaneously. "You cannot finish what you started, boy. Every Horcrux you destroyed fed the fracture. Every act of destruction made me stronger. You have been building my new body with your own hands. I noticed. And yet you continue. Why? Because the old man told you to? Because you believe in the fire?" Voldemort's flickering form leaned forward. His red eyes were pits, not eyes at all, but windows into the void itself. "The fire is nothing, Potter. Fire consumes. Fire ends. I am beyond ending. I am the space where things stop existing. I am the silence after the song." "You're a man who was afraid to die," Harry said. "You split your soul into pieces because you couldn't face the idea of not existing. And now you've become non-existence itself. That's not power. That's the longest suicide note in history." The void pulsed. Voldemort's form solidified for a moment, more human, more real, as if Harry's words had dragged something genuine to the surface. "You know nothing of death," Voldemort hissed. "You, who carry it in your scar like a badge. You, who walk around with a piece of my soul and pretend you are whole." "I know more about death than you think," Harry said. "I watched Dumbledore die. I've held friends who were bleeding. And I've been carrying your rot inside my head for 16 years, and it hasn't broken me yet." "Yet," Voldemort agreed. "Such a small word. Such a large promise." Voldemort raised his wand, a pale stick of you that looked absurdly small in his vast, flickering hand, and the void surged. "Now!" Harry shouted. The team scattered. Ron and Hermione went right, firing curses to draw the Death Eater's attention. Fleur went left, Vila fire blazing, cutting a path through the void that closed behind her but lasted long enough to gain ground. And Neville went straight forward, the sword of Gryffindor in his hand, running at the most terrifying thing any of them had ever seen with the focused determination of a man who had decided that fear was irrelevant. Harry transformed. The phoenix erupted from his human form like a star being born. Golden fire blazed across the dead ground, pushing back the void, not eliminating it, but creating a corridor of restored magic through the nothingness. Voldemort flinched. The void that was his body recoiled from the phoenix fire, and for one instant, the towering figure shrank, became smaller, more human, more afraid. Hairy dove. Phoenix talons raked at Voldemort's form, and where they touched, the void tore. Not like cloth, like smoke, dissipating in the golden light. Voldemort screamed, the sound of anti-magic meeting its opposite, and struck back. The void hit Harry like a wall. Not a spell, a wave of nothingness, of unmagic, of the absolute negation of everything a phoenix represented. It hit his fire and tried to extinguish it. For one heartbeat, the gold dimmed. The world went gray. Harry felt the fire inside him gutter, felt the warmth falter, felt the void reach for the flame and try to snuff it out. He burned harder. The gold fire blazed back to full strength, and the void shattered around him like black glass. Harry shrieked, the phoenix cry, and the sound rolled across the grounds. Death Eaters who heard it stumbled. Dark enchantments within 100 meters flickered and failed. And Nagini, at Voldemort's feet, reared back and hissed in pain. The snake! Harry screamed in his phoenix voice, not words, exactly, but a blast of intent that carried meaning. Neville heard it. Neville understood. The boy from Gryffindor, the one who'd been told his whole life that he wasn't good enough, wasn't brave enough, wasn't enough, charged through the gap Harry had created. The sword of Gryffindor caught the golden light and blazed silver white. Neville swung. Nagini struck first. The snake lunged, fangs bared, venom gleaming. Neville didn't dodge. He couldn't, there was no room, no time, no margin for error. Instead, he stepped into the strike and brought the sword down in a single, devastating arc. The blade met the snake behind the head. Goblin-forged steel, impregnated with basilisk venom, driven by a Gryffindor's courage and a year of rage, it cut through enchanted scales like they were paper. Nagini's head separated from her body. The Horcrux died. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic. Black smoke erupted from the snake's severed neck, a soul fragment, the last external piece of Voldemort, tearing free from its vessel with a shriek that existed below hearing. Voldemort staggered. His void form flickered wildly, solid, then shadow, then something in between, as if a critical support had been knocked out from under him. And the fracture tore open above Hogwarts. Not a crack. Not a fissure. A wound. A vast, dark gash across the sky, splitting the clouds, splitting the blue, splitting reality itself. Through it, Harry could see nothing. True nothing. Not darkness, not space, not any kind of absence that had a name. The absolute void that existed behind the fabric of magic, the emptiness that the world was built on top of, exposed and hungry. Magic stuttered everywhere. Spells died mid-flight. Wands sparked and went dark. The castle's remaining enchantments, the torches, the animated statues, the moving staircases, all stopped at once. Hogwarts, for the first time in its existence, became an ordinary building. Stone and wood and glass, with nothing magical about it at all. The dead zone spread. Rapidly, visibly, a wave of grey nothingness rolling outward from the sky wound in every direction. It swept across the grounds and hit the castle and kept going, racing south toward Hogsmeade, north toward the mountains, east and west toward the coasts. Harry felt it expanding through his phoenix senses, felt it like a scream, like a hemorrhage, like the world itself bleeding out. Harry! Hermione's voice, from somewhere behind him. The fracture, it's expanding exponentially. If it doesn't stop, she didn't finish. She didn't need to. Harry could feel the math. The destruction of Nagini, the last external Horcrux, had released enough energy to push the fracture past its tipping point. The wound in reality was no longer growing at a steady rate. It was accelerating. Doubling. Tripling. A chain reaction of anti-magic spreading through the global substrate like a crack through ice. If it didn't stop, magic would die. All of it. Everywhere. Every enchantment, every ward, every magical creature, every witch and wizard's connection to the power that defined their world. Gone. In hours. Maybe less. One Horcrux remained. Harry looked at Voldemort. The void creature that had been Tom Riddle was reeling, diminished by Nagini's death, his form unstable, his power flickering. But he was still there. Still anchored. Still alive, in whatever sense applied to a soul fragment wearing a body made of broken reality. Because Harry was still alive. And as long as the Horcrux in Harry's scar existed, Voldemort's soul had an anchor. A tether. A reason to persist. Harry knew what he had to do. He'd known for months. He'd argued about it, agonized over it, raged against it. He'd held Fleur and promised to come back and meant it and not known if he could keep the promise. He'd stood before the Order and told them the truth and watched them choose to fight anyway. Now the moment was here. Not in the future, not in theory, not in a careful hypothetical space where difficult decisions lived before they became real. Here. Now. On the dead grounds of Hogwarts, with the sky splitting open above him and the world dying around him. Harry landed. Transformed. Stood human on the grey earth, with Voldemort flickering 50 meters away and his friends scattered across the battlefield and the void pressing in from every side. He had minutes. Maybe less. He found Ron and Hermione first. They were together, of course they were, behind an overturned section of wall, catching their breath between volleys of spells at the remaining Death Eaters. Harry, Hermione said. She looked at his face and knew. Instantly. No. It's time. No. We haven't, there has to be another way. We haven't tried everything. We haven't, Hermione. He knelt beside her. She was crying, Hermione, who solved problems with logic and research and the relentless application of intelligence, was crying because this was one problem that couldn't be solved by being clever. You're the smartest person I've ever met. If there were another way, you'd have found it. She grabbed him. Hugged him with a ferocity that crushed the air from his lungs. He hugged her back, and over her shoulder, he met Ron's eyes. Ron's face was working. Muscles pulling in different directions, grief and pride and fury and love, all fighting for dominance. He opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. You come back, Ron said. His voice cracked on the last word. You hear me? You come back, or I'll find a way to follow you and drag you back myself. I hear you. I mean it, Harry. I don't care about Phoenix magic or burning days or whatever theoretical rubbish Dumbledore filled your head with. You're my best mate. You come back. Harry gripped Ron's shoulder. Ron gripped his. They held on for a moment that lasted forever and not long enough, and then Harry let go and stood and walked away, and he didn't look back because if he looked back he would stop, and if he stopped the world would end. He found Fleur at the edge of the void. She was kneeling over an unconscious Order member, Tonks, Harry saw, hit by a curse, breathing but still. Fleur's hands glowed with Vila fire, warm and healing, pressed against Tonks's chest. She will live, Fleur said without looking up. Zay's curse was not fatal. Fleur. She looked up. The fire in her hands died. She stood slowly, and her face was the face of someone who had been waiting for this moment and dreading it in equal measure. It's time, Harry said. I know. The fracture is accelerating. If I don't, I know, Harry. Her voice was steady. Her eyes were not. I knew when Ze sky opened. I felt it. He crossed to her. She didn't move. She stood straight and proud and burning, and when he reached her, she put her hands on his chest and pressed her palms flat against his heartbeat. I can feel it, she said. Zay, fire inside you. It is, very bright. Brighter than I've ever felt it. It's ready. Are you? No. Honest. Always honest with her. I'm terrified. Good. Zay, brave ones are always terrified. Zay, stupid ones are not. She leaned forward and pressed her forehead against his. Her breath was warm. Her hands were warm. Everything about her was warm, and he wanted to stand here forever, in this small space of heat between two people made of fire. You come back, she said. That is not a request. I know. Promise me. He pulled back enough to look at her. Her eyes were wet. Fleur Delacour, who didn't cry, who burned instead of weeping, had tears on her cheeks, and they caught the grey light and glittered like diamonds. I promise, Harry said. She kissed him. Hard. Brief. A collision of lips and fire and desperation and love, over too quickly, lasting forever. When she pulled back, her expression had changed, the grief was still there, but over it, like armor, was something fierce and absolute. Then go, she said. Burn everything. And come back to me. He turned and walked toward Voldemort. The grounds were grey and dead and silent. The battle had paused, fighters on both sides frozen by the sight of the sky splitting open, by the expanding void, by the unmistakable sense that something final was happening. Death Eaters stood in clusters, wands lowered, masks off, staring at the wound in reality with the dawning horror of people who had wanted power and gotten annihilation. Harry walked through them. They parted for him without a word. Some recognized him. Some didn't. It didn't matter. He walked with the calm of a man who had made his decision, and something about that calm, the absolute certainty of it, the fire barely contained beneath the surface, made people move. Voldemort waited at the center of the void. He was smaller now. Nagini's death had cost him, his form had contracted from 10 feet to 7, then to 6, the void flickering and stuttering like a candle in a wind. He still towered over Harry, but the towering was less absolute, less cosmic. He looked more human. More afraid. You've come to die, Voldemort said. His voice was thinner. The cathedral echo was gone. I've come to end this. By dying. How heroic. How pathetic. The red eyes burned, still vast, still empty, still windows into the void. You think your death will destroy me? I am beyond death, Potter. I am the absence of death. I am what exists when existence ends. You're a man who made himself into nothing because he was afraid of being something. Harry stood 10 meters away. Close enough to see the flickering, the instability, the cracks in Voldemort's void form. You had a soul, Tom. A whole one. And you tore it apart because you couldn't stand the idea that it might end. Do not call me by that name. It's your name. The one your mother gave you. The one you threw away because it was too human, too ordinary, too mortal. Tom Marvolo Riddle. A half-blood orphan who was afraid of dying and destroyed himself trying to avoid it. The void surged. Voldemort's form blazed with anti-magic, a wave of nothingness that swept toward Harry with killing intent. Harry didn't move. The void hit him and washed around him like water around a stone, and he burned, the phoenix fire, rising from his core, golden and fierce, holding the nothingness at bay. You can't kill me with the void, Harry said. And I can't kill you with the fire. Not while this, he touched his scar, still exists. We're connected, Tom. We've always been connected. Your soul in my head. My blood in your ritual. Two halves of a circuit that can't be broken from the outside. Then we are at an impasse. No, Harry said. We're at the end. He transformed. The phoenix was larger than it had ever been. Not a swan-sized bird but something vaster, wings that spread 20 feet, feathers that blazed with a light that was not gold but every color at once, the full spectrum of magic made visible. The phoenix hung in the air above the void and burned, and the burning was not aggressive or destructive but something else entirely. It was alive. Intensely, overwhelmingly, undeniably alive. A creature of pure renewal, of the force that said death was not the end, that destruction was not permanent, that everything lost could be found again. The opposite of the void. The answer to the emptiness. Voldemort recoiled. "What are you doing?" His voice was high. Afraid. For the first time in decades, truly afraid. "What are you doing?" Harry initiated the burning day. It began at the tips of his feathers. A brightening, not gradual but instantaneous, as if every cell in his body decided at the same moment to release everything it had. The gold intensified to white. The white intensified to something beyond white, a brilliance that existed outside the visible spectrum, a light that was felt rather than seen. The fire consumed him. It started at his wings and raced inward. Feathers ignited, not burning away but transforming, becoming pure energy, pure magic, pure fire. Harry felt it, felt himself dissolving, felt the boundaries of his body becoming suggestions rather than facts. It hurt. Of course it hurt. Dying always hurt, even when the dying was necessary, even when the dying was the point. But underneath the pain, underneath the dissolution, he felt something else. The Horcrux. It was there, had always been there, a cold, dark knot at the center of his being, wrapped around his soul like a parasite. Voldemort's fragment. The last anchor. The thing that had made Harry a weapon and a vessel and a target since the night his parents died. The Phoenix fire found it. The Horcrux screamed. Not with Voldemort's voice, with something older and more primal, the scream of a soul fragment that knew it was about to cease existing. It fought, desperately, clawing at Harry's consciousness, trying to burrow deeper, trying to hide in the spaces between thoughts and memories. Harry let it go. Not with anger. Not with hatred. With the calm, absolute certainty that this thing did not belong to him, had never belonged to him, and could not survive the fire that was who he truly was. He felt the Horcrux tear free from his soul like a bandage ripped from a wound, painful, bloody, necessary, and he felt the Phoenix fire take it. The fragment burned. Black smoke erupted from the blazing Phoenix form, visible from the ground, visible from the castle, visible from Hogsmeade and beyond. The last Horcrux, the last anchor, the last piece of Tom Riddle's tortured soul except the original, consumed by the purest fire in existence. Voldemort felt it. The connection, the soul link between the fragment in Harry and the fragment in Voldemort, severed with a snap that both of them felt in their cores. Voldemort's void form convulsed. Without the anchor, without the tether, the anti-magic that sustained his body began to destabilize. The void needed magic to negate, needed something to be the opposite of. Without the Horcrux linking him to Harry, linking him to life, Voldemort's relationship with existence itself was coming undone. No. Voldemort raised his wand, the U-wand, pale as bone, and fired the killing curse. Not at Harry's Phoenix form. At the sky. At the fracture. At the wound and reality that he had merged with, fed from, built himself out of. He poured his magic, his anti-magic, his void, into the crack, trying to widen it, trying to tear reality open far enough that he could become the void permanently, exist as the absence of everything, immortal not through anchored soul fragments but through the simple cessation of the universe that would end him. The fracture tore wider. The wound in the sky gaped, a vast mouth of nothingness, and through it the void pressed down on the world like a weight. Harry burned brighter. The burning day reached its crescendo. The Phoenix was gone now, consumed by its own fire, dissolved into a blazing sphere of pure magical energy that hung in the air like a miniature sun. Everything Harry was, his body, his magic, his memories, his love, his fear, his stubborn, impossible hope, condensed into a single point of light. And then it exploded. The phoenix fire erupted outward in a shockwave of renewal. It hit the void and the void burned. Not evaporated, not pushed back, burned. The anti-magic met its opposite and the reaction was not annihilation but transformation. Nothingness became something. Absence became presence. Death became life. The shockwave raced outward. It hit the dead zones on the grounds and they bloomed, gray earth erupting with green, dead trees bursting into leaf, the lake's surface rippling with return magic. It hit the castle and Hogwarts came alive, torches blazing, staircases moving, suits of armor lurching back into motion, the enchanted ceiling of the great hall exploding with a sunrise so vivid it looked painted. It hit the fracture. The fire poured into the wound in the sky like water into a glass. The edges of the tear glowed gold, then healed, knitting together, reality reasserting itself with a force that shook the ground. The crack sealed. Smaller, then a hairline, then gone. The sky was whole. Blue and clear and unmarred, as if the wound had never existed. And the shockwave kept going. Beyond Hogwarts. Beyond Scotland. Across Britain, across the Channel, across the continent and the oceans. Every dead zone in the world, every patch where magic had died, every crack in the fabric of reality, felt the phoenix fire and healed. Gringotts vaults restored. The Pyrenees dead zone sealed. Fractures in Asia, in Africa, in the Americas, hairline cracks that no one had discovered yet, closed before they could spread. The burning day of a human phoenix animeus, fueled by 16 years of love and sacrifice and the full-spectrum magic of a soul that refused to be diminished, healed the world. And at the center of it, where Harry had been, there was nothing. Ash. A small pile of gray-white ash on the dead ground, already stirring in the wind. Voldemort stood in the restored landscape, grass growing under his feet, flowers blooming around him, life erupting from every surface, and he was screaming. His void form was dissolving. Without the fracture, without the anti-magic, without the dead zones that had been his body and his territory, he had nothing to sustain his existence. The void that was his form collapsed inward, and Voldemort, the wraith, the last fragment, the original soul, was exposed. A ghost. A wisp. A pale, skeletal shadow of a man, hovering above the ground with no body, no power, no anchors, no horcruxes, no fracture to hide in. Just a naked soul, stripped of everything it had used to avoid the one thing it feared. Death. The soul fragment writhed. It reached for the magic around it, the restored, vibrant, living magic of Hogwarts and the world, and tried to feed. But there was no void left. No anti-magic. No cracks to slip through. The world was whole, and a fragmented soul with no vessel and no anchor had nowhere to go and nothing to hold on to. Tom Riddle's soul came apart. Not with a bang. Not with a scream. With a whisper, a long, thin, fading whisper, like wind through an empty room. The wraith unraveled, threads of spirit dissolving into the air, dispersing into the magic it had spent a lifetime trying to conquer. It was not violent. It was not dramatic. It was simply the end of a man who had done everything in his power to avoid ending, and found, at last, that the power was not enough. The wraith faded. The whisper stopped. The space where Voldemort had been was empty, truly empty, naturally empty, the clean absence of a life that had concluded rather than the hungry void of a life that refused to. On the grounds of Hogwarts, in a world that was healing, the war ended. Silence. Not the silence of the void, that had been cold and hungry and wrong. This silence was warm. Expectant. The silence of an audience holding its breath, waiting for the next note of a song they hadn't heard the end of. Every eye on the battlefield was fixed on the small pile of ash where Harry Potter had been. Fleur reached it first. She crossed the grounds at a run, past stunned Death Eaters and weeping Order members and students who stood frozen in the sudden sunshine. She fell to her knees beside the ash and her hands hovered over it, shaking, not touching, afraid to disturb what might be nothing and might be everything. "Ari," she whispered. "Ari, you promised." Nothing happened. The ash was still. Gray-white. Ordinary. Just ash, just residue, the remains of something that had burned completely and left nothing behind. Ron and Hermione reached her. Hermione was sobbing. Ron was white-faced, jaw set, his hands balled into fists at his sides. They stood around the ash pile in a triangle of grief, and the silence stretched, and the world was whole and healed and alive, and Harry was not in it. "Come on, mate," Ron said. His voice was rough. Breaking. "Don't do this. Don't you bloody dare." Nothing. Fleur's control shattered. The Vila fire erupted around her, not in rage, not in grief, but in something deeper. An invocation. A call. Fire calling to fire, the Vila blaze reaching into the ash and demanding an answer. The white-blue flame touched the gray residue. And the ash stirred. A sound. Small, almost inaudible, like a chick tapping at the inside of an egg. The ash shifted. Moved. Something was pushing up from underneath. A beak. Small, ugly, wrinkled. The beak of a newborn phoenix, gray and translucent and so fragile it looked like it would break if you breathed on it. It pushed through the ash and chirped, a thin, reedy sound that bore absolutely no resemblance to the magnificent phoenix song that had healed the world 5 minutes ago. The chick emerged. Tiny. Hideous. All oversized head and stubby wings and bulging eyes, barely bigger than Harry's fist. It blinked in the sunlight, swayed, and fell over sideways. Fleur laughed. The sound was wet and raw and the most beautiful thing Harry had ever heard, and he knew it was beautiful because he was hearing it, which meant he was alive, which meant, he was the chick. He was a newly reborn phoenix, the size of a tennis ball, lying on his side in a pile of his own ash, looking up at Fleur Delacour's tear-streaked face with eyes that could barely focus. "You absolute idiot," Fleur said, and picked him up with both hands, and held him against her chest, and the warmth of her was the best thing he had ever felt. The phoenix chick grew. Rapidly, faster than a natural phoenix, the magic of the burning day accelerating the rebirth cycle. Within minutes, the chick was the size of a crow. Within 10 minutes, a hawk. Within 20, a full-grown phoenix, gold and crimson, perched on Fleur's arm with its wings half spread, singing softly. Harry transformed. The shift back to human was strange. Not painful, the burning day had purged everything that might have caused pain, including the accumulated damage of 16 years of Horcrux contamination. He stood on the grass in bare feet and torn clothes, the remnants of what he'd been wearing when he transformed, and he felt different. Light. Clean. Whole. He reached up and touched his forehead. His fingers found smooth skin. No scar. No ridge of raised tissue in the shape of a lightning bolt. The scar that had defined him since infancy, the mark of Voldemort's curse, the window for the Horcrux, was gone. "It worked," he said. His voice sounded strange. Lighter. Younger. His own, without the shadow that had lived underneath it for as long as he could remember. It actually worked. Of course it worked, Fleur said. She was still holding him. She hadn't let go. "You are Harry Potter. You survive things that should kill you. That is what you do." He looked at her. She looked at him. And between them, in the small space where their bodies met, two different fires burned in perfect harmony, gold and white blue, phoenix and Vila, healing and passion, the fire that renewed and the fire that loved. He kissed her. Gently, this time. Not the desperate collision of before, this was something softer, something that had the luxury of time and the confidence of a future. She kissed him back, and her hands were warm on his face, and around them the world erupted in sound as 1,000 people realized what had happened and began, one by one and then all at once, to cheer. The aftermath was enormous. Voldemort was gone, truly, finally, permanently gone. His soul, stripped of all anchors and vessels, had dispersed into the ambient magic of the world, diluted beyond any possibility of reconstitution. The greatest Dark Lord in history had ended not with a final duel or a dramatic last stand but with a quiet unraveling, a fading, a whisper that stopped. The Death Eaters surrendered. Most of them. Bellatrix Lestrange fought to the last, screaming her dead master's name, firing curses at everything that moved, until Molly Weasley, of all people, hit her with a combination of hexes so creative and so vicious that Kingsley later said he wanted to recruit Mrs. Weasley for the Auror department. Bellatrix survived but would be eating through a straw for months. Lucius Malfoy was found in the crowd, maskless, wandless, his hands raised in surrender. He'd positioned himself, Harry noticed, as far from the fighting as physically possible while still technically being present. When the Aurors took him, he went quietly, with the composed dignity of a man who was already planning his legal defense. Draco Malfoy was sitting on the steps of the castle, staring at nothing. He hadn't fought, not for either side. He'd stood in the entrance hall during the battle with his wand at his side, unable to raise it, unable to run, frozen between the father who'd taught him to hate and the future that was burning down around him. When Harry walked past him, Draco looked up, and his expression held something Harry had never seen on his face before, uncertainty. Harry stopped. Looked at him. And said, very simply, "It's over." Draco blinked. Swallowed. Nodded once. And Harry walked on. The castle was scarred but standing. The battle damage was significant, walls blasted, corridors collapsed, the entrance hall scorched and cratered. But the magic was back, strong and humming, and Hogwarts had survived worse. The enchantments were already reasserting themselves, staircases shifting, portraits reanimating, the house elves emerging from the kitchens to begin repairs with the quiet efficiency of beings who had maintained this castle for a millennium and intended to maintain it for a millennium more. The dead zones were gone. All of them. Harry could feel it, or rather, he couldn't feel them, which was the point. The cold spots, the absences, the places where magic died, every one of them had been healed by the burning day's shockwave. The world's magical substrate was whole for the first time since the graveyard. Reports came in over the following hours. The Gringotts dead zones, sealed. The vaults restored. The goblins, who had been teetering on the edge of open revolt, pulled back from the brink with the grudging acknowledgement that the Phoenix Boy had solved a problem they couldn't. The Forbidden Forest dead zones, gone, replaced by new growth so vigorous that Hagrid spent the rest of the day weeping with joy over magical plants that hadn't been seen in centuries. The Pyrenees dead zone, healed. Snape found Harry in the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey had insisted on conducting a full examination despite Harry's protests that he felt better than he'd ever felt in his life. The diagnostic confirms it, Snape said, studying the parchment of results with an expression of clinical fascination. No trace of the Horcrux. The soul fragment has been completely purged. Your magical signature is, he paused. Frowned. Ran the diagnostic again. What? Harry asked. Your magical signature has changed. Before the burning day, it read as human with Phoenix Animeus overlay. Now it reads as, integrated. The Phoenix nature is no longer separate from your human nature. They've merged. Fully. What does that mean? It means the burning day didn't just destroy the Horcrux. It rebuilt you. The Phoenix fire consumed everything, your body, your magic, your soul, and when it brought you back as a synthesis. Human and Phoenix, combined at the fundamental level. Snape set down the parchment. You're not an animagus anymore, Potter. You're something new. Harry held up his hand. Golden light shimmered under his skin, not flickering, not fading, just there. Part of him. As natural as his heartbeat. I can still transform. I expect so. But the transformation will be seamless, not a shift between two states, but an expression of a single unified nature. Harry absorbed this. And the healing? The fire? The tears? Presumably enhanced. Possibly dramatically. Snape almost smiled. Almost. Congratulations, Potter. You've achieved a state of magical being that no wizard in recorded history has attained, through the characteristically reckless method of dying and coming back. Your mother would be appalled and impressed in equal measure. Sounds about right. Snape turned to leave. At the door, he stopped. Potter. Professor. The cure worked. The Horcrux is gone. The fracture is healed. A pause. But the research I conducted, the dark magic containment, the anti-magic theory, that knowledge still exists. And knowledge of this nature has a way of attracting the wrong kind of attention. You're worried someone else will try to create a fracture deliberately. I'm worried that the principle has been demonstrated. The collision of fundamental magical forces can tear reality apart. Voldemort did it accidentally. The next dark wizard may do it on purpose. Snape's expression was grave. The war is over. The threat is not. It has merely changed form. He left. Harry lay back on the hospital bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about futures and threats and the fact that the world was never, ever going to let him rest. But that was tomorrow. Today, the war was over. And he was alive. The hospital wing door opened. Sirius came through it like a storm, barely controlled, his eyes red, his face a wreck. He crossed the room in 4 strides, grabbed Harry, and hugged him so hard that Harry's newly rebuilt ribs creaked. Don't ever, Sirius said into Harry's shoulder. Don't ever do that again. I'll try. You died, Harry. You actually died. I watched you turn to ash. Do you understand? His voice broke. He pulled back, gripping Harry's shoulders, looking at him with the wild, desperate eyes of a man who had already lost everyone he loved and had just watched the last one burn. I can't do that again. I survived Azkaban. I survived 13 years as a fugitive. I cannot survive watching you die. I came back. You came back. But I didn't know you would. And those minutes, Harry, those minutes between the ash and the chick, those were the worst minutes of my life. Worse than Azkaban. Worse than the night your parents, he stopped. Breathed. Just, don't. I promise, Harry said. And he meant it differently this time. Not the desperate promise of a man walking into fire, but the solid promise of a man who had walked through it and come out the other side. Sirius hugged him again. Less desperately this time. More like a father. The days that followed were strange and slow and full of grief and celebration in equal measure. The dead were counted. Fewer than feared, the battle had been fierce but brief, and Harry's burning day had ended it before the worst could happen. But not 0. Never 0. Colin Creevey, who had snuck back into the castle after being evacuated, hit by a stray curse in the entrance hall. Lavender Brown, savaged by Greyback before the werewolf was brought down by a combined effort of Ron and Hermione. A 7th-year Hufflepuff named Edward Carson whom Harry didn't know well but whose face he'd seen in the DA, determined and afraid and ready. Each death was a weight. Harry carried them, not because they were his fault, but because he was the kind of person who carried things, and always had been, and he was learning, slowly, that this was not a weakness. The funerals were held on a Saturday. Sunlight. Green grass. The grounds of Hogwarts restored to their full, magnificent beauty, the lake sparkling, the forest deep and alive. Harry stood with the other mourners and felt the warmth in his chest, steady, constant, integrated now into his very being, and let himself grieve. Neville stood beside him. The boy who'd killed Nagini was being called a hero, and he handled it with the same quiet grace he handled everything, accepting the praise, deflecting the worship, and going back to tending his greenhouse plants as soon as the interviews were over. "You saved the world," Neville said quietly, watching the coffins. "We saved the world. You killed the snake. You died and came back. That's slightly more dramatic. Drama's overrated." Neville smiled. It was a small smile, appropriate for a funeral, but real. "My parents would have been proud. Both of ours." "Yeah," Harry said. "They would." McGonagall was confirmed as permanent headmistress by a Wizengamot that was falling over itself to distance from Fudge's failed policies. Fudge resigned, quietly, with a whimper rather than a bang, slipping out of power the way he'd slipped into it, through the path of least resistance. Kingsley Shacklebolt was appointed interim minister with a mandate to reform, rebuild, and try not to be catastrophically wrong about everything. Umbridge was arrested. The blood quill evidence, held in reserve for months, was presented to the Wizengamot alongside testimony from 37 students. She was convicted of assault, abuse of authority, and unauthorized use of a Class A restricted artifact on minors. Her sentence was 20 years in Azkaban, where, now that the Dementors were gone, destroyed by Harry's burning day, the conditions were merely grim rather than soul-destroying. Harry thought this was more mercy than she deserved and said so to no one. Lucius Malfoy's trial was more complicated. He had gold, lawyers, political connections, and a talent for looking respectable while doing terrible things. He denied everything. He claimed Imperius. He offered testimony against other Death Eaters in exchange for leniency. Harry attended the trial. He sat in the gallery and watched Malfoy perform, smooth, polished, every word calculated, and when the Wizengamot called for testimony, Harry stood. Lucius Malfoy was not under the Imperius curse, Harry said. He was fully in control of his actions. He used the Ministry to suppress the truth about Voldemort's return. He funded a propaganda campaign to discredit me and Dumbledore. He researched Horcrux magic with the intention of creating his own. And he attempted to weaponize the fracture, the wound and reality that nearly destroyed all magic, for personal power. Malfoy's composure cracked. Slightly. A flicker in the eyes, a tightening of the jaw. The mask of the reasonable aristocrat slipping for just a moment, and behind it, the cold calculation of a man who had bet everything on his own cleverness and lost. "Mr. Potter," Malfoy said, his voice silky. "These are serious accusations. Do you have evidence?" "I have a journal. A copy, as you said, but a copy in your handwriting, with your magical signature, detailing your research into soul magic and your plans for the dead zones. You gave it to me yourself, in your study, on a night you thought you were being clever." Malfoy's face went white. "You told me well-informed enemies were more interesting than ignorant ones," Harry continued. "You were right. 30 years. No parole." Draco Malfoy watched his father's sentencing from the back of the courtroom. Harry found him afterward, standing in the atrium of the Ministry, looking at the new fountain that had replaced the old one, a simple stone basin with clear water, no golden statues, no propaganda. "What happens now?" Draco asked. He wasn't looking at Harry. His voice was flat, empty, the voice of someone whose entire world had collapsed and who hadn't yet decided whether to build a new one or lie down in the rubble. "Whatever you choose," Harry said. "My family name is finished. Names are just names. You can make them mean whatever you want." Draco finally looked at him. His gray eyes were old. Not in years, in experience, in the weight of inherited sin, in the understanding that the world he'd been raised to dominate was gone and the world that replaced it didn't care about his blood or his breeding or his surname. "Why don't you hate me?" Draco asked. "Because hate is heavy and I'm tired of carrying things." Harry shrugged. "And because you didn't fight. When it mattered, when the battle came, you stood in the entrance hall and didn't raise your wand. That's not nothing, Malfoy. That's a choice. A small one, maybe. But it's yours." He left Draco standing by the fountain and didn't look back. Some things you couldn't fix by burning. Some things had to heal on their own time. Spring came early that year. The grounds of Hogwarts erupted with flowers that hadn't been seen in decades, magical species that had been dormant in the soil, awakened by the burning day's shockwave of renewal. The Forbidden Forest was deeper and wilder and more alive than it had been in living memory. The lake teemed with creatures that Hagrid couldn't identify and was deliriously happy about. Harry stayed at Hogwarts through the spring. He had exams to take, OWLs. Technically, though the concept of standardized testing felt absurd after everything that had happened. Hermione insisted. The war is over, Harry. Education is not. He took the exams. He did well. Hermione did better. Ron did acceptably and celebrated as if he'd won the Quidditch World Cup. The DA disbanded, formally, cheerfully, with a party in the room of requirement that lasted until 3 in the morning. Harry stood on a table and gave a speech that was mostly thank yous and ended with, "If anyone needs me, I'll be sleeping for approximately 6 months." He didn't sleep for 6 months. He was too busy. The Order of the Phoenix wound down with the quiet dignity of an organization that had achieved its purpose and was comfortable letting go. Sirius was pardoned, officially, publicly, with a ceremony at the ministry that Sirius attended in his best robes and a grin that threatened to split his face. He moved back to Grimmauld Place and began the slow process of turning the ancestral black home from a mausoleum into something livable. Kreacher helped. The old elf, transformed by the knowledge that his master Regulus's sacrifice had mattered, attacked the renovation with a fervor that bordered on the terrifying. Remus took a teaching position at Hogwarts, defense against the dark arts, finally, permanently, because Voldemort's curse on the position had broken with Voldemort himself. He was brilliant at it. The students adored him. Snape did not return to teaching. He disappeared for 3 months, no letters, no contact, nothing, and then resurfaced with a published paper in the International Journal of Advanced Potions that outlined, in exhaustive detail, his research into antimagic containment. The paper was 60 pages long, cited 200 sources, and contained a footnote on page 47 that read, "The author acknowledges the contribution of H. Potter, whose characteristic recklessness provided the experimental conditions for this research." It was the closest Snape had ever come to a compliment, and Harry framed the footnote and hung it on his wall. Fleur stayed in England. She kept her Gringotts position. The goblins, grudgingly impressed by her role in the battle and the heist, promoted her twice. She spent weekends at Hogwarts, and then at Grimmauld Place when Harry moved in with Sirius for the summer, and the transition from weekends to most of the week to effectively living together happened so naturally that neither of them could identify the exact moment it occurred. They didn't talk about it. They didn't need to. The fire recognized the fire, and the fire was comfortable, and the future was long and warm. On a Saturday in June, Harry visited Dumbledore's tomb. The white marble gleamed in the sunlight. Someone had placed flowers, fresh ones, renewed daily by an enchantment that Harry suspected McGonagall maintained personally. The tomb sat by the lake, facing the castle, positioned so that it would catch both the sunrise and the sunset. Harry stood before it and was quiet for a long time. "You were right," he said eventually. "About the fire. About what I am. About all of it. The burning day worked. The Horcrux is gone. The fracture is healed. Voldemort is dead." The tomb said nothing. Tombs rarely did. "I'm angry at you, still. Sometimes. For the secrets. For the years you let me walk around with a piece of his soul in my head without telling me. For treating me like a chess piece when I was 11 and a weapon when I was 14 and a sacrifice when I was 16. Harry paused. "But you were also the first person who looked at me and saw someone worth believing in. And you were right about that too." He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. A golden feather, his own, shed during the transformation back from his phoenix form. It glowed faintly in the sunlight, warm to the touch, alive with the integrated magic that was now as much a part of Harry as his heartbeat. He set the feather on the tomb. "Thank you, Albus. For everything. Even the parts that hurt." He stood there for another minute. Then he turned and walked back toward the castle, and the sunlight was warm on his face, and the grounds were green and alive, and Hogwarts rose against the sky like a promise kept. Fleur was waiting at the entrance. She was leaning against the stone doorframe with her arms crossed and the wind in her hair and a look on her face that was equal parts affection and impatience. "You have been brooding," she said. "I have been reflecting. There's a difference. There is not." He reached her. She uncrossed her arms and put her hands on his shoulders and studied his face with the careful attention of a woman cataloging everything she saw. "You look lighter," she said. "Than before. Than ever. I feel lighter. No scar. No Horcrux. No war. Just," he gestured vaguely at himself, "at the castle, at the world. This. Just this," she repeated. "The most powerful wizard in a generation, with the unique magical nature of a phoenix, standing in the sunshine with a woman who loves him. Just this. You are absurdly modest." Harry blinked. "You haven't said that before." "What?" The loves him part." Fleur gave him a look of magnificent French exasperation. "I kissed you before you walked into fire. I eld your ashes and willed you back to life. I have spent 6 months living in your godfather's terrible house and eating his terrible cooking. What exactly did you think was appealing? I knew. You hadn't said it. I am saying it now." She pulled him closer by his collar. "I love you, Harry Potter. You ridiculous, brave, impossible, fire-breathing idiot. I love you too. I know. You are not subtle." He laughed. She kissed him. The sunlight was warm and the castle hummed with ancient magic, and somewhere inside, 1,000 students were eating lunch and arguing about Quidditch and studying for exams and living, just living, in a world that had been saved by fire and stubbornness and the simple, impossible refusal to let the darkness win. Harry held Fleur and felt the warmth in his chest, not burning, not blazing, just glowing. Steady and golden and permanent. The fire of a phoenix who had died and been reborn and found, on the other side, that the world was still beautiful and still worth fighting for. A feather drifted from his hair. Golden red, shimmering, catching the light like a tiny flame. Harry caught it between his fingers, held it up to the sun, and let it go. The wind took it. It spiraled upward, bright against the blue, rising and rising until it was a point of gold against the vast, healed, unbroken sky. Harry watched it go. Then he turned to Fleur, and she took his hand, and they walked into the castle together. Behind them, the feather caught a current and sailed higher, over the towers of Hogwarts, over the lake and the forest and the mountains, into the clean, clear air of a world that had been broken and healed and was learning, slowly and imperfectly and with great difficulty, to be whole again. It rose until it was invisible against the sun. And then it was gone. And then there was just the sky, blue and bright and endless, without a single crack. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.